Oh, we got a crew rolling in here. People are excited. I can see the faces around the table. Everybody's getting it going. Welcome to the Investment Summit, the Valhalla Investment Summit Saskatchewan, the first one of its kind in the province. Coming to you live from Edmonton is Tim and Evelyn. Where are you at?
Hi, I'm in Regina, Saskatchewan. Just out of Path co-work downtown. So very excited to be here today. I can't wait for the program. It looks awesome. Great speakers. Really excited to listen to our pitches today. So yeah, I'm ready.
It's awesome. I'm super excited too. We have an awesome lineup of people that are passionate about the startup community. We got founders, we got funders, we got people who have done this before. We got people who are coming, joining the beginning of their journey. It's a whole crew here looking to make Saskatchewan a greater place, and no better partner in this than Valhalla to be able to make this happen. So we're really excited to showcase what we've been working on for the last 8 weeks here with a group of some new investors, some old investors, some new entrepreneurs, some old entrepreneurs. Everybody's super excited to make this happen, and looking forward to spending the next few hours with everybody.
Yes, it'll be great, honestly. And obviously Valhalla has been super excited this is our first summit that we're actually partnering with Startup TNT to do it. And it's been just the support from the community obviously has been amazing. And we're very happy with all the support. And of course, our partners over there, Startup TNT. somewhere. So yeah, thanks everybody for being here today, also supporting us.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Do you want to let's give some folks some background to the summit and us, and then we can kind of get this kicked off. What do you think, Evelyn?
Yeah, let's do it.
Cool. Welcome to the Investment Summit. Evelyn, you want to talk a bit about Valhalla?
Absolutely. Some shameless plug, of course. For us and for those who don't know who Valhalla Angels is, we're actually an angel network, and we are a company of Valhalla Private Capital. We have a Regina and a Saskatoon chapter that we just recently launched back in September, all in the middle of COVID, so that's great. So it's been going awesome. We had some good investors from Saskatchewan as part of our chapters, and we actually work all across Western Canada. We also have chapters in Edmonton, Calgary, Kelowna, and Vancouver. And all in all, we have about 150 investors in our network. What we sort of do for everybody is obviously provide for investors pre-screen deal flow. We also give you the chance to co-invest with other members. Lots of learning opportunities, especially for those who are just starting to get their toes in the water in angel investing. And then of course we have private events and some member benefits that I can tell you more about if you contact us. And also we have some stuff for the founders. We are obviously an interprovincial platform to raise capital for early stage companies. We do monthly pitches for them. We provide lots of feedback during the process. So it's not kind of yeah, no, or yes, there's a lot of feedback through it. And then obviously you can access our entire network of 150 investors. We also have some educational programs for founders, AKA we have the Founders Base Camp. And I know some of the companies today or that they're going to pitch later went through the base camp, and we're hoping that it helped them a lot. We got some good feedback from that. And then obviously the opportunity to connect with other Western Canada founders as well as investors. So that's us.
It's awesome. There's Valhalla. And what's TNT? So Startup TNT, Zach, my co-founder, is on as well. You'll be hearing from him a little bit later, but he started this as essentially a happy hour. It's I want to hang out with some startups. I want to hang out with some investors. I want to hang out with scientists. It's a lonely road building a startup, and community is really the core of what we're up to. And what we heard was it's super challenging to raise money. That's the common gripe for startups. And we're I don't know. We know some people with cash. Let's see if we can introduce them to the world of angel investing and we know some folks that have done this before. Let's pull some of this together and make this happen. And so, with the support of a whole bunch of folks around the table, including, of course, Valhalla, and by shamelessly ripping off ideas that we saw in Kelowna and Seattle, we created the Investment Summit. And our motto is have fun, make friends, and build companies. We still run the happy hour on Thursdays with the objective of course, if you can hang out with some folks around the table, everybody will be willing to make intros. I've built a couple companies already with folks that have come to the happy hour. Building those relationships is super important. Then, of course, building companies. We're here doing the Investment Summit. We'll get into a little bit more about the details about how exactly it works when we get into the pitches down at 3:30. But really what we do is we facilitate investment from investors, both new and seasoned, into startups that are coming through into their first angel round. In 2020, we raised about $1.4 million for 8 companies. We did a clean tech investment summit here that culminated last week. That one raised another $400K for a couple companies. And I'm really excited to see what happens today. Really looking forward to hopefully some similar metrics for a few of the companies around the table here. Should be a bunch of fun.
And Tim, since you mentioned it, actually, let's wish luck to the Accelerator Connect and Summit. It's actually happening today as well. This is NBC, but good luck to all their companies as well, and to their investors, because it's a hard decision that they have to make today, right?
Hey, yeah, and to our investors as well. It's never an easy decision. That's like the whole magic of the process. In short, investors are pre-committing we'll call it about $5,000 into this, like the proverbial hat. And then over the course of 8 weeks, doing a deal screening process, decide where that money that they've pre-committed should go. And that process is super fun, and that's what's culminating today. All right. Just, why are we doing this? What's the whole deal here? Like, this is the core ethos of why we're spending our time doing this. Entrepreneurs are the dreamers that refuse to accept our world for what it is and instead see it for what it could be. These are the people that are changing the world one step at a time. This is how we've gotten from, even 100 years ago to where we are today. If you think about how much our world has changed, it's because of folks that refuse to accept the world as it is. And we're here around the table to try and help them improve the world around us. And we're really excited to help make that happen. Whether it's from capital, whether it's introductions, whether it's just friendship, we're here to help build that community, and we're really excited to help make this happen in Saskatchewan. So Evelyn, can you give us a bit of context as to what's going to happen today? This is an awesome lineup, and I'm really excited.
Yeah, I'm really excited. We've been working really hard at putting a great program together for everybody. And so, first of all, we're going to kick it off with our Founders Journey panel. Great speakers. We have Catherine from Kalia. We have Dustin Kupel from 54E Dev Studios. Previously one of the founders of GasBuddy, and as well we have Mark Wolf from MyComply and Hannah Tice from our partners at Cultivator. Then we're going to have a panel or a fireside chat more so on alternative exits. I'm really excited for that fireside chat also because this is not a topic that you hear about it very often. And Rod and Joe, our 2 speakers, are very well versed on this. So I'm really curious about what they're going to tell us today. Then we're going to have a reverse pitch session. So we have some funders that actually are going to be pitching to us, and then we get to grill them with questions, right? And then we are going to have 4 companies to watch that were participating during the summit. Unfortunately, because investors had such a tough decision, not everybody can make it to the top 5, right? But these are also great Saskatchewan companies. And so we're going to showcase them a little bit and give them a chance to share what they're doing with the audience again. Then obviously our top 5-minute pitches and 5-minute Q&A. And then after the main pitches, what's going to happen is that we're going to bring our keynote, Paul Allen, who is the founder of Ancestry.com. And then now he's onto another company that he's founded called Soar.com. Very cool. Check it out. He's going to do a keynote and then follow it up with a fireside chat with Alicia Soulier from Salon Scale. I hope I pronounced her last name well, properly. But then, yeah, so while the keynote is doing their thing, we're gonna actually take our investors into a breakout room, and they're gonna have their last meeting to have their last discussion on who's gonna get the investment tonight. Hopefully some other side deals, like you said, and yeah, then we're gonna come back and share with the public. And then of course a happy hour after.
Yeah, and then everybody's able to meet and mingle with the stars sitting on stage, which obviously are not Tim and Evelyn. That's not the star of the show. The star of the show is all the entrepreneurs that are going to be pitching between 3:30 and 5. Those are the exciting folks. So make sure to stick around for them.
That's not what I agreed to, Tim.
Can you give some context as to the supporters and partners? Everybody around the table here is super awesome. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Honestly, these are partners. Couldn't have done it without them. And of course, without you guys at Startup TNT, the government of Saskatchewan and Innovation Sask have been like amazing partners through the entire program. McCurcher as well. You'll hear from both of them later tonight. And District Brewing, who actually helped us to put some very cool beers for everybody. I hope most of you got some of them. We'll be drinking them through the day. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, so go ahead. Or not, I shouldn't say that. Anyways, ISC also is one of our partners. Very happy to have them on board. And yeah, honestly, a huge shout out to them. I can't really see everybody that's in the room right now, but I hope they're here. And thank you so much to all of you.
So with that, let's start building together. I'm excited to see this day come together, and I don't want to take up any more airtime. So what's next, Evelyn?
Actually, before we jump into the panel, what we're gonna do is gonna play a short video from the Ministry of Trade and Export and Government of Saskatchewan. The Minister Harrison, he's gonna bring greetings on their behalf. So I'm gonna ask Brandon to play that for us.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm pleased to bring remarks on behalf of the Government of Saskatchewan. Technology and innovation are crucial to the growth of our province's economy. That's why one of our government's priorities is to provide a conducive ecosystem for the tech community to continue to thrive right here. Our existing research infrastructure and the activities of our technological incubators have led to increased momentum in our digital economy. In the last few years, our tech sector has generated an annual revenue of over $10 billion, representing 5.6% of Saskatchewan's GDP. We are committed to taking actions and implementing programs that will triple the growth of our technology sector in the next decade, which is one of the goals in our growth plan. One such program is the Saskatchewan Technology Startup Incentive, STSI, through Innovation Saskatchewan. STSI offers a 45% tax credit to Saskatchewan residents and corporations that invest in local tech startups. It's one of the most aggressive angel investor tax incentive programs in Western Canada. Since its launch in 2018, the STSI has attracted $22 million in private investment. There are currently 64 tech startups and 184 investors who are eligible in the program. 133 new jobs have also been created by startups in the program, and it has been fully subscribed in the last 2 fiscal years. The STSI is an attractive tool for overcoming the challenges tech entrepreneurs face in accessing capital, and it's a useful resource for tech entrepreneurs looking to grow their business and create jobs here in Saskatchewan. The Government of Saskatchewan is proud to be a partner with other investors at the Valhalla Investment Summit to raise money for Saskatchewan tech startups. The process began in January 2021, with tech startup companies in Saskatchewan applying for funding. The applicants went through a screening process, and the top 20 companies were invited to pitch to the group of investors. Through a rigorous selection process that lasted several weeks, the number of startups was reduced to 5 companies. Today, the 5 companies will pitch their ideas, and the winner will be awarded the investment funding. Being an entrepreneur is hard work, and regardless of today's outcome, I want to encourage all 5 companies to continue to pursue your dreams and ideas. I want to thank all of those who participated in this program, the applicants, members of the evaluation committee, and the support team. I would also like to thank the team at Innovation Saskatchewan for your hard work on this event and for all the programs you deliver. In closing, thank you to the founders, investors, and supporters of the startup tech community for your contributions to building a strong Saskatchewan. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you so much to the government of Saskatchewan for that. So now let's introduce our first panel. What do you think, Tim? Do I have you in here? There you are. Okay, well, I'm going to introduce Hannah Theis. She's going to be our moderator for the first panel, A Founder's Journey. So Hannah is actually the program manager at Cultivator, powered by Connexus Credit Union. And Hannah works firsthand with the founders to build exceptional programs that support the startups from ideation to scale. She's a Regina girl. She's very proud, and we're also very proud to have her in the startup community in Saskatchewan. She is a great help to everybody. She also likes fine wine and sunshine. Who doesn't, right?
Oh, true.
I've heard that her perfect date is on April 23rd because it's not too cold, not too hot. Anyways,
just all I need is a light jacket.
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, Hannah, I'm going to pass the mic to you and to kick off our first panel, and I'll be on the chat. So people, make sure you drop your questions in the chat, and yeah, let's get started.
Amazing. Okay, I'm just going to start my timer because, you know, I have to be the time cop 90% of the time. So I'll time cop myself. So I'm super excited to see all of you today. Very exciting for me. There's so many familiar faces on this call, which makes my heart just so happy. I love nothing more than seeing the community come together, especially in Saskatchewan. I know we have a few from all over the prairies. So a couple things I love to see. First and foremost, give me a thumbs up. Everyone can hear me okay? And then second thing is, love to see reactions. So hit me with your emoji reactions in Zoom, and love to see the chat. So how are you feeling about the answers? What are you liking about them? What are your questions? Anything like that. I love to see it happening. I'll have it going in the background as well. So super excited. I'm going to call up to the stage the panelists on the panel, but I'm going to ask them to do a couple things when they do. So I'll call you out by name. And what I want to know is just like a quick introduction of yourself, your business, and then one fun fact about you that people might not know. So I'm going to call my pal Mark Wolf up first, and he's going to introduce himself, and he's going to give us just a little bit of info about MyComply and then a fun fact about himself we don't know.
All right, can everyone hear me? Perfect. Yep. All right, so who I am. Well, been kicking around the technology space in Western Canada for about 20 years. So I'm not as young as some of the people in the room. We've had multiple companies, multiple startups, some successes, some failures. Fun fact about me is that I'm extremely passionate about turn of the century vintage buildings. And my business partner and I saved two from the wrecking ball downtown Saskatoon. So we own two buildings downtown Saskatoon. Both are some of the oldest. They were built in 1905 and 1907. They were literally probably a year or two away from being torn down, and we've rebuilt them and given them new life. As for MyComply is a platform that qualifies or ensures qualified workforce for the construction industry, both on their projects as well as it allows for time tracking, manpower logs, and it really fits into ensuring the right people are on the job site.
Love that. I have two thoughts about that. One, thank you for channeling your inner Miley Cyrus with the wrecking ball comment. And two, I've had an absolutely jam-packed MyComply week. So Lee Evans, Chief Growth Officer, spoke at one of our events this week. Then I saw Mark yesterday. I've seen him today. So I'm getting my full MyComply immersion. So super happy to have you. Thanks for being here. Catherine, come on up. Tell me a little bit about yourself. I'm virtually tossing you the mic. And yeah, one fun fact we don't know about you.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm super excited to be here, so thanks. I'm the founder of Calia Inc., better known as Calia Flowers, and we're a tech-enabled startup disrupting the floral industry with a better experience sending flowers. And we're a Winnipeg-based company, but almost half my staff is from Saskatchewan and a good portion of our investors. So we've got a hefty Saskatchewan influence. My interesting fact, and this is going to sound like a humble brag, but I so rarely get to talk about it that we're doing it. I decided last year in COVID that I wanted to do something different. And so I became a wound management professional, which is like not a thing that normal people do. And I'm great at wounds. So if you have any wounds, I'm here, and I never get to practice my skills. So like come at me with your gross cuts and infections and all the rest of it. Like I'm here for it.
I don't know if I'm like excited or like grossed out by that comment. I'm like somewhere in between. It's like that pleasure and pain piece is like, I think like that my heartbeat is reflecting right now, but that's super interesting. I feel like offline, I'm going to ask you like a lot of weird questions about it. So I can't wait for that. Excellent. Okay. Saskatchewan's own, I don't know if this is the right term. I'm making up king of the startups. Dustin Kupal, he's here. He's in the house. I'm super excited to bring him up to the stage. He's going to tell you a little bit about himself, his business, and then maybe a fun fact that people don't know about you.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Hannah. Definitely not king of the startups. Let's get rid of that one first and foremost. Glad to be here. Thanks for having me. Dustin Kupel, co-founder of 54E Dev Studios here in Regina, which I started a couple of years ago with Tim Borgaris, also a Regina guy. Prior life, I did Gas Buddy startup, which we successfully exited in 2013. I'm a born and bred Saskatchewan boy. I grew up in a small farming town here in just outside of Regina. When I say small, it's really small. Our high school from grade 6 to 12 only had 85 people in the entire school, and our graduating class was 16 people. So, but that's where I learned my love for tech and computers. I had my first computer was a Commodore 64 and gaming on the Atari 2600 back in the day. So that love for tech has lasted me a lifetime and given me the motivation and drive to keep doing it. So excited to carry on.
Real. I hope those 85 people were the first Gas Buddy users ever. I feel like you could have definitely pulled that on them and said, "You owe me." I think
there's a plaque in the school somewhere, actually. But yeah.
Okay, I'll let the king of startups go, but I will say that I do think Tim Morgaris looks like Prince William, so I'll just like leave that there for everyone to like Google him later. But I do feel like he has an uncanny resemblance to Prince.
He's one handsome fellow for sure.
Awesome. Okay, amazing introductions. What I want to do now is I'm going to do this for all of you, so I'll call you up to the virtual stage. But I just want to know, like, what does a day in the life of you look like? And what I'm wondering is, like, where do you go? Who do you see? Or do you not go anywhere because, you know, the global pandy? Do you have any interesting routines or life hacks? So something you have to do every day? You know, the chaos you experience maybe, or like things that you make time for when you have no time. So I don't know if Catherine's gonna talk about wound management again, but I will send it to her first. So tell me a little bit about your daily, you know, kind of life.
Yeah, you know, I mean, so first of all, I'm working from home. We've been doing that for the last year. I'm excited to go back into the office. Manitoba somehow is doing actually okay on vaccinations, so hopefully soon. You know, day in the life, I can't say there's a day in the life. Maybe that's my poor time management, but I spend a lot of my time these days figuring out, you know, what is the next 3-6 months going to be. And so hiring, figuring out, you know, org plans, new kind of process systems, and then strategically, you know, we're looking at capital raises and all the rest of it. So I spend a lot of my time in meetings talking about those things. And I realize that doesn't sound very interesting or all that effective, but that's honestly the truth. And, you know, your question about how do you make time, I think, people has always been a huge thing for me. And so, you know, today we had some personnel shifting and a lot of meetings got canceled in order to be able to support that. But yeah, it's a lot of kind of all over the place. And I can't say that 2 days are the same, but a lot of it is people driven, people oriented for sure.
Super cool. I think especially in a distributed organization with all of us working from home, making time for that personnel has become such a key part of like leading your team through all of this adversity, especially when, you know them as this, you know, 2-inch square on your computer. So it's definitely changed a lot, but I love that. Thank you for sharing. Mark, what about you? Day in the life, he's swinging, he's standing in front of a wrecking ball, buildings are collapsing. I don't know.
Well, it's COVID has obviously changed a lot of things, but my day, I always come to the office because the way our offices are designed, everyone has a space, we have lots of glass and that sort of thing. But my office is the very first thing you see when you walk in. And so I get here in the morning, I say hello, I talk to everybody on the team as they're getting to work, as well as with our remote staff. I make a real effort to make sure that I reach out to them and just start off the day that way. When it comes to, there is no time because my day is just, literally the calendar just gets filled up. And so you're just constantly meeting after meeting after meeting, and dealing with a whole array of everything from human resources to product, you name it. But what I do to deal with the chaos is I need alone time. So I'll make sure that I take some time to just disappear, and I spend time alone. I'm a music freak, so I will just disappear and listen to a record, and that will allow me to just gather myself and then throw myself back into the battle, so to speak.
Yeah. I had guessed in my mind you were going to bring up your extensive vinyl collection. Maybe later you can drop us in the chat some of your favorites, but I figured that would be on your list of things that get you kind of through the day-to-day slog. So be it. Awesome. Dustin, what about you? I feel like you wear a few hats during the day.
My truck is full of all my different change of clothes for the day. Actually, it's like a moving wardrobe. But yeah, my life is fairly busy and fairly complicated, but I make it work for me. So I wouldn't recommend it for anyone else. But my days, as you know, I'm also an eye surgeon. So I do most of my eye surgery. I do eye surgery every Monday, actually, either glaucoma or cataract surgery. And then for the rest of the week, I try to limit patients just to kind of the early part of the mornings each day. So I start off usually in the clinic here seeing patients, and then I typically head downstairs to our office here on Victoria Avenue in Regina, and I meet up with the development team, and we go through a few things and see how everything's going, and touch base there for a couple hours, usually do some administrative kind of stuff. And then from there, I head over to our robotic warehouse where we have all our robots for 54E, usually turn a few screws and cut some wood or something there for a few hours. And then typically from there, I go out to our farm where we do all the heavy welding and kind of the more fabrication work. And I usually spend till pretty late at night there almost every night. So if you saw my skip the dishes on my phone, because we order dinner to the warehouse every night at 6. So I honestly haven't been home. I bet you I've been home only about 12 times in the last 6 months for supper. So it's I eat a lot of skip, and we've just been rocking it. We've been working really hard at the project and enjoying it. So we've been all fortunate with the COVID not to have it slow us down too much. We've been lucky enough to be working side by side, building warehouse, robots in the warehouse, or even here with the development team. And we really started 54. We started 54E like at the start of COVID, essentially. So you're working on a new startup. It's pretty hard to do the entire thing remotely. Hiring new people, onboarding everyone, and getting things up to speed. So, but knock on wood, we've been lucky just to keep on rocking. So
amazing. I'm seeing lots of nods, from the whole audience on the comment around hard to hire and find, and get those people integrated and fully immersed in your culture, because you don't see them every day. So I'd love to stick with you for a second, Dustin, because I read this quote recently and I feel like it totally resonates with like what you just said about your like crazy day and then a little bit of your gas buddy days. So the quote said, timing, perseverance, and 10 years of trying will eventually just make you look like an overnight success. And I think maybe for people who, aren't super aware of tech, in the province of Saskatchewan specifically, they know gas buddy. They're like, oh yeah, but like they have no idea that what that took to get to that, that success point. So can you tell us like a little bit about that experience?
Yeah, that quote certainly resonates for sure. It's for years I've been telling people that the secret, I think, to any startup is honestly perseverance. Building businesses takes time, and everything always takes longer than you think. And certainly Gas Buddy was a perfect example of that. We started Gas Buddy in 2000. It wasn't until 2004 before we even had a dedicated office space and took it full time, kind of quit our day jobs and hired staff, had an office space here in Regina. So even that, it was 3 or 4 years of really hard work. We were working long days, long nights during that period of time too. And 2004 we started with employees, and we exited in 2013. During that period, the big inflection point when I think about what really got us going and made the business really start to take off, although it was doing well and we were really proud and we were growing and hiring people. It was actually 2007 with the advent of the iPhone and mobile apps, and completely changed the Gas Buddy business, from being literally people entering gas prices on the website. They drive around the city and record or write down gas prices and come back to the Gas Buddy website and type them all in. Now we could do that all with a mobile app. And, we had this real nice growth curve going. And 2007, it just hockey stick straight up for us. So, and that really didn't slow down. So we ended up with, 13 million active users on the website and over 1 million gas prices being reported per day with Gas Buddies.
I was hoping you were going to say the number because I couldn't remember. You said it at an event we were at the other a couple of weeks ago, but you said the number of active users a day, and my mind exploded at 13 million. Like, I think it's so key, especially I get to work with early stage founders every day. And there's this like mindset of like, why isn't this happening for me immediately? Like, it just looks like everybody's company is exploding. But to hear, that Gas Buddy took, 10 plus years, I think is maybe comforting, I'm assuming, to a lot of founders. You're at the bottom of the mountain, but you will get there, slowly, but amazing. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I think you just gotta stick with it and have a great team. I think, managing that many users is, a credit to the team that we had and the development team that could keep all the servers going. Even 1 million prices coming through every day. There's a lot of data that comes with those prices, and big job. But you just keep working at it, and when there's an obstacle, you get around it or go through it.
Yeah, and I feel like I didn't throw this question in, but I feel like there seems to be like a few early Gas Buddiers now following you at your next adventure. So maybe something to consider, or that you've done the same, is that you've really found these amazing people that you love to work with.
Yeah, great people are key, and we certainly have a great crew working at 54E.
I love that. Awesome. So I'm gonna throw it over to Mark here because I feel like he, recently with My Comply experienced a crazy win with an RFP. And it was a long haul, for sure. My entire experience at Cultivator was all about, getting this RFP. And I want to know, like, when you were ready to quit, you were closer than you think. And how many times did you feel like that through that experience?
If someone says they've now not got to the point where they think of throwing in the towel, they're full of shit. It's because it does happen. It happens to the C-suite. It happens to your employees. It happens to everybody, because you run into things and you might be having a bad day. There's a multitude of different things that affect you. And the way that the team, and when I say the team, it's because we all go through it, is to take a step back, look at where we've gotten to and all of the obstacles we've overcome. And as was just said, you either got to go around them or go through them. And so when you take a step back, look at where you came from, what you've gotten to this point, the next obstacle is just another one. So it's just taking some perspective, really.
Yeah. And I can't imagine throwing in, the global pandemic on top of the, construction of New York City. I know construction was deemed, essential at the time, but, obviously things were so bad there, and they were going through some pretty insane trials. So how'd you push through that?
Well, it was pretty scary. So we a lot of our business, as you know, was built on hype around our work with the city of New York. So again, one of the best things we ever did was we said, it's like going to prison. You go, you find the biggest inmate and you knock him out, and then you get some respect. So we did that. Lee Evans, he moved to New York. We started working in the most densely populated and densely construction-rich place. And we started making waves. We started working with the DOB and all of that stuff. And they liked what we were doing. They introduced a program, and we entered the RFP and we won it. And then COVID happened. And then nothing went forward for 14 months. And so we had to look at that and say, okay, our biggest potential customer, because it might not happen, is technically insolvent right now. The city of New York was technically insolvent. They didn't have enough money. And so we said, okay, we can't rest on our laurels. Let's just continue to grow outside of New York. Let's take what we're doing. And it took 14 months, and that's now back on track. But it's again, it's about perseverance and going, okay, if we were able to do this, we got to this point, I'm sure we can keep on moving ahead.
I think that's such great advice. I think both us and Mark talking about perseverance. I feel like Catherine will echo this in a few questions, I'm sure, as well. But it's definitely been, the year of the uphill battle. And I think what's interesting that you said is just around like, we are all in this together. So, can you knock out your biggest, the inmate and get there, or can you help them? Like, I just think there's such interesting ways people have like maneuvered the crazy, and you've done an amazing job of it. So we're very, very proud to have you as a part of, the SaaS tech ecosystem. I also feel like Joe Gill's going to be very pumped that you had the first curse word, because we told him he was going to get a swear jar, and that he was going to have to donate the money to a charity. So he's going to be real pumped. So he'll talk about that later, I'm sure. I want to switch gears a little bit because I want to talk about unique founder attributes. And I feel like I'm going to call on Catherine for this because she has an obsession with customer experience, and it's what has totally set, you know, Calia and all of the subsidies apart, you know, from traditional retail, which of course has been insanely disrupted over the last, 5 to 10 years with brick and mortar e-commerce, and then traditional e-commerce. So I want to ask Catherine a little bit more about like her obsession with customer experience and how that has shaped the way that she does business and what she has learned.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think obsessed is probably a word that my team would use too. So, and not in a nice way. So I appreciate using it more kindly. I think, for us, I was new to flowers. And if you're unfamiliar with Calia, just for those listening, so we're online ordering. We make and deliver flowers out of warehouses across Canada now in kind of 55 different cities. But I knew nothing about flowers going in. And in my mind, it was, we could take a pretty brand and a nice website and it would be fine. Like it was the same as e-commerce in any other industry. And when I started in it, I had a couple floral vets say like, are you sure you want to be in this industry? Like, this is a hard industry. I was like, no, like, it's fine. I come from packaged goods. Like, it can't be that much harder than razors or whatever else. But I learned quickly that this industry in particular has an incredibly high standard for customer experience. And there's a couple of reasons behind it. One is that every transaction you have actually has two customers, the sender and the recipient. Which gives you twice the people to disappoint on every order. And then by nature, the process of delivering that order is difficult. It's perishable goods that have to arrive to an unexpected recipient on a specific day at a specific time, something that can die and is extremely cold and heat sensitive in the middle of Canada and Canadian geographies, which is another kind of difficulty. And then the third is that usually these are highly emotional transactions. You have a relationship with your sister or your grandma or whomever else. And so it's kind of about the flowers, but it's also about, that time that your mom left you behind at church on that Sunday. And now when, you forgot her birthday or she forgot your birthday, it's all about that again. Like you bring up all the baggage. And so we have to deal with those three things. First of all, there's a really high bar in the industry. Second of all, you're dealing with more people. And then third of all, it's kind of hard to deliver flowers. And so we learned that if you mess up on any one of those stages, so if you have, incredible ordering experience, your flowers arrived on time, but they were really terrible, you failed. If you have 2 out of 3 in the other way or 2 out of 3 in the other way, you've still failed. And so we had to get really relentless about every single piece of that experience. And we're not the first to do it. Like, there's tons of great literature out there about frictionless e-commerce and how do you remove friction and how do you make each stage really clear. But for us, we had to be able to remove basically every one of those friction points in order to make that experience really tight. And we're still trying to figure it out. We're not perfect, but every fix is getting closer.
Yeah, that's incredible. I feel like earlier when we connected, you had told me about, I think it was the 3 Fs that you guys have implemented. So I'd love for you just to share a little bit about that, because we talked earlier too about this concept of like managing customer expectations. And I think what we find, especially in tech, in e-commerce, is that like you don't really know the people on the receiving end. There's somebody sitting at their computer or their keyboard, and you have no idea what they truly want, and you have to uncover that very quickly.
Yeah. So, around identifying where are those friction points and what expectations do people have or what don't they? And I like this family, friends, and fools, honestly, like most of our customers, and I won't tell you which category most of them are in. But we have a 3F process. And so it's around customer experience. So if there's an issue, so a customer complaint or a problem that we've identified or whatever else, we follow 3Fs. So you fix it immediately for the customer in whatever way you can, whatever you have to do to make them happy. Then you future-proof it, which is by far the most important. So what do we have to do in our systems to make sure that it never happens again? And we don't accept it was a one-off and therefore it probably won't happen again. A one-off can't be a one-off. There was something there that was broken. And then we forget it. And I think, Hannah, you and I talked a little bit about that, or there's another F word that you could use instead. And if it gets me point for charity, let's pretend that I said it. You have to be able to brush it off. And I think that's been the last piece for us around being able to move on to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing.
Yeah. Unreal. I also feel like we could apply those 3Fs to like our personal relationships and maybe a few other areas in our life that sometimes we just have to fix it, future proof it, and then forget it and move on, especially for all of us that have been trapped in our homes with our significant others for a very significant amount of time over the last year. Awesome. So I have a question. I'm going to throw it out just a few of you, but I also read this quote lately. Big reading nerd, apparently, as of recent, but it says startup CEOs are dangerous people, and that's appropriate. They're trying to change the world, heading into battle with small resources and big ambitions. So what I want to know, maybe Mark, I'll start with you, is what do you think when you hear, the phrase change the world? Is it ominous? Does it excite you?
Well, it's interesting because I just had a conversation, and this is crazy. We never thought we would get to this point. So I had a conversation with the vice president of risk management for AXA XL, one of the world's largest underwriters in the construction space. And he said to me, he said, "You guys don't even realize what you're doing. You are changing an industry." And I was like, what? Because what we're changing, we do realize it, and but it makes sense to us. We're changing the status quo. We're changing the way the industry works, and we're bringing together a lot of different things from the way trades work with general contractors, the way the general contractors work with insurance providers and asset owners that end up owning these buildings and plants and stuff in the end. So really, it made sense to us in the beginning. And how we're changing things is we're changing the status quo in an industry that is incredibly large. So yeah, sometimes it's wild to hear, but we just thought we were solving the problem.
I wonder when that shift is. We obviously working with early stage founders through Cultivator and how we do all of our programming. It's always, what's the problem you're solving? What's the problem you're solving? And now to hear that sentence from you, it's like, when does it shift? From we're just trying to solve a problem to like we're trying to change an industry. I wonder if there's got to be a study on that inflection point, I'm sure.
Well, it's interesting because again, when you take a step back, when you run into those obstacles, you just take a step back and go, okay, really, why did we start doing this thing, and what do we do? And even for our group, we're having a session this afternoon, talking about making sure that everyone is still aligned on our identity and who we are and the problem we solve, because we're working on changing an industry. And we still always have to settle back to what are our core competencies, what's our personality, our identity, and what is it that we do.
Cool. I really love hearing that. I feel like staying true to who you are and where you started has been a telltale of, some amazing companies that have done good work. So it sounds like you're on the right path to tackle the next challenge for sure. Dustin, my next question for you would be, I think you did a really good job of describing, and sorry to piggyback on the same concept again, but this concept of like romanticizing what it is to be an entrepreneur. So, oh yeah, it's like cool, and we just like play ping pong and like drink beer, but like we all know it's not like that. So tell me, like, what are you battling right now? Like, what keeps you up at night? Like, what are those things that are happening, in between the eye surgery and the, like, how are you like battling those things, and what are they?
Yeah, I think there's certainly lots to battle everywhere and on every front. I think as you mature a little bit, and I think as you spend more time in the startup world, I think you learn to manage it a lot better, Hannah. I think, those kind of things that get put in front of you, again, you just need to, you figure it all out. I think for me, battling stuff, through the COVID times here is trying to make sure that we keep the team safe and keep pressing forward, and still working out, relationship building a culture amongst our team has been certainly challenging. We're the technology platform that we built with 54E to control real world robots in real time, using ultra low latency live video technology is something that's really never been done before. So everything that we do on a daily basis is something literally that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. And I get kind of a little kick because I see a thing on the top of this Zoom meeting here that says live. And yet I know it's not really live in the kind of live that we talk about being live, so we're pushing the envelope in what technology is capable of doing. And I think anytime you're doing that, you come up against problems, and we fight. Even right now, we've been fighting for 3 weeks with just little video glitches and little things like that, controlling the robots, just little tiny things that can soak up a ton of time. but they got to be right. It's got to be perfected, and it's got to be working right. So it's all part of the getting to the goal and making stuff work.
I would love to have been a fly on the wall when you and Tim sat down and said, all right, next up, golfing robots. Like, yeah. I wish I could have like witnessed this conversation. I feel like we could have like a full 45-minute panel discussion on like how this came about. But it just sounds like you're doing something that's super cool and you're passionate about. And I feel like that must help, you know, when there is this like 3-week battle of like this one thing doesn't work.
Yeah, you know, we had worked on a lot of different kind of things, kind of picking what we're gonna apply this technology to. And it truly was a eureka moment when we said golfing robots, Hannah. It's funny you say that because it was about 5:30 on a Friday and a few beers into it. And in our office, we had a little putting green set up. And literally, we both looked over at this putting green on the floor and we're like, golfing robots. It was that epiphany that just like, yes, it's right there, sitting right in front of us. That's how my entire I keep joking that's just entirely how my entire life has gone. It just, stuff is right there in front of you. You just gotta go for it. You know? Yes. In the theater world, we would have said golfing robots and said end scene. You would have said this is my contribution to the universe. I have made it. Oh, I absolutely love that. Catherine, my next question for you is just around you know, what people have said about founder to CEO and how that kind of changes as your company grows. And Ben Horowitz has said, you know, that the ability to make timely and wise decisions is the earmark of an amazing CEO. So can you maybe tell me about a time you can pick, you know, out of the three, like an example of a wise decision you make, and maybe, you know, it was really hard and maybe people didn't agree with you. And I'd love to just know how you've done that through, you know, running Calia and growing it, you know, exponentially.
I make so many more wrong decisions than right decisions. So I don't know if I'm the right one to answer. You know, I think timely and wise for sure. And I think timely is a huge one here. I think I struggle on, you know, as the scale of some of the decisions gets bigger, not agonizing on, you know, how long or how hard we're going to debate something before we go try it. And I think for us, you know, we have a commitment internally, and I think every startup does. So again, this isn't particularly groundbreaking, but like to go try it and to be okay to trust that someone has an idea and we'll go see, we can make smart risks and go try it and see if it happens. And you know, I'm actually going to pivot your conversation or your question in a different way. And it's more around when someone else made a decision better than mine. And the philosophy at Calia, and you know, early on, we thought we would only sell flowers. Sorry, I thought we would only sell flowers. And but we had this philosophy internally saying, you know, we try things and we fail fast and we push boundaries and all the rest of it, right? Like it's written on the wall. And one of my team came and said, you know, I think we should sell other things, not just flowers. Like we should sell, you know, chocolate and this and whatever. And I think we should go, you know, partner with bakeries and sell plants and like all these other things where we scale the technology. And I was like, no, that's really stupid. Like all we do is sell flowers. Like what a terrible idea.
And we're crushing it. So
yeah. And she came back to me and was like, you know, we really need to try this. And reminded me that the way that we are trying to philosophize the business is by trying things, trying shit. Does that put another thing in the charity bucket?
Joe Gill's donating all of this money, by the way.
That's perfect. And so we tried it and it was wildly successful. And so, you know, in the time it was a quick decision. I think we had it live 2 or 3 days later that we found someone who was making chocolate. We put it on the website and then someone had some vases and like, why not? Right. And it was that the quickness of being willing to try something, even though other people think it's a bad idea, and a commitment to, if there's good data and a good reason and a scaled test and all the things that you need, but that figuring out a quick pivot or a quick, you know, what if we did this has been really instrumental for us. Even when I don't always agree, and even when we don't always agree, a great team who can make smart, rationalized decisions in a quick time, I think has been huge for us in terms of growth. And that's what I think about when I think about that quote.
Yeah. Amazing. There's a startup phrase that I always reference, which is the solution to your problem is just locked in somebody else's brain. So you just have to find them and you have to find their brain. And it sounds like you found these amazing people that want to be in your team. And as a recipient of an Ivy plant, which was a very cool experience, I'm very thankful to whoever that was, because I love Felix. He's so cute. Big part of our family, plant family. So thank you for that. I have one more question for everyone, but I know there's time for Q&A. So if you do have any questions for the panelists, you can throw them in the chat, and Evelyn, you can jump in or I can facilitate it. It's no problem. But my last question for all of you, and I'm going to ask every one of you, is, can you describe yourself in one word? Da-da. You all knew this was coming, so this shouldn't be shocking, but Mark looks very shocked. So I'm going to come back to him. I'm going to start with Dustin.
Boy, it is a tough one, Hannah. How do you possibly describe yourself in one word? But I guess if I would say one, probably creative, I think, is how I feel like I'm a creative guy. I love building stuff, and I think, you know, when you see a problem, you find a creative solution and build that solution and build it so it'll last. So I think I'm creative.
Yeah, I feel like you could definitely walk around with a creative, you know, a badge on that said, I'm creative and I'm a creative thinker. I feel like maybe we can do like a word with a hyphen. It can be blank thinker. But no, that's awesome. I absolutely love that. Catherine, did you have a word that you describe yourself with?
You know, it's in the same vein as Dustin, but I'm going to go with energy. And not like in a hippy dippy way, like let's feel our chakras, but, and although that's cool too, if you're into that, but more in a, like, I think energy is what powers me in terms of every day. And I think it's feedback I get a lot. I also think that creating that kind of energy in our team has been super instrumental. And it's both in terms of like, let's go figure out how we go do this. And you need that, like, even when it's hard, all the things that this panel has talked about, Mark, Dustin, the whole group, right? Like when it's hard, you got to find a way to push through. And I hope that I inspire with some energy, but if I only got one, that's where I'd go.
I like that. I also think it references, like, people say like you speak at Netflix 2.5 speed. Like they say this to me, and I feel like you're on the same bandwidth. So I feel like, you know, that like gives people energy, and I really like that. So awesome. Mark, you had the time. What do you think?
Well, it's interesting because we did have the questions before. And so I thought about it and I went, this is weird because I think of myself in some ways, but it's more important about what others think. So I immediately went to, okay, I'm a risk taker. I have risk tolerance. But then when we went for a walk today, I asked my business partner, who has been working with me for 15 years, I said, one word, what would you describe me? And he's like, fearless. And I'm like, is that a good thing or a bad thing? And then he said, well, maybe not fearless, maybe bold. So I guess that is my mechanism for tackling those obstacles, in which is going in guns blazing, let's get it done. We'll figure it out. We'll just figure it out.
Amazing. I think all of you have totally captured like your own spirit without even like knowing that this is what this question was going to be for you. So I hope you take it away and you think like, oh yeah, really feel like that. Or maybe you're like, no, I'm definitely not that word. I have no idea why I said that, but I think you all captured it perfectly. There's a question in the chat here, so I will ask it. Zach, I'm assuming this is maybe for like one or two of you. Anybody can jump in. But what do you do to recharge when you are feeling down, stressed out, and on the verge of giving up hope in your startup? Give me a hand if you want to talk about your stress life.
I'll go. And it's a pile of stress. And for me, as Hannah had mentioned, I listen to music. There's two things. I listen to music and I go fishing. Those are what I need to do. And again, that ties into what I said before, is I need some alone time. Alone time to take this, just put it away, think of solutions, and then get right back at
it. I like that. Anybody else want to jump in?
I think it's similar. Yeah, I think for me, I have to turn off my brain and do something with my hands instead. And so at our big holidays, so Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, whenever, I go to the warehouse and I make bouquets for 2 hours every morning. And it just like, it sets my brain for the day in terms of like, I feel accomplished, I feel productive, and then whatever Zooms and meetings can continue for the rest of the day. But I find it helpful to change the channel a bit in terms of it's not all the same of Zooms and thinking and problems and Zooms and thinking and problems. Like I just need the discipline. So, you know, hearing Dustin talk about going to the shop or Mark talking about going fishing, like, yeah, I'm right with you.
I think that fits the old adage too of like, you have to understand what your employees are experiencing in order to have any kind of empathy, you know, towards, you know, those insanely busy times, like for you, like those high seasons. I'm sure they might never tell you, but they appreciate it more than you'll ever know, that you are there, you know, as they say, marching into battle. I can say that from my retail background because I totally understand what a Black Friday packing earrings is like. So awesome. Maybe I'll ask this question maybe for Dustin, because I think this might work. This might follow along kind of you, but how does your relationship with your team or investors, how has it evolved from when you first started? So maybe you can speak from guest, but your 50 worry, but just from the investment relationship side.
Yeah, no, the team is everything. You know, when we had Gas Buddy, we worked hard to build the culture that we had, and we're actually replicating a fair bit of that at 54E. You know, we had a very tight knit team. You know, I think I still try, you know, it's easy now, we don't have that many people, but you know, even at Gas Buddy, when we're up to 70 and 90 people, you know, it was all about, hey, how are the kids doing? And try to get to know them. And I've had so many people call me, you know, off the team for personal advice, you know, completely unwork related. I've had so many calls in the middle of the night from prying team members, you know, dealing with their own struggles and things, and looking for a piece of advice. And maybe part of it's because I'm a medical doctor, I think, you know, I think everything is held in confidence, and I'm used to, you know, hearing kind of, you know, people talk about their problems. So I feel like they reach out to me, but I think it builds really strong relationships with your team members when they know that, you know, I'm there and we're all in this together. And, you know, I feel like I do my best to lead everyone. And, you know, you can't lead a company by a democracy or majorities. You need to have someone, you know, leading the way and making the decisions, and everyone knowing what the goal is and how we're going to get there.
Yeah. I think there's definitely ups and downs, and it's easy probably to forget, you know, that people, you know, the people working in your teams are people. You know, you're so focused on this crazy growth and this movement, and so many things are happening, and there's a million balls in the air. But at the end of the day, these people have really put their, you know, especially in startups when there's, you know, not a lot of security, their lives on the line, you know, to work for you. And it comes with a lot of stress and a lot of, you know, needing to manage. So I think that's really good advice. There's a couple more questions. I know I'm running out of time, but I'd like to ask this question to Catherine. I think it's interesting. I read the question. I knew it was Jordan who asked it before I even read. But the question from Jordan McFarlane, it says, how much focus do you place on momentum? So thinking about internal momentum, like shipping, like, you know, new products or whatever that might be, and then external momentum as in like creating awareness. So do you prioritize or worry about one or the other?
Yes. Column A and column B.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have an easy answer on, you know, one or the other. I think, you know, I got early advice, and I was thinking about jumping in earlier when some people were talking about, you know, being in the business and what people perceive about the romance of startup. But early advice to always appear bigger than you are. And I think that's something that we're conscious about trying to do. So really pushing, you know, we've had X growth and whatever, and showing up to customers that we're hell of a lot more organized, charity, than we actually are. And so I think that momentum, when we think about, you know, showing up externally and making sure that we're continuing to grow and seem like we're continuing to grow, is definitely a focus for us. But that only works if we're hitting the numbers internally, and if we're able to create the efficiency internally. And right now we are struggling, to be honest, to match, you know, the level of growth that we're having, the level of efficiency that we have internally. And so we should be able to get more efficient as we grow, and we're not. Like, we're definitely growing, but we're not creating a ton of efficiency. And so for me, that's a challenge in terms of on the momentum. How do we make sure that we're kind of balancing all three at the same time? You know, what we look like externally, what we are actually doing, and how we keep up internally, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And what's super funny about this, and I feel like the next question was about how do you like manage conflicting feedback about your company, but I think like Mark can speak to how do you manage conflicting feedback, and then also can jump in on the be bigger than you're perceived to be, because this has been a huge topic. I know, you know, for my Comply this week, we talked about it a lot. So maybe Mark, do you want to share a little bit about that?
Yeah, and it's not a bad thing to ride the hype of people in the industry thinking you are, as you said, got your shit together and you're more organized and you're bigger than you are, because that tipping point when you have all of the, I guess, industry players and people that are interested in it, when they're looking at you as being, okay, you're the player, leverage that to the greatest amount, because we all have insecurities. So we're always insecure about ourselves and our company and that sort of thing, but just ride it. Just leverage it for all it's worth.
Amazing. There's one joke question left in the chat, and then I will wrap it up. But the question is, when is a one-shot eye surgery coming out, Dustin?
What a great idea. Let's get it done. I love it.
And
anything that makes my life easier, Hannah. Yeah.
The robots will be doing the eye surgery, and that's when we'll all feel really overwhelmed. Unreal panel. I want to thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. I know your time is so valuable. I feel like I learned a lot, and even preparing for this panel, I just had such a fun time doing, you know, research on you and your companies. Maybe Evelyn, if we can do like a quick 20-second wrap up. So if you could all do under 20 seconds, one piece of advice that you have to pass on to the next wave of startup founders. So maybe Mark, on the spot, really quickly.
Go big or go home.
I like that. Catherine.
I just keep going.
I like that a lot too. Dustin.
Yeah, just I think it's along that same vein. Just work hard and get it done, and everyone's capable of a lot more than what they think, and it's in there. Just go for it.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. I'm glad Tim threw in the chat, just keep swimming, because I was definitely going to close it with that. Evelyn and Startup TNT and everybody here, thank you so much for having me. I had such a fun time. Anybody feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn, or I'm sure any of the panelists as well. I'm super happy to connect on Startup Land and what we're doing here at Cultivator as well. So good luck to the pitchers today. I know a few of them that will be pitching this afternoon, but that is it for me. And the panelists will give them, if everybody can use their reactions, that would be perfect. And that is it for me. Goodbye.
That was awesome. Evelyn, this is an awesome lineup. How'd you find these people? This is great.
I'm so lucky, Tim. I asked them and they said yes, and I was so stoked about it. And thank you so much to all the panelists. Hannah, you killed it as usual. But yeah, that's super interesting. Really, really excited to hear about all their what they do on a daily basis, and just the story. It was really good. I loved it.
That's awesome. This is a super energetic way to start the day. And I wanted to hear about, Dustin and his exit, but we get to hear about alternative exits for the next 45 minutes. Is that right, Evelyn?
Yeah, exactly right. So our next one, we're gonna hear from Joe Gill, a lawyer and partner with McCurcher. And then also he's gonna be chatting with Rod Brown. So I'm gonna quickly do the short bio for Joe and then Rod, and then we'll just ask them to step into the spotlight, I guess. So let's start with Joe. He, as I mentioned, he's a lawyer and a partner with McCurcher. Basically the go-to firm in Saskatchewan for all SaaS tech and prairie tech things. He's actually, he acts as a lawyer in residence for both Collabs and Cultivator, our tech incubators here in Saskatchewan. He was also a co-founder of the Saskatchewan legal tech startup called Fidu Legal. You might have heard about it. It's still active today. And honestly, I'm going to say this about Joe because I love him, and he's the least lawyer that I know. He's just he's awesome. You'll hear from him. We love him. Hi, Joe. Thanks for being here today. And then also he dresses amazing. So thanks, Brad, of that too. And then I'm going to introduce Rod Brown. And I'm actually very fortunate to work with Rod. He is part of our Valhalla private capital firm. He's a dad. He is a ski bum. He loves skiing. He's an investor and an entrepreneur. He's been in this space for about 25 years. He has actually experience in the hospitality industry, the telco, wearable tech startups, manufacturing, you name it. He has extensive experience in startups. He has about 9 personal startups behind him. Amazing. And then out of those, he's had some meaningful exits and some fantastic, not so successful exits, blow-ups, we could call them. But yeah, so he is here today and they're going to talk to us about alternative exits. So I'll pass the mic to them.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Evelyn, for that. That was a good introduction. I always appreciate any comment where anybody says to me that I am not actually a lawyer, and maybe the gaming microphone and the fact I look like a shock jock radio announcer at this point. I also liked Rod. Hopefully Rod got some surprise. Rod, I brought a fireplace to our fireside chat because it seemed apropos for the background. So I've got the Yule log channel running in the background while we run this whole thing. So
very nice. And I saw you brought a beer as well. So
I did. Yeah. Well, that actually, so shout out to District Brewing. They dropped this off 5 minutes to 1. So their timing was impeccable. So it was great. Again, Evelyn, thanks for the introduction in the background. The way we wanted to start this off a little bit was, again, you gave we'll say the regular introduction thing, but Rod, kind of in that sphere of fantastic blow-ups, apparently you have a story about a bit of a near-death experience with a private jet, and maybe you can talk about that a little bit for the crowd.
Sure, thanks. It actually relates to alternate exits as well. So my story here starts off with sort of a dual investment due diligence process where we had a private charter jet company that we were looking to buy, as well as a man camp out in northern Alberta. So I thought, well, what a great idea to do due diligence by flying this plane up to this gas camp that we were wanting to look at and do due diligence on two companies at the same time. So perfect idea, headed off to the private hangar, got on the plane, and everything went smoothly as I had hoped, and was pretty excited to get on with this great idea and this great day. And that was sort of the end of all the good things that could have come from this. So we're up in the air, cold as heck this day, and we're heading about as far north in Alberta as you can get before you hit Northwest Territories. Cold, and the engine starts to freeze. The oil thickens up, and we have an unscheduled landing, which then I needed to find a truck to drive the single highway that best I can describe this highway would be a logging road. And this logging road led me to this man camp. And it was so cold when I got out. My due diligence was basically look around, see all the parts are there, get back in, and make my trek back to where this aircraft was sitting, trying to get warmed up and ready for the return flight. I arrived back, nerves are shattered, had zero visibility. It was about -50 while I was out there, but decided that we're going to do this deal on this man camp and going to work through the ride on the plane, work through the paper on the ride home, where I arrived back to this plane that had barely thawed out, and we're ready to fly back. And we get about an hour into the return trip, and we lose all our cabin pressure. Plane has to suddenly descend down to a safe level. My ears and brain are about to explode from the pressure change, and we land back. And needless to say, the charter jet company, that deal never closed, but we ended up closing on the man camp, which again, my brain must have been frozen, and we closed this deal. Shortly after the deal closing, the gas market fell apart, completely crashed, and it's not yet ever recovered, really. And the end of this story is that we ended up selling off this gas camp because it was worth less than zero for basically taxes back to the county. And so that's my alternate exit. And to be honest, outside of that alternate exit side, I'm just happy to kind of be alive today from that whole experience. So thanks, Joe.
Yeah, that's it. Well, everything, it's very important to frame everything, I think, with a metaphor. So that's an important part of it. I'll add in as well, since we both decided that it's often easier to frame these things with life stories that maybe have some tangential relationship to actually what we're supposed to be talking about, but are more just about fun. So I'll share my own, which probably just comes across as an entitled North American destroying things in a foreign country. But anyways, circa 2018, when people could actually travel in the pandemic, my wife and I headed to Mexico and ended up on a nice little island off of Playa del Carmen in the afternoon. And again, expectations were high. Everybody's really excited. Consider this whole thing a metaphor for your exits, folks. Everything's really exciting. We're on this nice island, everything. The guide says, here's a golf cart. You got an hour. You can go around the island. It should only take 45 minutes. You can see the beautiful sights if you don't stop or whatnot. So we begin along our journey. Everything's going great. We're seeing all the fun stuff. People are talking to us. Everything's wonderful. And then it's about 40 minutes in. And we start looking at our watches and we're going, oh my God, we have to be back or they're going to leave us on this island. We don't speak the language. We're in swimwear, so I don't even have any money on me or phone or anything like that. So at a certain point, we changed course dramatically as opposed to continuing along the course that was supposed to be just a nice circle. And I guess from my cross country and track days, we were maybe only at about the 200-meter mark of an 800-meter run. So anyways, took a detour, went straight through the island, found some nice Americans who had a GPS who told us you need to go this way to get back and everything. And we're touring around again, change of plans, modified the journey. And I'm going and gunning a golf cart as much as you can. And bam, I run right into the back of a taxi cab in the particular locale we're in. And it's actually amazing how much damage you can do with a golf cart. So this happens, everybody gets out of the car, people are kind of losing this. And then in that moment, you're making an assessment. So things have gone off the radar. You thought you had a plan in your mind, but now you have to make an assessment. You have limited resources. You have limited knowledge of what's going on because the language barrier is part of it. So in sort of a split instant, we start hearing people say, policia, policia, policia. We think, okay, we got to go to the cops. So I make the decision, we're just going to drive right back to the golf cart place. The guide is going to be my savior. He's going to drive us in. They wanted us to go one particular way. This is a point it's going to come across, I think, in our conversations. He wants us to go a different way. I say no. We start driving through the thing. My bet is the golf cart can outmaneuver a car in a densely populated shopping type strip. We get back to the place. My guide and the other individual have a nice conversation about the amount of money that needs to be paid as part of this. And everything works out in the end. It was exhilarating and frightening as hell, but maybe a good example of an alternative way that things could have ended that didn't involve me in jail at the end of the day. So we'll leave on that point. I think maybe we'll.
That sounds like a tequila problem, Joe, versus a Joe problem.
No. Everybody was perfectly reasonable in their demeanor, and nothing went wrong that way, Rod. I want to jump in here. So I think when people probably saw this topic, they went, "What does an alternative acquisition mean? Like, what are we talking about here?" We always hear about all the cool stuff, and maybe I'll start with a little bit of framing and say, look, sorry to disappoint folks. This isn't about ICOs, SPACs, IPOs, CPCs, or NFTs, although maybe we should be taking all the little moments from today and prepackaging them into a montage of, or as I was thinking in my mind, a montage of failed VC calls to REM's Everybody Hurts or something like that and sell that out. But Rod, what do you believe an alternative acquisition is?
Well, I think it's important to sort of frame it a little bit first. Everybody gets the question when they're raising money to begin with. Where are you going to exit? What's the market size, and who's going to buy your company at the end? Those are the two biggest questions that come about. And the most common questions, or the most common answers, honestly, are we're going to IPO, or Google or Facebook or somebody's going to buy us for $1 billion. And let's be clear, I mean, that does happen to 3 to 5% of all the opportunities that are out there. The other 90% are faced with especially in Canada, are faced with an exit opportunity as a acquisition of less than 50 million, and the average is around 25 million. So knowing that, expectations kind of need to be framed a little bit differently going in, and that's where alternate exits really come into play, where you can still have a really meaningful exit, and we're talking hundreds of millions potentially still, but they have to be considered in a way that's not traditional, not what you see on the average slide deck, which would be, a managed buyout or management buyout or a dividend plan where you're going to continue to run this operation and spit out cash for a lifetime. And some people negatively associate that as a zombie, but when you have a plan to return capital, everybody's happy, and it doesn't have to be a negative thing.
Yeah. And I think that's a great point. And we Rod and I talked about this beforehand, that so much is about, again, framing your expectations heading into this. And I mean, one way or another, whether you're striking it big on an IPO or getting acquired by the big fish, so to speak, that Rod said. It's about ensuring that the people you took the money from in the first place are also getting something out of this. But it doesn't need to be one of those splashy exits as part of this. I mean, I think we want to encourage people. I know I encourage people when they're thinking about it, even when they're not thinking about it. What do you want as goals? This is about money, fame, market opportunity. Do you finally want to make your parents proud of you for all the terrible things you've done in your life? Associated too with the acquisition. I think another thing that comes into specifically in this area is, our founders, are the management team looking for some type of, do they actually want a clean break, or do they actually want to involve themselves in the aftermath? And I think that's an interesting area to talk about, because I know certainly I've advised people who they fall under the category of, okay, I want to be taken over, but I want to still have a meaningful job, and I want to maybe step into more of like a product focus or something as opposed to the leader. And then the other people who just want to fuck off to Mexico. So where do you see that mindset? Where have you seen that mindset kind of come in when you're talking to the people, when you're talking to individuals about acquisitions?
Well, that's another interesting one, because the mindset, once you arrive at a point where you might have a suitor at the table that's interested in your business, often changes, often flip-flops. And a lot, as a person that goes in and actually talks to these companies at the onset of a strategic play or succession planning, I really push, like, we spend days actually going through that expectation of, do you want to continue with the business? Do you want to just go to Mexico, as you mentioned? Or is there a combination of things? And we got to be very, very clear what that means. And so I do think it changes, but there are a couple key elements in there where those expectations are that they're going to get an unrealistic sum of money to just walk away. And in all cases, there is the expectation to stay for some period of time. And then there is a walkaway opportunity. And quite often that walkaway opportunity scares the hell out of everybody. And particularly founders, because this is their baby and they just can't let go of it.
Yeah. And I think that last point is so key. And I'm sure a lot of the people on this call, again, the first panel we talked about, every founder on that panel cares deeply about their business. And it is, we've talked about this. It's my baby. I built it up, I brought it into this world, and I want to go from there. And I find that is such an interesting conversation to talk to people. And the hardest thing at times is maybe reorienting on it. I mean, I think of, if we take global news and whatnot, Jeff Bezos stepping away as the CEO of Amazon, focusing on executive chair, more on products and initiatives. And I've seen this locally with a lot of founders. They're very devoted to the problem they're solving, but maybe they're not as psyched about the operational side of it. And I think at times we've seen acquisitions almost used as a bit of a release valve for that. The founders are able to find somebody new to come in and maybe take over that more all-encompassing role that they were taking on, but they were just horribly unhappy about. I think, again, there's a lot of people who strive or just begrudgingly accept kind of administrative duty for leading the troops and whatnot. But for most founders, it was the problem that kind of brought them in the first place. I guess the other thing that's worth exploring when we frame sort of alternative scopes of acquisitions are sort of like strategic style mergers of equals, and where you've maybe seen that work well, where it's not we're conquering the barbarian horde, it's we're actually coming together and we're trying to figure out a way that we can both coexist without one person being the king or the queen.
Yeah, I guess back to the other point of the expectation. And then I think we should move to this point. But the expectations that led to wanting an acquisition, you're right, is sometimes the people they're in a role that's now grown beyond them. The capital requirements and things to really grow are beyond them, and recognizing that's super important, which then leads itself super well to to these types of strategic acquisition plays, where you can get the resources that you need by creating a sum of parts that equals more than the parts on their own. And that's when we see things become the most successful. And that integration has to be welcomed by both sides, or it's a failing transaction from the beginning.
Oh, that's great advice. Maybe we'll switch gears just a little bit to, you know, the getting ready portion of this. And again, we've got a grouping of individuals here tuning in, you know, a lot of startups, maybe some of them have even had acquisition conversations in the past. Maybe a lot of them are just starting out. It's probably not even a conversation on the radar. But as far as the nature of, you know, just setting up, we talked a little bit about the mindset, but things you can sort of do today. And I guess I'll offer up to that. You can't just sit there gleefully ignorant and just hope it's going to happen. You know, you need to be prepared for when lightning strikes, you know, have some setup, even just having the conversation, I think, among the founders or the co-founders. But well, what would happen, or what's everybody's number at the end of the day? You don't want to be surprised. And I imagine you've got some points too. I know, Rod, there's a point that we were chatting about earlier about not being afraid to take some of those early offers, because sometimes people worry about maybe it's too soon for me to take something.
Yeah, for sure. So, Joe, I mean, you've got an interesting experience, I think, to share with actually being ready, because we did talk a little bit about how it's pay now or pay later when you're preparing your readiness, and a lot of times early stage companies will take the most affordable kind of do-it-yourself route. When you're working with these companies, what do you see on the backside?
Yeah, I mean, look, bootstrapping it's this tension point in that, you know, we tell people on one hand, bootstrap, be lean, be efficient, don't spend money in stupid goddamn ways. But on the other side, it is, you know, hire qualified people when it's meaningful. And it's this tough thing. And I think startups get conflicting advice on that sometimes, of like, what does that actually mean? Do I need to hire this person all the time? Do I need an advisor for everything along the way? And again, it's one of those things where, generally speaking, what I've seen is it's a deferral. It's not an avoidance. You don't get out of the fact of paying people in nice blazers with fish hooks or people in vests. They eventually find you. And you will have to pay them at some point. And you can create more problems on the front end. I mean, I used to walk through this exercise in my early days, which, again, I hope nobody construes this as me trying to shake down founders. But we'd talk about something simple like, you know, we'd sit down with the three founders and say, hey, you need to sign a shareholders agreement to manage expectations. And buyouts always came up. Hey, I've got a big bag of money. What happens if we want to buy you guys out? How does that work among each of you? And the answer we would get would be, oh, you know what? We're all super duper friends, the very best friends that ever were. And we'll just figure it out when we go along the way. And we'd always get this response, and they were always a little apprehensive because, again, they limited resources, didn't want to pay it. I'd end up bringing in one of our court lawyers and walking them through sort of like, now my friend over here is the ghost of Christmas future. And much like in the beloved Christmas tale or whatnot, he brings doom and misery when this eventually happens. So I, like the past or present, bring joy and glee. But we were trying to frame this out to people. But I think, honestly, in my experience, you know, the most meaningful thing comes from, I would expand the notion of advisors beyond just, you know, legal, accounting, professional advisors, to your mentors as well. People learn a lot from talking to other people who have been through these scenarios. And that can play in a lot to this whole idea of getting ready, and maybe even just on this point we were discussing about how you start presenting yourself and what being organized says about you, because you've been involved with a lot of startups, and I'm sure you've seen other ones that have better, you know, diligence or organizational hygiene than others.
Yeah, so to your point, I mean, starting off on the right footing is super important, and that doesn't mean blowing the bank, but it certainly means getting the right advice. What are the 6 folders that you should have in your due diligence room, and getting the legal accounting advice to make sure that you're setting that up properly, making sure you have the HR documents and moving yourself along so that whenever you are having meaningful discussions, it could be with customers that are bigger customers saying, look, I need to know, more about your structure, more about your organizational capabilities. And this puts your best foot forward, both as a readiness for an exit opportunity, because they don't come around that often, particularly if you're not seeking them, but also from a customer and best practices. And it doesn't need to cost a lot. And the more you're organized throughout that early stage, getting that advice from the key legal, accounting, and advisory services, you're going to be well suited. When the opportunity does come, you also are now ready to make quick decisions, because again, they don't come around that often. And the one that always comes back to me is sort of that jumping back, Joe, to the point where there are opportunities that come up and you can miss them, and if you miss an opportunity sometimes for a transaction or an exit, it may be the last opportunity you get or the last one. So you need to really be ready and consider them pretty carefully. And the one that is a Canadian success and horror story all in one is Pebble. And I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with the Pebble watches, but as a wearable tech company, they did extremely well. They had their Kickstarters going. They're breaking records in pre-sale of a smartwatch, and the founder had $1 billion exit slide, and his mindset was $1 billion. This is all I'm taking. And he was offered 740 million, I believe, in 2015, and things changed pretty rapidly in that industry. And come about 8 months later, he was offered another 70 million, to both of which he said no to. And he launched his next line. The Kickstarter went well, but they were still struggling as a company. They didn't have everything lined up, and their foundational pieces were probably lacking, and the mindset was certainly not in the space to deal with an acquisition. And he ended up taking on more debt, more venture capital, and sold for effectively zero. It was an exit of about 34 million, but that covered debt and other obligations. So being ready and having that mindset is absolutely critical, and taking advantage of market timing. That is super important.
No, those are great points. And as we were talking about the deals and whatnot, I was thinking a little bit of my favorite Batman trilogies, the Dark Knight trilogy. Some of this could be summed up as I've used this on prior calls, the Batman rule. It may not be the deal you deserve, but it's the deal you need right now. And some people are just they get the wrong mindset on their heads, or they overvalue them, and that's where alternative perspectives are good. You need to have other people around the table, not just qualified advisors, to sort of help you get your head screwed on straight when something good comes before you. And we jokingly both talked about this at the intro with our respective stories about it's important to have, parachutes or backup plans when things don't necessarily go according to plan. I mean, I can recount a great story. We were on sort of a week out from a rather large closing. It was an acquisition of a business, and a large UK-based fund, or small, medium-sized UK-based fund was in there. And we were having the hell of a time trying to get them to finally commit and sign off on their financing. And we get this call out of the blue about a week out, and we hear that their largest backer, their largest LP, just dropped dead. I think he had a heart attack or something like that. And so money dried up. It was all tied up in estate related matters. This was a big, huge kerfuffle, everything. We're talking to all the parties saying, what do you want to do here, et cetera. The good news was at the end of the day, everybody just sort of cooled down a little bit and then realized that they were still very much interested in pursuing this, but we might need to slow burn this out to a future date for the acquisition. Maybe we can partner on a few things in the interim and sort of maybe, like you said, Rod, build out maybe a little bit of that integration between the two parties before we sort of fully jump into bed with each other. But that's important that I've seen. And I mean, this theme that we keep coming back to is, manage expectations, but also don't be unreasonable. And I like the Pebble Watch story. My other very Saskatchewanian one, I'll say, had to do with a fairly large agricultural operation that I had as a client here. And the gentleman who had run it for many, many years was, I think, in his mid 70s or whatnot. And anyways, the important thing to know is that he had a few grandchildren who were around 5 or 7 years old. And I still remember this. We're in a boardroom. We've got all the advisors together. And somebody starts asking about, what do you want to do as far as an exit? Do you want to sell it outside to this third party that seems interested? Do we want to maybe keep it in the family? And all of his kids were there, who again were in their, late 30s, 40s, et cetera. And none of them had an interest in it. And so I think he was really struggling with that comment we said earlier about, this is my baby. I don't want it to leave the family. And I still remember we spent an hour debating whether the 7-year-old grandson was actually interested in taking over the business. And the argument was, well, Timmy kind of likes tractors right now, so maybe he wants to take over $100 million ag operation. And again, everybody's trying to be really delicate about this and be like, I don't know if 7-year-olds, but they are very particular at times and they tend to change their minds on a dime. So I don't know that we want to set our expectations on the whims of a 7-year-old as part of that. So that was always one that stuck with me about that unreasonable side of it.
To that point, Joe, I mean, the alternate exit side of things doesn't, just because you don't put $1 billion exit or you don't put an IPO on your slide deck, doesn't mean you're not going to attract investment. Having a plan is what's going to attract that investor, and being able to return their capital with a healthy return, with some certainty of your market, is what's going to produce the opportunity for these exits. And so if you're honest in there saying, look, here's our plan, we're going to achieve X dollars in reoccurring revenue. Of those, we're going to return 12% to our investors on an annual basis. And then we're planning to do one or two things for a succession plan for us to retire or get our team back engaged. And we're going to have this option plan that is going to be there, or we're going to buy back shares for our key management. And we're going to buy back shares at a premium for all our investors who wish to participate once we hit certain milestones. This is a realistic and probably the most realistic way companies exit, and sharing that plan or having that plan as a backup plan to your $1 million exit is really an important mindset piece, but also an important way to look at your future, your people's future, and your investors' future. And your investors are the guys that are getting you through today. You need to always remember them.
And I think that's such a great point, and ties into something I find myself talking with people about as well when they're walking through that acquisition mindset of, understand the deals you've made with people. Did you take some money from investors? What was the understanding that you might have had with them? Did you take even government grant funding? I've actually seen it very interesting in acquisitions where the implications of having taken something like IRAP funding can actually have big implications, particularly if a non-resident of Canada is buying you out. If you took your friends or your family's money, again, they were probably all cheery about it. Again, we talked about this in the first thing, the family, friends, and fools. Even the fools have expectations on things. Did you sign a deal with a key vendor? Did a large, we talked about this in the first panel would say, think of the deal with MyComply and New York. Was that predicated on certain people being around as part of that? If things changed and the composition of the human beings behind the entity changed, does that change as well? So I do kind of encourage and maybe counsel the idea of, look, if we had to burn it all down or we weren't around anymore, what happens in that scenario? What are people going to say? What are people going to expect as part of that? Does that cause any impediments to us moving forward? Because it's, again, this all goes back to prepare. Seeing the time, I'm going to switch gears to our last one, which was, I think, talking about, and I'll say it, because and then I'm going to owe more money to the charity box at this point. But a thing that Rob found, I think, down when you were in Puerto Rico, but fuck up Fridays. So the point here is learning is okay. Failures are okay. And I think most people have been in any number of presentations where, look, people talk about the failures and we don't talk about them, I think, enough. Everybody goes on Beta Kit and sees their, raise round porn on there and says, oh, everybody's been raising money and getting acquired and whatnot. Listed behind all of those are failures and learnings. And I think if we talked with most of the founders around here, they would feel very deeply the pain of failures, but hopefully the lessons they've learned from those failures.
Yeah, and I love the fuck up Fridays in Puerto Rico, and I'll say it just for you, Joe, because we had a pact. But Puerto Rico's got a pretty rich ecosystem, and they have a lot of similar challenges that the prairies face when they're growing, when they're exiting, when they're facing pressure from their peer group, because the markets are pretty tied. Like, everyone knows one another in Saskatchewan, in Alberta, and now the prairies in general are starting to become more aligned in terms of who knows one another and what actors are out there and what startups are happening. And so that pressure is actually increased to succeed versus sharing the knowledge of that failure. And every successful venture produces, a nice feeling, and everybody gets their money and all those things, but there's very little learned, and we should celebrate some of those learnings. And unfortunately, that is an alternate exit. It's cents on the dollar or a complete loss is an amazing learning opportunity. And the stronger you can come out of that and recognize that failure is probably a really awful word for it. To me, it's an expensive education. And you take that education and build your future, and you're probably a better entrepreneur for it. I don't know anyone, again, from those successes that says, wow, I sure learned a lot from that success, other than I got a boatload of money. But I do know every single person that I've ever spoken to, and I include myself in that, my failures have led myself to be in a position today where I understand a great deal more. Incrementally is not even, it doesn't touch it. It's exponentially more than any other institutional education or success that I've had in my life. And I would encourage everyone to be sharp on that and really learn from that alternate exit.
That's such a great point. And I don't remember where I heard this, but some conference, a speaker I was at said, it's not win or lose, it's win or learn. And I think everybody should have that mindset. You've been beaten to the mat, but hopefully you've learned something. You walk away like a wounded dog after somebody kicked the shit out of you, but you learned something from that, and that will make you stronger as part of it. Just being cognizant of the time, and because I want to try and leave some time for questions for everybody and whatnot. I was thinking it might be a good idea, maybe like the prior panel, the one, if we can leave people with one thing, what's the one good takeaway for this? And I'm happy to go for it. I'll give you the last word, Rod. Everybody always remembers the last word more than anything else. So I think it's only fair. But I I'm going to use a personal one. And so a few people who know me know that in 2018, my father passed away unexpectedly. He had a consulting business they had run for about 25 years. And the one thing he had religiously kept updated throughout on, almost like a quarterly basis was this book. It was like, If I Die, Exercise. And it was basically a manifesto for unwinding the company in traditional and alternative means, and he would talk to me about this thing. Look, if anything happens, these are the people you might want to talk to sell it off. These are the people you're going to have to manage on the employee side for at least people. These are the people day one you need to talk to right away because they're going to help you through the process. Opportunities. I mean, you can consider it a SWOT analysis. And I will tell you that was, I think, hard to keep updated year over year. But as the person who was left picking up the pieces and having to figure out really an alternative exit with the family business after his passing, that was incredibly helpful because it was a roadmap. And so for founders, if you're not engaging in some measure of laying out what your vision might be, if you're not around or somebody wants to acquire you or the team wants to, some type of thing, you should be. Put it down, write about it, let people know about it, and it will help your team in the end.
That's a great story. I love that, Joe. It's so true, and in fact, I have some of that practice in my own life, or when I take a private jet somewhere and I need to leave directions for my wife. So that's great advice. For me, I have two really favorite people that are in Puerto Rico, actually. Two founders, both very smart women, started their businesses with about $500 each. And they started off very sharp, but very frugal. And they got the initial planning done. They got their shareholder agreements done between the two of them because they were 50-50. And throughout, they communicated really well what their expectations were for their business. And they knew their business better than anybody. But when it came time to sell their business, they knew that they needed to call on outside people and make an investment in that, which meant the legal, the accounting, and some private advisors to make sure that they got the best deal that was available and understood very clearly what the process as well as what their exit options look like. And they exited their business. Remember, they started at $500 each, and they each walked away with about 10 million in change. And they dialed in the last days to being very good at their business and staying very focused there. And thank God they did, because you mentioned a rarity event that could occur.
Black swan event. Yeah.
Black swan event. Thank you. And they were hit with a hurricane, and had they not have taken care of the business and the people, they wouldn't have gotten through the process. But had they have not had good advisors, good legal, and good accounting support, they wouldn't have been able to close the transaction. So being prepared, knowing where you're really good, and relying on resources that are available to you at the appropriate times is absolutely critical. And I think everybody needs to take that away and keep that in mind, that things aren't always in your control, but the things that are, manage them properly and know where you're good.
That's excellent advice, Rod. And as I hear that and sort of dig between it comes up to something that I've chatted with on personality traits of founders, because of course people are always trying to figure out what's the secret sauce. And I think it's, intellectual curiosity is the thing. And that leads you to ask exactly, to reach out to people, to recognize you need to talk to mentors, to recognize you need to chat with other people. So I think that's great. I'm looking over here in the chat window and I'm seeing at least two questions. So I'm happy to take the IRAP related one because I opened my mouth about it and chat about it. Maybe I'll let the succession plan, Rod, if you want to jump on that one. But just So yeah, Jace, your question here about the U.S. investor, the IRAP and whatnot. Again, a lot of people on this call are probably familiar with this. Your IRAP project funding being dependent in large part on ownership and commercialization of IP in Canada. And of course, the worry was when the Americans were coming in that they were going to take this company and they were going to run it right back south of the 49th parallel, and we were going to find ourselves in a repayment situation. So actually one of the difficulties was that the founders were being asked to basically make compensation to the buyers if the buyers on their own, separate from anybody else, just made a decision at some point in the future to pull the IP back to the US. So again, it did resolve itself. It was unfortunate it happened so late. And, again, as everybody could probably guess, can't get into exact specifics, part of the perks of the job. But the key, I think, there was it should have been discussed a heck of a lot earlier. And the parties knew about it. And it goes back to the point both Rod and I have chatted about is you really need to understand those big points right away. So really deal with them. Sorry, Rod, I'll let you jump on this. I know Evelyn's given me the proverbial cane right now. So, I think you're on mute.
There we go. I don't know what was going on there, but sorry. I'll try to be fast. The questions around family-owned businesses, and if the family doesn't want to continue with this business, what's an alternate way to pursue other steps, or what can they do to see a succession? And for me, every business is around the people, and it doesn't need to be your family. It's your key management, the people that are really invested in your business and helped it grow, and identify those people, incentivize them through a plan to transition ownership from the family to the key individuals. Saskatchewan's famous for this in the Pilsner side of things, when the factory went under and all the employees bought the facilities back. Unlike most territories, you guys know how to do this there, but that's the best scenario outside of finding a strategic acquirer.
Excellent. Perfect. Well, we'll wrap it on that. Again, Rod, this has been a real pleasure sharing this time with you in front of the Yule Log channel. I'd like everybody to know that I'll be giving all the money to the We Work charity when we're all done. So everybody can rest assured it'll be spelled. God damn it. Yeah. Anyways, we won't run through. I was going to run through. Anyways. Hope this was informative for everybody. We're going to go, we'll pass it back to Valhalla. I want to thank Valhalla, all the sponsors, for everybody for giving us this opportunity. And hopefully this was useful, informative, and dare I say fun. So have a great afternoon, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Such a pleasure.
Well, good work. That was super fun. Super insightful. Love the stories. Evelyn, what's on deck? What do we have next?
Next we have, actually, I'm gonna pass the mic to Zach Storms from, he's the founder of Startup TNT, co-founder. So I'm gonna pass the mic to him so he can actually host the next session, so you don't get sick of me, because you're gonna be hearing from Tim and I later too. So we'll let Zach, and actually I think we have also Matt Stefan co-hosting with him from Collabs. So yeah, you guys take it away.
Thanks so much, Evelyn. It's really awesome to be here. I am loving the vibe. I put a message in the chat there. This is like fun, friendly, inside jokes, advanced jokes, complex jokes. People are having a time at this thing, which I love. Anticipation's killing me. And thanks so much for the beer delivery. Amazing. Randy gave me 3 whole flats. I don't know what he thinks I'm going to be doing with those. In fact, he told me I'm supposed to be giving some to other people. But anyways, this is an amazing time. Matt, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Zach. Happy to be here, man.
Listen, all I'm going to say about Startup TNT, because Tim already did the intro, is have fun, make friends, build companies. We love doing events like this every single Thursday. TNT stands for Thursday Night Tradition. And up next, we have one of my favorite things, which is the reverse pitch night. The reverse pitch where the VCs take the hot seat. They tell the entrepreneurs what they're up to. But before we get to that, I just want to say, Matt is from Collabs, and Collabs is one of the very first groups I talked to from Saskatchewan. Jordan, who maybe isn't here right now, Jordan Duchette called me up. We had like a 10-minute conversation, and within that 10 minutes, I was like, if I ever do anything in Alberta, if I ever do anything in Saskatchewan, Jordan and Collabs is the team I want to do it with. So I know he's not there anymore, but it's really awesome to be partnering with you, Matt, on hosting this event. And I'm really excited about the other events you guys have planned, the Up Conference and various things. Tell us what's going on at Collabs these days, man.
Yeah, man. Wow. It is impossible for me to match your energy right now. I didn't get the beer delivery just yet, but we do have some kicking around, so I might have to indulge with you here. But yeah, Collabs, we're super, super excited. We got a bunch of stuff on the horizon. Likewise, very excited about this session today to be, on the other side of the chair, sitting with this reverse pitch. Collabs, we're doing a virtual pitch showcase to some of our top companies next week on Tuesday, which I'm excited to be hosting some of these VCs for that. And we will also be back in the last week of June with the Uniting the Prairies conference. So mark your calendars for that. I can't say an exact date because it looks like we're going to be bolting on some exciting programming here rather shortly. So stay tuned for some big announcements around that. Needless to say, I'm excited to be partnering and working with Zach and the team. So can't share any more details than that at this time. But yeah, lots to look forward to.
Okay, well, Matt, I think we're probably right on schedule here to get started with the first speaker. And just so the audience knows, I am going to be timing these VCs. We're not giving them any type of wiggle room. So who's our first speaker, Matt?
Our first speaker is none other than Wanda Hunchak. She is the Executive Vice President over at Westcap, and they, of course, manage the Golden Opportunities Fund. It's Saskatchewan's first provincial retail venture capital fund. Wanda, welcome to the reverse pitch.
Thank you, Matt. Has my time started, Zach?
No, we'll wait and let you get situated, Wanda. I'll give you a little grace period there.
This is a ton of pressure. I'm used to being the one with the time clock, so hopefully I don't let you guys down here.
You already got cheers. You already got cheers in the chat. People are already cheering.
What do I cheers? Oh, thanks, you guys.
Chat cheers already.
I saw a lot of friendly faces, but what I love about Valhalla events is that we meet lots of new people from outside our Saskatchewan family. So really excited to be here, you guys. Thanks so much, Evelyn, for reaching out. I wanted to tell you a little bit about Golden Opportunities Fund and what we've been up to. Golden Opportunities Fund here in the province of Saskatchewan is one of the older funds. We've been around for 22 years now. We're a little bit bigger. We've got about $500 million in assets under management. We focus primarily, have been focused on some of those later stage investments, but we do have an innovation class I share where we invest in early stage companies.
Sorry to interrupt, but did you want to share any slides, or are you just going to go like this?
I'm going to share some slides in just 1 second here. Yeah, when I get to them. Thanks, Zach. Thanks for the reminder. Normally, that would mean that I had forgotten because they're not up yet. Thanks so much. So yeah, we have an innovation class I share that we have launched to invest in innovation type companies. We are one of the largest investors in innovation in the province of Saskatchewan. And I'm just going to pull up a couple of slides here to give you an idea of some of the things that we're up to so that you can take a look. Oh, sorry, guys, my menu bars are all messed up here on my laptop. Come on. There we go. There, can you see that?
You're good.
Awesome. Okay. So I wanted to give you an idea of some of the stuff that's in our portfolio. We're generalists. We're focused primarily on the province of Saskatchewan. And so that means that we invest in everything from manufacturing to agriculture to retail and consumer type products. You can see some of the logos up there. But we do have a large piece of our portfolio that's invested in innovation. So some of the companies there, like Kova Software, even non-tech kind of stuff, like 3 farmers innovating food products here in the province of Saskatchewan. We've had some good successes as well. We were the first $1 million into Saskatchewan's first $1 billion exit, Canamed Pharmaceuticals, and Slido Design Automation was one of our early investments as well. And of course, we exited Slido a couple of years ago. We have we've placed some capital into some earlier stage companies like 54E Dev Studios, Vise, Tave is up there. Just closed last week a couple of big ones in River City Innovations and Precision AI here in Saskatchewan. So we are pretty active in the early stage space. This is kind of what we're looking for. We've carved out an envelope within our innovation class iShare for earlier companies to really support what's happening in our ecosystem here. So what Collabs and Cultivator and Valhalla are doing here in the province of Saskatchewan, and along with our ecosystem partners, investment partners like the guys that you're going to hear from today, the Bulls, Tribune, PIC Investments, Connexus VC, we want to make sure that we partner with them. So we're not leading any of these early stage transactions. We want to make sure that there's somebody else within the ecosystem partnered. We very much have our sights set on that Series A raise, and that's really where we'll kick in with large dollars and a lot of our expertise. We'll invest in anything from safes, convertible notes, equity transactions, prefs and common shares. For us, really are the 3 things that we're looking at are founders first. We've worked with a lot of founders, a lot of entrepreneurs over the years, and that is the one most important piece of a transaction. We want to make sure you're solving important problems, big problems to solve, and we're looking at big addressable markets. Because of course our focus is really on investing right through to exit. So we got to make sure that it's a big enough market so that we can get some of those good returns for you. In these early stage companies, when I put money into your company, I'm going to automatically set aside an equal dollar amount because I know there's going to be at least one more raise before we get you through to Series A. So if I put 100 grand in, I'm going to set aside 100 grand for you. And we've got pretty deep pockets in terms of some of the other funds that are out there. As I mentioned, we're a $500 million fund. So we've got the pockets that can continue to invest. One of the things I wanted to...
4 minutes, Wanda, just so you know. Like,
yeah.
one time for one question at least.
Yeah, you bet. I wanted to just leave you with this thought is that money is cheap, smart money is priceless. And that's what all of your mentors will have told you. We're the guys that have been through exits. We've got the team behind us. We're the ones that can help to sort of guide you to what those future years will look like and how we can get the most value out of your idea. So that's Golden Opportunities Fund and what we're up to. I'm interested in the questions that you have to ask us, Zach.
Listen, I just have one quick question, which is give us a little bit of what the experience is like from an entrepreneur going through due diligence with your group.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, traditionally, we take quite a bit of time because if we're looking at buying out a $200 million company, we can diligence that thing for 2-3 years before we're comfortable with it. In these early stage tech companies, we've kind of revised our process. I think the fastest I've closed a deal was 10 days. So we can turn around that diligence process pretty fast. Typically what you're looking at is we would get information from you, take about a week to go through that, take about a week for approval. So, typically within a month, we would have a check to you.
Wow, that's awesome. Like 10 days sounds like a record. I wonder if any of the VCs can beat that.
We can move fast when we need to. When it's the right deal and you want to get in it, those deals don't hang around.
All right, I think we're just over time now, Wanda. Matt, I think we should probably move on to the next speaker, whom I believe is Mr. Bavik from a little thing called Old Kent Road, a great sort of family of funds that I'm very familiar with because some of their origin story is from the Valhalla community. And I'm proud to say I'm an investor of one of their very first funds. So Bavik, welcome. Tell us about what's happening at Old Kent Road.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm just going to quickly share a screen so you guys can see this. And do you guys see that?
We can see it. It's a little small if you want to try and blow it up a little bit.
Let's go. Is that better?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Perfect. So, yep. So we're a group of private funds or family funds. Should we say we've got 8 funds across the board, and we're pretty young still. We've been around 5 years. We just went over the 100 million mark a couple of weeks ago with $103 million of assets under management across the 8 funds. The 8 different funds are different type of vehicles for different types of investors. We've got regular people who are putting their RSPs in, to accredited investors, high net worth, and family offices. But we have 3 main focuses with what we do with our investors' money. And the 3 verticals we do are we do non-dilutive financing towards SR&ED tax credits and government grant programs that are out there and government incentives. We do traditional asset-based secured loans, and we also do equity financing. And the equity financing investments came in late last summer, where we launched our 8th fund called the Venture Fund. And I sort of go into all 3 of those, how that helps, because we've got a lot of entrepreneurs on this course. So I think this side of the business is probably going to be more appealing to them than investing, but they can do both. So on the non-dilutive, on the SR&ED and government funds financing side, SR&ED's really straightforward. A lot of companies, if you're doing R&D, you're claiming SR&ED tax credits, you can leverage that asset and get the money up earlier before the CRA gives it to you. Typically on SR&ED, it takes on average about 3 months to get your return. So our goal is to get the money yesterday, as like most entrepreneurs needed it, and to fast track and get to the next stage. And we've got different mechanisms and models to sort of utilize SR&ED, whether it's accrued R&D spending to accumulated. There's different ways of utilizing that. But where it's really changed in what we do is probably the government grant side. Is 90% of the programs out there require some sort of a dollar-to-dollar contribution. So many of the early companies pull out of applying for funding because they don't have the matching cash flow. So where we leverage that is we can actually provide a letter of intent so companies can get approved for funding. And so now that gets them over the hurdle to try and chase as many programs as they like, versus just going for the odd IRAP or a small YP program. They can go for all the big programs as well, especially if they're in Saskatchewan. There's a lot of agricultural programs that are dollar-to-dollar match, really large programs. And the cannabis space is a big one right now. We can get anywhere from $50,000 to a couple of $1 million. And if you don't have the matching funds, you can't utilize that. But what happens with most of these programs is once you get approved, you don't get the money up front. So you get it either in monthly increments or milestone based. So we can take that asset, unlock it, so companies can leverage this, and we'll finance those programs as well. Both on the tax credits and the government grants, that would be the only security we take to do financing. So they don't have to give away equity or give away their company. So that's all on the non-dilutive side. On the asset-based financing, we found a very big niche is where the early startup companies is when you're looking to sort of raise capital and the banks are saying no and BDC saying no because you don't fit into the traditional box, and you're looking to do VC funding or angel investing as well. Sometimes it doesn't happen overnight. It takes about 12 to 18 months. So you get a lot of looky-loos that don't sign checks. We think, okay, you can unlock an asset, you get a purchase order or a contract. We'll take that as security and finance that to get you off to the races while you're making your other raises. So those are our non-dilutive, which is probably our core focus with what we do with our investors' money. The venture fund is the most interesting one where it could lead to us investing in your company. Minimum deals we do are from $50,000 to a couple of $1 million. Very new fund still. We've just done about 4 deals to date so far, and they have ranged from $130,000 to about $500,000 so far in investment. We're very particular. Our due diligence and turnaround process is probably 25 days on the equity investments. And the reason it's quick, we don't have 100 investors or angel group members in our group that we're pitching to. It's literally a 5-man management team, executive investment group. We take a due diligence internally and we vote. Do we like the deal? Do we not like the deal? Does it make sense? And what we really like to do is a hybrid deal.
We're just over 4 minutes.
Yeah.
We're just over 4 minutes, but tell us more about the venture fund. Like, do you have any sectors focus or geographic focus?
We are not industry agnostic and we're not a sector focus. It's the best opportunity that makes sense to us as a group. And we can be very fussy. And just to time that it's a hybrid model is what's really appealing, is where we can do non-dilutive and equity at the same time. So we can get best of both worlds.
Bhavik, I got a question. When you're doing a deal, what terms typically require more discussion? You know, when we're doing an equity financing with Old Kent Road, what terms usually require more discussion, and why are they there?
What terms require more discussion? I'll probably say the terms are probably, and as I said, we're still early. We've only done 4 deals to date, and they've been very They're very different, all four of them. But at the moment, we're just looking at, okay, what is the exit plan? Because we're not looking for the next Google. The venture fund we're looking at is 3x, 5x, 10x, maybe 15 at the max. But we're looking for quick in and outs. That's the purpose of our vehicle at the moment. So that's probably the biggest part of the terms is we're looking for someone that's looking for a quick and is close to a quick turnaround versus to a long-term play.
Awesome. And then are they priced round, convertible note, safe? Do you have any?
All sorts. We've got a mixed bag of everything. So
Great.
there is no real focus. We're looking at everything at the moment.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. Yeah, we and with that, I think we are on to the next. So Bhavik, thank you so much. I get the pleasure of introducing our next guest, who is representing the Broad Street Bulls. It is Jonathan Lipoff. Jonathan, how are you doing this afternoon?
Doing great, Matt. Thanks for welcoming me here.
Awesome. Over to you. Take it away.
Yeah, perfect. Well, thanks so much. I'm really excited to chat with everyone here today and love the energy and panels and everything going on so far. So hoping to just keep it up here. All right. Oh, as Matt introduced me, I am Jonathan Lipoff with Broad Street Bulls. So we are an angel fund we're entrepreneurs investing in entrepreneurs. So a little bit of background on why we say that and who we are is how we started. It was really a syndicate of 13 entrepreneurs and business leaders who had the vision that tech would become a significant part of the prairie economy. They saw that there was a bit of noise being made in the tech space here in Saskatchewan. Coal Labs was starting and Cultivator was starting. And in 2018, these 13 individuals just right here out of Regina essentially formed what was an investment club at the time. It was meet once a month and watch a pitch and see what we could do with the tech sector here. It really quickly turned into something much bigger than originally anticipated, and saw that there was a great need at the early stage and angel rounds for a dedicated group of funds and angels who would be making those investments. So really quickly, the group felt the impact that was created by simply believing and investing in these early entrepreneurs. So what we now have is two funds. We're administering on our second fund right now with a small investment team. It's myself on the right there. Trevor Phoenix is the managing partner and Jason Drummond is the chairman. The three of us work together day to day on the fund, and we can move pretty quickly. We're a fairly entrepreneurial and quick moving group, and we like to say that oftentimes we're organized like a VC, but we work and operate like a group of angels, which is the advantage that we bring when we come to deals. So what deals do we do? Just like you'll hear almost anyone at the early stage say, founder is number one. We're looking for a focused, experienced, high value founding team who has created a product with a line of sight on product market fit that can scale easily. You'll notice that I said line of sight. We're coming in at a wide range of deals from the early stages of pre-revenue all the way up to thousands of in MRR. So we do see a wide range of companies that are working on that product market fit, and we're really investing in the founder at this early stage. And when we invest in that founder, this third point is super important for us. We love to work with the founding team, offer advice, provide connections, work with them through the early stage problems that they might face as a company, and really just be there. That is one of the biggest things that we love to do. Is there's often many deals that we'll see and we'll work on that are where we are more passive, but we do really like to get in early and work with founders at that early stage, and we have the network that we can provide them as well. With that network, we have 36 angel investors across Western Canada that are a part of our fund. With the capital that we've raised to date, we've invested in 17 innovative companies with a focus on Saskatchewan. Most of the companies that we've invested in are in Saskatchewan, but we do have companies all over Western Canada. And we even closed our first international deal a couple months ago, which is really exciting. So we've all in all, we've invested nearly 1.5 million, and typically our check size to break that down is we're doing about 25K to 100K for most of our checks, but we do go higher than that in follow-on rounds or in later stage companies that we invest in. So this is Broad Street Bulls. We're bullish on the prairies and beyond, and I'd love for you to connect with me on LinkedIn there for the shameless plug. So thanks so much for inviting me and for bringing us on the pitch.
Hey, Jonathan, that's great. And, I like to give the personal touch here. Jonathan, Broad Street Bulls are participants in the Investment Summit. Love to see that, Jonathan. tell us a little bit about your life as an analyst. What's a day in the life of Jonathan look like as an analyst?
Yeah, absolutely. So like I said, we're a pretty small team. So my job on the Broad Street Bulls is a lot of the top of the funnel, I'll say. So looking for deal sourcing, talking with a ton of founders and entrepreneurs day in, day out. One of my favorite things to do is just hearing pitches and chatting with entrepreneurs. So I get to do a lot of the screening process and kind of take it up the ladder to make the investment decisions later on.
Okay, Matt, any questions for Jonathan before we move on?
Real quick question, Jonathan. Knowing that there's 13 investors and that's expanded, when you invest in a company, how do they get connected within that community for mentorship, advice, direction?
Yeah, great question. So it depends so much on the company and obviously the connections that they're looking for. So the great thing about having 36 investors in the fund is they come with a wide variety of backgrounds themselves. And so we can tap into, just knowing that network ourselves, we can tap into certain individuals who are in a part of the fund with the same thesis that they just want to support entrepreneurs and want to actually provide their time. So, well, it's just a lot of shoulder tapping. It's work on us to, we stay connected with our own founders so that we know what's going on with the companies. And if there's something that they're asking for help with, we do try to connect them directly with one of our own investors. And oftentimes we can make something happen there.
Awesome stuff. Thanks so much, Jonathan.
Thank you.
I think we're gonna have to move on. I'm worried that I might get us behind schedule if we don't keep moving here, Jonathan, but thanks so much. And Jonathan, good luck at that deliberation room later today. I know it's gonna be an intense discussion. Okay, up next, I believe we have Miss Sarah from Blue Sky Equities. Sarah Mohajerani, one of the analysts at Blue Sky Equities, Calgary-based fund. And Sarah joined us at the Fall Investment Summit we did, also in partnership with Valhalla Angels back in Calgary and Edmonton. So Sarah, take it away. Tell us about Blue Sky.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah Mohajerani. I'm analyst at Blue Sky Equity. So I joined Blue Sky 3 years ago. We are basically a private investment management firm based in Calgary and owned by Hunter family. So we don't like to call ourselves family office, so we rather like to stick to investment management firm. But Hunter family has started Hunter Hub and Hunter Center at University of Calgary, pretty much encourage the entrepreneurship in the local community. As a firm, we invest in different asset classes, but we are best known as the early stage / angel investor in local community. So far, we invested in 77 startups, and I would say half of them are based in Alberta, but we are pretty much industry agnostic and geographic agnostic. We take a look at all sort of things, and we don't have any mandate in terms of the geography. We would be open and happy to invest in other companies from different jurisdictions. So I would say our thesis is to have a small check right at the gate and watch the company's progress. If the company make progress and hit their projection, we would write a bigger check for follow-ons. Our initial check size is 50,000 to 100,000, but it can grow up to $250,000 or $500,000. So we built our checklist criteria. I'm gonna show my slide criteria slide here with you. Is it the right one?
Yep.
Yeah, criteria slide looks good.
Oh, okay. These are some of our criteria. We don't invest in pure revenue companies. We like to see some traction, competitive advantage, competitive landscape. Those are type of things that are really important to us, but the most important parameter is the valuation. So most of the time, if the company, the score is 7 out of 10, we would get the company to the next stage and run the due diligence and move forward with the process. So we are LP in, I would say, 13 VC funds in US and Canada to kind of connect our portfolio companies, share the deal flow, stuff like that. We are pretty hands-off. We don't interfere with the day-to-day operation of the company. but we would happy to take a call. I have an engineering background. The team is very experienced financial background. We always happy to take a call with our portfolio companies, discuss about the fundraising rounds or like with financial models, everything, but it's not the things that we interfere with the company. It would be pretty hands-off. So I think, yeah, it is basically blue sky.
Awesome job, Sarah. Just at 3 minutes. Matt, do you want to kick us off with a question for Sarah?
Yeah, that's great. Hello again, Sarah. We had the chance to connect this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
nice.
awesome.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, you as well. So the question that I have for you, and it's a bit of a test of your knowledge of the 80 companies that you have. What percentage, if you had to guess, go on to receive follow-on investment?
So on a percentage base, I would say from like the companies that we write a check again for subsequent raise, I would say 15% of our companies we have done it. For instance, last year we write a check for like, I would say I'm just talking about 2020. We wrote a check, 5 checks for 5 portfolio companies to kind of support them and enable, like in order to have them access to some sort of matching fund from the government funding. Yeah, I would say 15%.
That's awesome. Yeah, and maybe a quick follow-up to that. So the checklist is great for the companies that make it past the checklist. Can you tell us a little bit about what the process looks like inside Blue Sky Equities to determine if they're going to get a check or not?
Yep. So absolutely. So after like my job, my primary focus is on the seed stage angel investing, and I would look at the like compare the checklist and the company status, and if the company, I would say, get 7 out of 10 and it's interesting, it goes to the next step. The next step, I'm running due diligence, take a call with the company, and like we have our list of our questions, and then after that, using our sources like PageBook, Crunchbase, those databases, and run some sort of competitive analysis and check the market size, verify all the facts claim on the slide deck. And if it's possible, we talk to some of their customers, but it's not the case most of the time. Then after that, we run then we have our investment committee, and we are like 7 people. Sit on that committee, and we vote, and then write a check.
Awesome. Well, that's so great. Thanks for telling us a bit about Blue Sky Equities. Great pitch. Thanks so much, Sarah.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, for sure. All right, next up we have Mr. Colton Wiegers. Colton is representing Wiegers Holdings, and he's holding it down here in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, I believe. Colton, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. I'm going to get the presentation teed up here. Can everybody, oh, it's loading on my end right now. Let me know when people can see this.
I will give you the heads up and start the timer. All right. We will start you off now.
Perfect. So like I was mentioned, my name is Colton Wiegers. I'm with Wiegers Holdings. Who are we? I found out now we are the odd person out among the presenters so far. This is us. Myself and my dad, Cliff, we represent Wiegers Holdings. We're not a more formalized private investment firm. Some of you maybe know us and know the Wiegers name in Saskatoon as Wiegers Financial and Benefits. We do a lot of work with businesses. So of course, check us out if we can help you there. But what I'm here for today is not for Wiegers Financial and Benefits. So if you search us up, don't phone that number and say, how do I get investment into my company? The way that we work with our operating company and our holding and investing company is we keep them arm's length. So the staff in the building here, they do not work with Wiegers Holdings. Again, it's just myself and my dad, Cliff. How we invest. Private equity, the cannabis space, I did a recap on our holdings right now, probably represents about 50% of our investments that we've made. And then the other prominent holding is the innovation space. And that's, we've got about probably 30% there. One company, it's a medical innovation company, ag tech, and a couple other tech companies. And that makes up, again, about 80%. What got us into private investing in the first place, not in the first place, but more prominently a few years ago, was actually a really big exit that we had with the company that cashed out pretty well when cannabis became legal. So we have a bit of a favoritism towards that space, maybe because it's done well for us before. But we also invest in real estate, both in apartments and dwellings, as well as commercial real estate too. So that's another big portion of our company as a holdings company. And we do some lending too. So we've worked with individuals on lending as well as companies in lending as well. And again, so we don't have necessarily the very finite style that some of these other private investment companies have, where you're able to, you have a specific niche that you go for. We do cover a lot of different spaces. How can we help? What makes us different? Mentorship. So my dad, Cliff, he's ran Uyghurs Financial and Benefits for about 30 years. He's a seasoned business owner and CEO. What he's brought for good value with some of the companies that we work closely with is giving them some of his feedback and expertise and coaching that he can bring to the table as a business owner, as a CEO, and a person who has invested in a number of different companies over the years. Connection to investors and connection to companies. As a whole, as an operations company, we work with about 650 different businesses within the province and about 1,500 individuals as well. Again, there is an arm's length method that we have between, depending on how we intermingle the companies, but we also have a pretty good reach of partners and network across the provinces. So what we've discovered is that we've been working closely with advisors that we know in different provinces that are doing investing outside of their main business as well. They introduce us to deals and we're introducing them to deals. So there is a bit of a community that we've developed, mostly in the Western provinces, but it has been very valuable in terms of getting more people involved in companies. And I'm not looking at my time. I might be ripping through.
You're about 20 seconds left.
Perfect. That's it. That's all. Again, we're unique compared to some of the other pitches you've seen today. But as I've been more involved in this space, I do find that there's a lot of our style of investing groups out there, where it's just a couple or a couple of people that have joined up and made a company rather than a big formal structure.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Colton. It's great to meet you. Great to hear your story. Zach, I'll throw it over to you to maybe throw some questions over.
Sure. Tell us a little bit more about your approach to the innovation investments. Like what type of check do you usually like to write? How hands-on or hands-off are you with those innovation investments?
The check size we usually have written, our range is probably between about, I'd say the lower end 50,000, higher end about 250,000, depending on the deal and what stage we've gotten involved with it. In terms of how hands-on we get, in many ways we don't like to be too hands-on, to be perfectly honest. We help and assist and do things we can to connect that company to the right people or the right places if we can add value. But as I mentioned, we're both very involved in our operations company, so it's tough for us to get too engaged in every investment.
Do you see an opportunity where more maybe families like yours and like Blue Sky Equities are getting more involved in the innovation ecosystem? This is kind of a personal question on my part, because I'd love to see it happening. What do you think we can do to get more people like you investing in the innovation space?
I think it's becoming more common, but what is tough when you're a smaller group is that, with the tech space, you want to, you invest in 10 companies and you hope that 1 makes it big, 2 return your money, and 7, probably fail type thing. And it's tough for smaller investors to spread, widely in that way. We actually are an investor with Jonathan in the Broad Street Bulls. And that was our reasoning for doing that, was because we wanted the broader exposure, but we knew we couldn't individually invest in all of these businesses. So there are avenues for you to get that exposure through other groups that have kind of put the deals together.
Okay, thanks, Colton. I think we're roughly at time. So I guess we'll move on to our final speaker. Thanks so much for joining us, Colton. Colton, also in the Investment Summit, right, Colton?
Yeah, absolutely. So, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Two of our presenters today will be part of that deliberation group at the end of the night. Okay, last speaker is Peter Hung, a gentleman that I know quite well. He joined us at TNT on a regular basis. They've had a lot of exciting posts recently about some prairie investments and their approach and their philosophy. Peter, tell us about Rhino Ventures.
Thanks so much for having me here, Zach, and everyone else. Let me just share my screen. So hopefully you can see that. So my name is Peter Hong. I am one of the analysts here with Rhino Ventures. You can see my lovely face where the editor went to town with the Photoshop. So, so we are an early stage fund based in Vancouver, BC, and we invest exclusively across Western Canada. So just a little bit about myself. My experience mostly comes from a background in software and product development. I was building out a venture in university where I met one of the partners. He didn't like the idea that I was working on, but he liked the stuff that I did. And so he picked me up and essentially plopped me on the other side of the table. So here I am today. So Rhino Ventures was actually founded back in 2015 by three guys, Fraser Hall, Dan Eisenhardt, and Jay Rind. So Fraser and Dan actually built a business beforehand called Recon Instruments, which sold to Intel. And what they learned throughout the whole process was that sometimes it's not the most delightful experience working with investors. So they started Rhino Ventures on the premise that they want to be the investors that they wish to have back when they were founders. And second to their thesis is that there's a lot of talented founders in the Western Canadian ecosystem. So everything west of Ontario, because there's a lot of activity going on there. So we invest exclusively in Western Canada. And finally, what's core to the fund is that our portfolio is hyper concentrated by design. So what that looks like is we invest in 8 to 10 companies per fund, and essentially this enables us to provide as much or as little resources as the founder needs, or as much or little support as they need, and also having humility of stepping back and not replacing the founder's judgment. So if there's one thing that you should take away from us today is that we try to be the best partners as we can be for the founder. And what that looks like is just not only adding value, but providing or building the trust and transparency in a relationship. And that's really core to us. And finally, we really want founders to enjoy the ride. So we really dedicate ourselves in providing a very fun experience in all our investments. So every investment that we make, we provide a silver rhino, and any exit, we provide a golden rhino, and we also have a lot of fun events. So that's us in a nutshell.
Hey, thanks, Peter. I'll give a quick shout out there. Colin Bram, Edmonton entrepreneur. You guys, I just saw that he raised a little bit more money in his round. So cool to see him in your portfolio. But Matt, I'll throw it back to you to ask a question for Peter.
That was great, Peter. Well done. You came in under time. The question I have for you is, I'm curious, now that you've made multiple investments, how do you guys deal with potentially competitive opportunities with your existing portfolio if there's a new company that walks in the door?
That's a really good question. We would never make investment or evaluate investment for competitive reasons. So we haven't actually ran into that issue at all. So, and we would never, so we are very founders first, and we would never break our promise for that.
Awesome. I thought I would ask. Next question I have is what does a typical term sheet look like at Rhino VC?
So like the numbers that we would invest in. So yeah, our initial check sizes are typically $1 to $3 million. And in terms of valuation, we don't really have a set number for valuation, and we don't when we evaluate an investment, we don't have any set numbers for ARR or MRR or anything like that either, because we do believe that sometimes for businesses, revenue is a lagging indicator of success. And there's a lot of other things that you can look into. And some of them, the other investors have mentioned before as well. So we take everything by case basis, and we try to essentially provide the best experience for any of the founders that we cross paths with.
That's great. Zach, do you have any questions for Peter?
Sure, Peter. Where are you at with your current fund, and are you guys raising another fund soon?
Yeah, so we are about 70% deployed in our second fund. So our second fund's around $33 million. We have 30% of fresh powder left, and we were looking to make one or two more initial checks, and then we're using the rest to scale with our portfolio, which is really core to our thesis.
Okay, I think we're almost out of time for the next session, but I want to end on one interesting thing that I saw you post recently, Peter. I warned you I was going to ask you about this, but you guys posted a public update to how your portfolio is doing. Tell us about, why you did that and how the portfolio is doing.
Yeah, thanks for asking about that. It was honestly a very tough decision for us to make. After posting it, we got a lot of pushback from the community and also a lot of support as well. The reason why we did it was because we thought it's a whole black box. As investors, we're able to ask founders what their metrics are and all their numbers, but why can't the founder ask the same thing? And when a founder gets multiple term sheets at the table, how do they know they're choosing the best partner? And so we decided to share our fund performance. So across both funds, first fund and second fund. And this way, we're trying to essentially take a step forward for the venture community and create more transparency. So then so founders are able to make the best decision they can. And so, yeah, we're really excited about it. We got a lot of positive feedback, and there's other funds looking to do the same thing.
Okay, yeah, very interesting choice, Peter. I think it's pretty cool that you guys did that. So I'll just volunteer.
Thanks,
that.
Zach.
I think, Matt, any final words? I think we're just about to have to hand it off. I just want to give a quick thanks to all the venture capitalists that came here today and pitched, put themselves out there just like all the entrepreneurs do on a regular basis. So I think that's an awesome thing to do. Matt, any final words? Parting words?
Yeah, I think you nailed it there. That was an awesome experience. Thank you so much for answering our questions, coming prepared, and looking forward to hopefully getting to work with all of you individually through our companies here at Collabs.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's my understanding that we might start having some actual entrepreneur pitches from Saskatchewan coming up next. So I think we're ready to hand it back to Evelyn and Tim to take over for us. What's up next, Evelyn and Tim?
Zach, I actually don't know if I've ever seen you be on time before. So this is super impressive. I got the vibration on my watch that was exactly 3:30 when you stopped talking. So I'm impressed. And to the point of having an open public portfolio, Zach's been bugging me to do something similar with the companies that TNT's invested in to date. So maybe give it a few more years or a few more periods of time so it can be dutifully anonymized. But it'd be great to be able to be along with that ride on being able to shift the way that we look at these private investments. That'd be awesome. Evelyn, I'm excited. What do we have going on? We have like a whole bunch of pitches. We got Saskatchewan's gonna pop off right here for the next hour and a half. It's gonna be wicked.
Yes, now we're getting to like close to the main pitches, but before that, we're gonna actually watch I guess, what do we call them? Like the companies to watch in Saskatchewan that are also early stage companies. And we were very fortunate to have them going through the process. And unfortunately, they're not part of the top 5, but they're still really good companies. And we want to give them the chance to show you guys what they're working on and talk about their companies today. So I think we're going to kick off our main event here. What do you think, Tim?
I think so. I think that, how about, you know what, just to give some pain for the people that have been here for the whole time, which based on the participant list is the majority of us. But let's go into a little bit more context. Let's skip through the stuff that about TNT and Valhalla a little bit quicker than we did off the hop. But let's quickly run through what it is that we have today. How about that?
Perfect.
All right. You wanna do like a quick rundown of Valhalla?
Again, yes, obviously. Just for those who are not familiar with Valhalla Angels, we're a formal angel network. We actually are part of Valhalla Private Capital, who is our parent company. We recently launched the chapters in Saskatchewan, so Regina and Saskatoon. I'm the chapter president for both of them. We're very excited to include Saskatchewan. And with that, we're actually like solidifying our Western Canada focus for Valhalla. Across our network, we have about 150 investors. So our chapters would cover Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Kelowna, and then now Saskatchewan. And then we also have some remote members as well. What we do really is we pre-screen the deal flow for everybody. We give you the opportunity to co-invest with other members. We also provide a lot of learning opportunities and training, just especially for those who are new to the angel investment world. There's a lot of upside to having some people in our group that have been doing this forever, right? Some really good stories actually. And I mean, we heard from Rod earlier today. He has some good stories for sure. And then, yeah, so just a regular, like really good community of investors. We have some private events and some member benefits. And then we also have something for the founders. We offer an interprovincial platform to raise money for them. We have monthly pitches. So each month we have 4 companies pitch into our group. We provide lots of feedback through the process. We also, obviously, you would have access to all 150 investors in our network. We also have some learning and some training opportunities for the founders, AKA our founder base camp, which some of our investors and our companies went through it. I think it's very helpful for all of them to understand, like, especially if this is their first time raising money, how to go about it, I guess. And then, yeah, just in general, like a good community to connect with other founders and investors in Western Canada, and then other places as well. So yeah, that's Valhalla for everybody. We like to say we have something from cradle to exit and then back.
It's awesome. I love it. And TNT. So TNT, our entire goal is to have fun, make friends, and build companies. Started off as a happy hour way back in the day. And then, the resounding theme from founders in terms of the things that they like to talk about around the watering hole is it's really hard to raise money. And so Zach and I went out with the mission to help solve that, all with the objective of helping to build really awesome relationships in the startup community, build exciting communities with energy. Hopefully you felt that a little bit today. Hopefully that'll continue for the next hour and a half here and all the way through until the culmination of this event at 6. Our goal is, we have happy hours on Thursdays. We have pitch nights on a regular basis. We host these investment summits where we try and deploy capital into startups and help create new angel investors. Our goal is to help make startup communities stronger wherever we go. So we've started in Edmonton, went to Calgary last year in the fall. Now we're in Saskatchewan right now. Who knows where the rest of the spring will bring us? Hopefully a little bit further than that. And we're really excited to help do some work here in Saskatchewan and help activate the community. So with that, why activate the community? I went through this an hour and change ago, but these are the folks that are changing the world. This is super important. We wouldn't be where we are today if it wasn't for entrepreneurs that just couldn't, people that don't want to put up with the way that things currently are. It's people that want to change the world and are audacious enough to be able to think that they're the ones to be able to do that. They need a village to be able to make that happen. And we're the folks that we think can help make that happen. And yes, Zach, I don't know who Henry David Thoreau is, if it's your buddy that came up with this, but I like it. So good work. You put it into the one for the Clean Tech Summit, so I stole it for this one, and I love it. What did TNT do in 2020? In short, we had 3 investment summits, a whole bunch of startups applied, 70 investors, a whole bunch of whom were brand new to the angel world. So like I said, we try and create new angel investors and have existing angels help indoctrinate the new ones with how to do this. Created 8 angel syndicates into those 8 startups you see there and invested about $1.4 million into those ones. In addition to this, we ran a clean tech summit that culminated last week. There's commitments of over $400,000 into 3 companies so far. And of course, we have this investment summit that's culminating today. And with that, I really hope that we're able to take that 1.4 and jack it up over 2 million by the end of the quarter here. So not going to make any pre-commitments from the folks that are around the table, but just saying, that's my goal. And okay, so this Saskatchewan summit, what is this? I picked up beers after going skiing, so that's why I look like a dirtbag. But that's in front of Randy's house. So if you can read the address, feel free to zoom in. Folks on YouTube, if you want to figure out where Randy lives, it's there. What is the Saskatchewan summit? 2 cities. We got 2,000 beers. We got 26 startups that applied, 20 investors that pre-committed 100K. And like I said, hopefully we're going to double that or maybe even more. Who knows what's going to happen? It's always a bit of a gong show trying to figure this out. And it's an exciting one. Thousands of Slack messages going back and forth on the Slack that we have set up for the investors as they try and figure out what's going on with these startups. 5 finalists. We have the companies to watch as well that Evelyn mentioned. And of course, one epic day. It's been awesome so far. And I'm excited for the next few hours here. The process. So folks applied in January. We ran education sessions that Evelyn had mentioned. Valhalla kind of really crushed those, and it was awesome. I think the folks took away a lot of learning with that. Folks pitched back in February, if you recall those, if you were here. 21 companies pitched there, and if you're looking to watch those are on our YouTube, the Startup TNT YouTube, if you want to check those ones out, and especially if you watch the top 5 and then see how much they've progressed since then. It's tends to be a bunch of fun to do a quick look back. Top 5 were selected a few weeks ago, and now here we are a few weeks later, after doing diligence on those 5 companies with deals that are all sitting on the table, and the investors are going to figure out which one it is that they want to invest in, and hopefully they won't agree, and we'll decide that they want to invest in more than one. That's the fun part of it, and that's the magic of how this all works. This is true, Zach. You did. Pink is your favorite color. So what's the format that happens today? So as Evelyn mentioned, the runners up, the companies to watch, the folks that we want to have in front of you, the wonderful community, are pitching until about 4 p.m. They're going to give 3-minute pitches with a quick question. The objective is, they're looking for customers, they're looking for funding, they're looking for employees, they're looking for energy. That's the objective of pitching here. They want to get in front of the community. We have the top 5 pitching from 4 to 5, 5-minute pitch, 5-minute Q&A. So we have about 10 minutes. This is the same rules as we had last time. We have a hard stop at the 10 minutes, not a hard stop at the 5. Govern your time accordingly. Really useful to have the questions. So make sure that you're, concise on the pitch and also concise on the Q&A. We have a keynote from 5 to 6 p.m. And it's a pretty exciting one. Evelyn, do you have some details on the keynote, or do you want to keep it a secret?
No, I think some people already know. Our keynote is Paul Allen, who is the CEO of Soar.com and founder of Ancestry.com. So we're very pumped to have him today. He's actually now part of the Valhalla private capital portfolio company. So really, really excited to hear from him later today.
That's awesome. And while that's happening, we have the investors fighting in the back room. In a breakout room, they're going to be deliberating as to who should be the one to get the money and of course to get the side deals. So hopefully those happen, and those are going to be announced at 6 p.m. For a few minutes there, and then we're going to go on to Discord for the happy hour. Of course, not quite as entertaining as what would happen in real life, but we can't quite do that. But also keep in mind that you can't hang out with people from the other city in Saskatchewan. Wherever you are. If you're in Saskatchewan, you can hang out with people in Regina and vice versa, or of course me from Edmonton or other folks from other cities. It'll be a bunch of fun. We'll show you how to get on there and enjoy the beer. Thanks to Valhalla for getting all those lined up. 2,000 beers, those cases that I was showing earlier. It's really exciting. I need to crack one right away here, actually.
Actually, I want to make sure that Matt Stefan got his, because I heard that we actually deliver. He just didn't have one. Matt sends us a picture. You got it.
Here's the lineup that we have tonight. We have FIFO coming up first, and ultimately Omni rounding out the crowd. Really excited for this one. Just a quick snap here for everybody to understand what's going on. Looking forward to seeing how this all shakes out. And Evelyn, some context here. What's going on with our supporters and partners?
Yeah, just a huge thank you to our partners. They've been awesome in supporting the first Valhalla Investment Summit. Obviously, the government of Saskatchewan and Innovation Saskatchewan as well. Great partners to have. MacArthur. Also, we heard from Joe earlier today. He did amazing. And District Brewing for our very lovely beers. There you go. We were very happy to work with them. Very easy, and they delivered. They did an awesome job, and ISC as well. Thank you to all of them. Honestly, they're supporting not just us, right, but the startup community in general. So thank you.
Love it. Let's start building. Let's make this happen. Let's get it going. With no further ado, nobody's here to watch us. I don't know why we shouldn't take this long. Let's get the companies out.
I'm watching Eric Tedland's dog, actually. He's so cute. He's sleeping.
Okay. Like Zach says, pitches.
Yeah.
Let's go. Evelyn, who do we have first? What's going on?
First, let's start with FIFO. Sal? FIFO? Did I say it right?
It's FIFO.
There you go. I had it right the first time. Should go with my gut. Okay, well, Sal, if you want to share your screen, we can start the timer on that end and take it away.
Alrighty, perfect. And I will start. Am I unmuted?
You're good to go.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Hi, everyone. My name is Salman Mullah, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called FIFO. So let me ask you a question. Who taught you about your personal finances? Was it your dad, your mom, a teacher, or did you have to learn it yourself? So FIFO aims to enhance the financial industry and how institutions engage and interact with their customers by injecting new innovative financial literacy technologies. So what is the problem? Canadians are struggling with their personal finances, and they directly believe that their financial issues stem from their lack of financial knowledge. And this has now had a negative ripple effect in the financial industry. So if you take a look at the larger fintech market, there's currently a $300 billion TAM. And within the Canadian market, you're looking at a $3 billion market. And what we've done with FIFO is hyper-focused our vertical into the personal financial management area of fintech. So what is our solution? FIFO is a white label or co-labeled personal financial management software and integrated risk evaluation tool with a product lead generation tool, which helps educate users on money management, introduces them to products that are right for them, bridges communications between institutions and consumers. And through our AI and machine learning algorithm, we're able to effectively access and recommend products and services to help meet their financial goals. This can then be picked up by the institution side for better data analysis. So what is our current business model? We have an initial setup fee followed by a subscription model, and then a product commission, which can be negotiated, which would potentially have an average of $100 or more per successful conversion within our application. This is our founding team. It's a young team, youngest 20, oldest 25, but we have a passion, and we're a group of individuals who advocated for financial literacy and helped get it into Saskatchewan. We flank ourselves with our inexperience with a very good group of mentors and advisors from the industry. And this is where our current investment, this is what we're asking for. We're looking for a $350,000 pre-seed. Based on that, development goes into $200,000, a go-to-market strategy of $100,000 and $50,000 on the additional side for additional miscellaneous costs. But that's where the opportunity is coming, and it just popped up to us out of nowhere. Since the last time you saw us, we got into one of the top financial tech incubators in the country through FinTech Cadence, based out of Montreal, and have now been rapidly advancing in our stages. As you can see, we're currently at our MVP and an investment raise, and we're in the midst of testing out a potential pilot program with an institution with close to 8,000 users. This is our current competition amongst the industry, whether that be from financial institutions or other fintech applications in the personal financial realm. And I want to put this out to anyone. If there's anyone in the audience that has a passion for personal finance like our team, let's make life better for Canadians. So thank you, everyone.
I love it. That's awesome. Congratulations on getting into that incubator. What's the goal, or what does that incubator do? Are they specialized in anything, or what's kind of your goal coming out of that incubator?
So one of the main things about this FinTech Cadence incubator is that they're a touch point between early stage fintechs and the institutions. So working directly hand in hand with their in-house startup and residence programs like Desjardins or JP Morgan, and then they try and kind of pipeline you directly into those institutions. So from last year's cohort, out of the 10 B2B companies that were in there, 8 of them left the program with paid customers going forward. So we're excited for the opportunity, but we'd love to have some investors to come with us on this.
That's amazing. And just real quick, when does it end, or when does the program culminate?
So this program culminates in the next 2 months, and then there is a potential add-on program through that, which they're looking at potentially bringing us on, which will be a 6-month program in the Toronto market rather than the Montreal market.
I love it. That's super awesome. I'm super excited for you, man. This is great. Cool. Thanks, Sal. Evelyn, who do we have next?
Next, next company is Store to Door. Scott, if you can join us.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen here. Just give me 1 second. There we go. Well, thanks, Evelyn. I want to first thank Valhalla Investment Summit for the opportunity to showcase our company again here on this amazing platform. You know, I was reflecting this morning on the last 10 weeks of business since we launched Store to Door, and was reminded, why did we create this platform? And it is for local brick and mortar stores that keep telling us the biggest concern of theirs, which is how can we compete with Amazon and maintain our client loyalty? My name is Scott Love, Chief Development Officer and one of the founders here at Store to Door. Store to Door is a platform that provides a competitive edge in e-commerce for local retailers. Store to Door enables retailers to compete directly with e-commerce giants like Amazon by focusing on delivering a quick same-day experience in their local trade area. Owners and CEOs are sitting around their board tables right now trying to figure out how are they going to compete in this market and speed up their delivery. Their current models are expensive and clunky, and they're trying to keep the cost of delivery fulfillment to a reasonable level. They're also asking themselves, how are they going to keep their doors open? This is where we can help and keep these businesses and retailers in our local communities. Store to Door is a branded platform that allows retailers the ability to offer cost-effective same-day delivery services to their customers. We enable delivery fulfillment using our network of contract delivery drivers. We provide customers with the type of real-time delivery experience that they've come to expect from food delivery services like Skip the Dishes or Uber Eats. Store to Door integrates with e-commerce platforms to keep the process smooth and efficient, and we now have a client portal for non-e-commerce clients to offer our service. As you can see here, we've got quite the large market when we focus even specifically on just retailers and pharmacy in Canada. Right now, we're hyper-focused on Regina and Saskatoon, on the retail market and pharmacy, which we can see here is also a very large number. We launched in Regina in late December, and last week we launched here in Saskatoon, which we're really excited about. We expanded our team, added a sales development manager, and like I said, we launched a client portal for non-e-commerce clients. We're planning on expanding the team. We're going to be launching in Calgary, Edmonton, and Winnipeg here soon, and we're looking to improve some of our IP by improving the driver app and some enhances to our client dashboard. We have an amazing team of founders, myself, Glenn Revitt, Kirk Morrison. We come from a wide range of experience, from retail to technology to operations. In the seed round, we're looking to raise $350,000 through a convertible note loan. And just a note, all the investments that are made here in Saskatchewan have the opportunity to get STSI credit. And that's everything for me. I do want to say, again, once thanks to Valhalla, and we're open to talk to anybody that wants to connect about how we help retailers, so from clients to investors. So please reach out. My contact's on the screen. We'd love to connect with you. Thank you.
Awesome job, Scott. I'm super excited about the story here. How's the recent entry been going? Like, how's the traction been in the new city?
It's been very good. In Regina, we're moving at a really fast pace. It's starting to steamroll a little bit. We're adding clients on a daily basis. We just recently got a test with Medicine Shop here in Regina, which is really, really big for us. And we're working on a Saskatoon rollout already. We have a couple other big brands that are coming on here in the next month, ones including Pet Value. But we also have lots of little retailers that are using us on a daily basis and just loving the service. And we've got a 100% satisfaction rating right now after 10 weeks. So we're really happy about that.
That's awesome. You guys are the Canadian GoPuff. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
Good job, Scott.
Thank you so much.
Evelyn, who's up next?
Good job, Scott. Thanks. We have Hyon with Christy.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. Thank you guys for the sympathy pitch. As Tim says, I think this is awesome.
I'm not going to share my screen. I figure your eyes are probably all glazed over at this point. Instead, I'm just going to draw what we're up to. My name is Christy, founder and CEO of Hion Software. Our co-founder and CTO was on the ground level of both Vendasta and Skip the Dishes, where he left to join us full-time nearly 2 years ago. Here we go. At Hion, we believe there are only two types of people in the world. You're either someone who will do the work to sell your used items. If that's you, your name is Allison, or you ultimately can't be bothered and you're Jordan. And so the idea with Jordan is he's the one who has the item, whatever it may be. He either digitally or physically gets it over to Allison. She's posting on existing marketplaces. So she's going to Facebook Marketplace, Kijiji, Craigslist in search of the buyer. We call her Chloe. And so when Chloe expresses interest in an item that Allison has posted for sale, she sent a cart link to purchase. So think of like an Amazon cart. Automatically through Hion, Allison keeps a cut and the rest goes back to Jordan. And so it's worth noting that we're not a marketplace. You'll never see an item for sale on Hion. We primarily manage the relationship between Allison's and Jordan's, and then we keep transparency by managing the flow of funds. We'd always thought of Jordan as just one person. It turns out Jordan can be as big as a provincial government. We're just entering into our second contract with the government of Saskatchewan, a paid contract. We found product market fit on what I would say is a small scale with a handful of very happy consumer Jordans. They seem to get addicted. They put one item in, we sell it, and then I swear to God, they're running around their house, adding more things in, seeing what else we can sell. Product market fit with enterprise has been us really just shining a light on a dungeon of a problem that we feel is about to explode. So it's not cool anymore to hoard things and then throw them in landfills. We're raising $250,000 to basically find a repeatable customer acquisition strategy. We want to start dominating the I have stuff that I don't need market. And we believe that we can turn this $250,000 to $500,000 of revenue by the end of this year. If you think that we're not raising enough, our plan is to actually secure a WD loan through their BCP program and match that $250,000 interest-free, repayable over 5 years. So once we do this, we can go up market to other large organizations, which will give us the most valuable items at the highest frequency. You may not know the Hion name yet, but give us 2 years. Chances are when you buy or sell a used item, you'll use our platform. Thanks so much.
I love it. Great work. This is the best pitch I've seen.
Oh, no pressure.
I need a whiteboard behind me. Cool. The PDP program's awesome. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Can you talk a little bit more about the percentage? How much goes to Allison and how much does Hion get? Or I guess I assume it ranges, but.
Great question. When we launched our beta last August, Allison was keeping 30% and Hion was keeping 10. We're going to flip that. Hion's going to keep 40% and we'll bring the Allisons in-house.
I love it. Super smart. This is great. I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes for you. This is great.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Christy. Evelyn, who's up next?
Nice. Good job, Christy. I love the doodling. Good idea. Very original. Okay, so next we have Light Horse with Alan.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Good to go.
Awesome. Let me just put this into presentation mode. Okay, good stuff. So, hey everyone, thanks for having me. Thanks to Valhalla for this awesome platform. And I just want to say a quick shout out to all the 5 finalists. Best of luck. This is going to be awesome for you guys. I'm so proud of you to have made it this far. So Light Horse is an electric vehicle platform that we've developed that really takes the most versatile mobility and utility form factor in history, the horse, and really brought it into the 21st century. And that's by way of a very unique form factor that we've created. And this is what it looks like for those of you that haven't seen it to this point. It's a stand-on vertical rider, 0 noise and 0 emissions. It goes anywhere, 2 or 4-wheel drive. It climbs stairs, goes up and down curbs like they aren't even there. And multiple applications using the same machine, which is really what sets us apart from all of the other EV manufacturers that are out there. By that, I mean, the use cases for this are endless, from warehouse and distribution centers to manufacturing to shipyards to mining and railroad to military and law enforcement. And it is equally effective in all of those scenarios. We got some fantastic early traction, And that is with LAPD, who've requested formally test units as FEMA, San Antonio Airport. We've got 12 units sold, and we've just signed a 4-year contract with a US manufacturing partner called Mako. And we just this week got a 10-unit sale pending in Russia, of all places. So very, very cool. So people are really getting excited about this particular form factor. Some of the unique attributes are zero maintenance. There really isn't any maintenance to this machine whatsoever. No changing oil or filters like you're used to, or putting gas in the machine. Modular in design, so that means all of the accessories that go onto the machine are easily changed in about 30 seconds to completely reconfigure its application. Canadian and American made. It actually charges by plugging into any 110 home outlet. So you can plug it into your garage and you don't have to go find a public charging station. The applications, I said, are limitless to this machine, and we're super excited about where it's going to go. The military have expressed incredible interest in the machine, the US military, to this point, and we're very excited. So that's it.
Good work, Alan. And you guys closed your round already. And what's the game plan for moving forward here?
Yeah, thanks for acknowledging that. So we had a convertible note round going of 500,000, and we closed it at 7,000 shy of $1 million. So we oversubscribed significantly. We had to close that round. Our next stage is an up level in the valuation, and we've retained a firm out of Vancouver who is going to raise the next $2.5 million. And then it looks like we're going to go down the path of an RTO.
Super exciting. I mean, you're working with the folks from the right city to be able to make that happen. That's the public venture side of the world. Yeah. This is awesome. Good work, man.
Thank you.
Evelyn, we're on to the top 5. What do we have next? What do we have to do before we do that?
Before we do that, Tim, I just wanted to just thank the government of Saskatchewan for their support. And actually, we have the Minister Harrison is going to give us greetings before we actually jump into the full action. So I think we're going to play a video. Braden? There we go. Thanks.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm pleased to bring remarks on behalf of the government of Saskatchewan. Technology and innovation are crucial to the growth of our province's economy. That's why one of our government's priorities is to provide a conducive ecosystem for the tech community to continue to thrive right here. Our existing research infrastructure and the activities of our technological incubators have led to increased momentum in our digital economy. In the last few years, our tech sector has generated an annual revenue of over $10 billion, representing 5.6% of Saskatchewan's GDP. We are committed to taking actions and implementing programs that will triple the growth of our technology sector in the next decade, which is one of the goals in our growth plan. One such program is the Saskatchewan Technology Startup Incentive, STSI, through Innovation Saskatchewan. STSI offers a 45% tax credit to Saskatchewan residents and corporations that invest in local tech startups. It's one of the most aggressive angel investor tax incentive programs in Western Canada. Since its launch in 2018, the STSI has attracted $22 million in private investment. There are currently 64 tech startups and 184 investors who are eligible in the program. 133 new jobs have also been created by startups in the program, and it has been fully subscribed in the last 2 fiscal years. The STSI is an attractive tool for overcoming the challenges tech entrepreneurs face in accessing capital, and it's a useful resource for tech entrepreneurs looking to grow their business and create jobs here in Saskatchewan. The government of Saskatchewan is proud to be a partner with other investors at the Valhalla Investment Summit to raise money for Saskatchewan tech startups. The process began in January 2021 with tech startup companies in Saskatchewan applying for funding. The applicants went through a screening process, and the top 20 companies were invited to pitch to the group of investors. Through a rigorous selection process that lasted several weeks, the number of startups was reduced to 5 companies. Today, the 5 companies will pitch their ideas and the winner will be awarded the investment funding. Being an entrepreneur is hard work, and regardless of today's outcome, I want to encourage all 5 companies to continue to pursue your dreams and ideas. I want to thank all of those who participated in this program, the applicants, members of the evaluation committee, and the support team. I would also like to thank the team at Innovation Saskatchewan for your hard work on this event and for all the programs you deliver. In closing, thank you to the founders, investors, and supporters of the startup tech community for your contributions to building a strong Saskatchewan. Thank you very much.
Wow. Cheers to that.
I was gonna say, I'm ready. I'm standing, I'm all excited. We have like our company's coming and like here, cheers to everybody. Hopefully you all have your beer. So yeah, should we get going, Tim?
Yeah, 100%. No more waiting. Let's just get it going. Who's up first?
Okay, first, we're gonna start with Memory Keeper and Jessica McNutten.
I'm ready to go, but I'm not cracking my beer until I'm done my presentation. All right, so thanks everyone for letting me be first. That's so great. I know it was random, but I'm going to pretend it happened that way because I love going first. I'm excited to tell you about Memory Keeper. On the side of the screen here, you're going to see my people. My mom, my dad, and my niece. Unfortunately, I've lost all these people. But what I'm going to tell you is I've learned a lot about loss, partially because they were all just pretty incredible people, but also I learned about loss, about habits, about stories, about media, and it all kind of formed the perfect storm in my head to end up where we are today with Memory Keeper. So I lost my mom 15 years ago, and I'll tell you the habits we had 15 years ago for capturing lives were different than they are now. I do not have a recording of my mom's voice. I cannot hear her laughter. My dad passed a couple of years later, and I can. It makes a difference. And then my niece passed, unfortunately, at the age of 15. Now, let me tell you, a 15-year-old has their life captured. She had a lot on social media, and we used a lot of that in our grieving, in our healing process, as well as it's a lot of how we still keep her alive. And so we were pretty crushed, actually, when the social media provider Vine folded into Twitter, and we lost some of the really important pieces of her story. And this taught me a pretty important lesson. 2 lessons, one being social media is impermanent, and yet it's the only habit we really have here. And 2, rich, multidimensional stories make a profound difference in our lives and the lives that follow. It was a harsh reminder, but this year alone, 1.4 trillion, that's 12 zeros, pictures will be taken. About 1.8 billion of those will get uploaded to social media daily. We have Facebook at around 3 billion users and Instagram and TikTok hovering around the 1 billion user mark. So these are the more mature users of media. And of this audience, 78% of them have absolutely no solution in place to save media, let alone save, store, design a story. Of the 22 that do, it is typically just a cloud storage solution with loose pieces of media, no context. In many ways, we were better off 60 years ago when someone's grandma was writing on the back of the piece of paper and the picture to say, left to right, here's who's here, here's why we gathered, seal it in a book with that old plastic cellophane on it and put it on a shelf for us to enjoy for generations to come. We have so many incredible habits on how to capture media now, but we have no products, no solutions that make it easy for us to save, store, design, and protect. Again, it's like a Dropbox, or it's a very technical software composer type solution. Until now, we are Memory Keeper. So we're a digital solution for saving, storing, preserving your story. And why people like us? Well, we're hearing a couple of things now that we're getting in more and more hands every day. One, they love the privacy. It's not social media. It's safe. It's your story. You control it. They love the QR code aspect. So you have the ability to capture people's story digitally, but also when you're at an event, you can scan the QR code and share. And they also love the ease of use. We have 8-year-olds using it. We have 80-year-olds using it, and they're all adapting quite nicely. So we've been in production since October, and we've been used for all the things you see on the screen. But as of 3 weeks ago, I guess, last time I talked to you. We've also heard some new really interesting case studies. We have a couple schools who are using it. They're putting a QR code on the back of students' diplomas and having the students get a year in review of pictures and videos. We have a grandma that's living in the US right now that's reading books, recording the book reading and sending the link to her grandchildren here in Canada. We have businesses that are using it. We have one who's asking their patrons to add pictures to their memory keeper, and then they're using it for their social media content so they can have a little bit more control and a ton more material. So lots of new things happening in this space. Just this week, a new customer wrote to me and said, I'm very impressed with the quality of meaningful material that people are able to create when they're given the right tool. For me, that tool was Memory Keeper. You made me look way better than I am. This is music to our team's ears. Speaking of our team, here we are. So between our founders, we have many years of experience. Myself in merger acquisition, transformation, culture, and developing high performance teams. Taylor, working with and leading some of the most respected development teams in this province and delivering commercial and consumer solutions. Jessica just won an entrepreneurial award with the Hill School of Business. Matthew just co-published a notable paper on augmented reality with Dr. Hamilton. Jason, Valentina, Rebecca, they're all high performers with very high levels of commitment, competence, and passion for what we're doing. Most importantly, we're committed to your stories and we're not wasting any time. We are moving fast. So as you'll see here, we've got a lot that we've taken care of in the last year. Most of the team really didn't come together until summer last year. And we've accomplished some great things, but more than anything, we're focusing on getting this product in the hands of as many people as possible, learning as much as we possibly can from them, listening very closely to our customers and making it stick. So I'm going to tell you a bit about our customers. So our first and our primary brand persona is Lucy. We like Lucy for a couple of reasons. One is she loves stories. The second is that she is an underserved demographic. In fact, this demographic is projected to spend more than millennials in the next 10 years in the digital space, and they're underserved and undersold too. Lucy's favorite memory keeper is actually when she went and spent some time helping her parents move out of the home she grew up in and captured the stories along the way. Her very favorite piece of that was actually getting to finally tell the story of how that hideous orange lamp got broken the one time her parents were out of town. Next persona is Bowser. Well, actually, it's Josh and Josie, Bowser's parents. Let me tell you, Josh and Josie, Josh hates social media. He hates it. Josie loves it, but she's applying for marketing jobs right now, and she really cares about what her aesthetic looks like. So she's extremely picky about what she puts on there. And so they love experience. They love doing things with their friends and creating memories as a result of it. So they're using Memory Keeper instead of putting it on their social media, and they're loving it. Their favorite Memory Keeper is the one they started with Bowser when he first got him and all the trouble he's gotten into along the way. Lucy and Bowser are great parents. Sorry, Lucy and Bowser are not parents. Josie and Josh are parents. They're all great customers. But what they are even more than that is excellent teachers. We're learning from them what it takes to create a beautiful digital story so we can automate it for the rest of us poor saps that have that 10,000 pictures in our Dropbox or a storage solution with no context. I know we all think we'll remember who's in that picture 20 years from now, but we won't, I'm telling you. As an older brain, I'm telling you. So we're learning from them. What we know, the reality is that between the metadata that's on the media we already have, our digital footprint, and a little bit of research into sentiment, our story can already be automated. That trip that we took, my data footprint already knows where it was, what the weather was like, where I stayed, who I was with, how I made 3 dinner reservations, but really the pizza place was my favorite, and that I loved the light that came into the front window in the Airbnb I stayed in first thing in the morning. We're going to automate it. So this is a game changer for us. This is where our product goes from the Lucys of the world to everyone in the world. It goes from an existing space to a blue ocean space. So we know we've seen it in the past. We know we have users that love when Facebook tells them their memories, or when their, Google Photos shows them the picture, the slideshow from where they were a year ago. We know that people want it. We know they want more. We know that their expectations have changed and their habits have changed on how they capture media and how they put it together, and they want an easy solution. We believe that can be us. So similar to some of the other people you see on the screen, Canva, who said, hey, we can make it easier than Photoshop, now valued at $6 billion. And Netflix, although I know it's the most used example, overused example probably in the pitch space, the reality is I remember plugging my computer in to stream because I had a habit, I had an expectation, and I didn't have a product that served it. We're going to be that. And that's also why we are very confident that in the next 4 years, we can meet the $10 million mark in revenue. And that's when we're just getting started with the automation portion. So feel free to scan the QR code and go to Memory Keeper itself to see our Memory Keeper of the slides and or grill me with questions.
It's awesome. I love the recent traction, Jessica. What's the most traction, like which segments of the customer population are you getting the most traction in?
You know, it really, we're a consumer product. And that's why I think the uniqueness of all the people that are using us, it's end use consumers. But we're getting traction where lots of consumers gather at once. Like we're talking to Sask Games about the winter games and having some events there. And so the traction is really at the end user, and it's as unique as people's stories. But we're getting a lot of people who are in story gathering spaces like large events, weddings, funerals, the games, things like that, where there's a whole bunch of people having really memorable moments.
I love it. Matt, you should talk to Jessica with the UP conference. Let's see something happen. What's the revenue plan? Do you have any details as to how that'll work, especially with the kind of group event type situation?
Yeah, I do. So we are, I won't bother with the graphs. Right now we have a fee, and we have a premium and a fee subscription service. With the events, we're actually using it very similar. We're pricing per license, and the license is the same as an individual business consumer. So our projections are based on the amount of free users that buy extra products, ancillary products that go along with exporting their Memory Keeper, and then the premium version.
It's awesome. And you have an awesome team, and with your background in building teams, where do you see the next sort of gap in the team? What needs to be filled next?
I mean, we have to continue to be really disciplined on the development we're doing. And so bringing our CTO in, or having, more bench strength in the development team. You're going to see some great developments actually in a couple of weeks in regards to features, but continuing to keep the pressure on that. And especially when it comes to actually looking at how we automate using AI, machine learning, sentiment analysis, we need to bring a lot of serious brain power in there, but also customer acquisition. So we're really going fairly slow, and we're not investing a ton in that until at least summer. We're looking for some of those bigger sticky events where we can get it in hands of a bunch of people, because that just lowers our customer acquisition cost if a whole bunch of people use it and like it, and then, come to us organically. But also business development and that large B2C marketing capital and human intelligence will be where we'll be investing.
It's awesome. And one quick question, we're running out of time here, but what's kind of the path to exit? What does that directionally look like?
Listen, we love stories. We love people's stories. We want to be able to integrate into the Apple and the Google and have it so that it curates everyone's stories. And I'm going to be completely honest, we're not focusing on where we exit. We're focusing on building a really good product. I mean, we have the intent to make money. We are very driven, and we look at what the budgets are and how many numbers, how many users we have to get each milestone. We're driven for profit, but we are not talking about X is the exit. We're talking about falling in love and building the perfect product. I love
it. Good answer. And you have live testimonials coming in the chat. So this is great. Love it. Good start, Jessica. Thanks for this. Evelyn, who's up next?
Yay, good job, Jessica.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up, Arctic Shelf. Dawson, take it away.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. I'm Dawson Norrish. I'm the CEO and founder of Arctic Shelf, and our mission is to revolutionize eating in the workplace. Food delivery is absolutely exploding. About 60% of millennials were using the service once a month before the pandemic, but that has since accelerated and is going to continue to grow at a 16% CAGR to 2030, representing a $365 billion market. So it's this massive opportunity that's driven by this core need that people are willing to pay for convenience. But there's only one version of that service, which is restaurant food delivered by on-demand couriers. Now, what that means is that food delivery as it stands is actually more expensive than restaurant dining. So it's super unsustainable for everyday eating. And that means that there's this huge gap where there's no way to get healthy and convenient food on a regular basis. Now, our solution to that problem is a personalized fridge for the workplace, replacing that disgusting community fridge at work but also serving as a distribution channel for large commercial kitchens in our workplace-focused food delivery platform. Now, why the fridge? Because it enables order aggregation. So with the current method of food delivery, you have all of these drivers driving around the city delivering 1 to 2 meals per route. That's super expensive and very, very inefficient. Now with our product, we'll be able to deliver up to 500 meals in a single route by dropping them off in locations where customers are able to come pick them up. So we're much, much more efficient on the delivery side of things. But order aggregation also means cheaper food. So these are actual meals and prices of meals that we're going to be selling on our platform. The reason why this is possible is that our infrastructure has unlocked catering kitchens, which are meant to produce hundreds of meals in bulk and drive down costs through economies of scale. So we've enabled this market to be able to access customers at work. As far as benefits, like I said, their kitchens now have a distribution channel to workplace customers. Our infrastructure unlocks dollar delivery fees. But importantly, this product is used by workplaces to help bring their people back to work safely. What that means is that users will now have a clean and safe alternative to the community fridge. So no more smelly Chinese food or lunch thieves. Now, those last 2 points are very important because this is the perfect time for this product. COVID-19, without question, is redefining benchmarks across all of our lives. And what we're seeing and hearing from our customers is that businesses are looking to redesign their workplaces to protect an individual's personal space, reduce strain on the communal areas, but still promote health and wellness with their employees. And the community fridge is in the way of all of that. We're hearing tons of stories about businesses that have shut down their fridge in their return to work plans. How it works is the fridge is installed in the workplace and then connected to the internet. Staff will then use our app to open their personal fridge and store food, condiments, and salad dressings at work. Now that's very important because what that means is that we're going to have a large daily active user base of customers using our product every single day to access food, condiments, and salad dressings at work. And they're using our product every time they're hungry at work. So it's the perfect opportunity to sell them local products made by local kitchens. They use the app to order food made by local kitchens, and then we come drop it off in their personal fridge. To make money, we are a subscription-based service. The first model is a vending machine model where we rent out, we install at no charge to the workplace and rent out cubbies to individual employees. The second option is a business subscription where they subscribe for $250 a fridge, and that ends up being about $20 per employee. Now, all of those subscriptions include unlimited access to our food delivery platform and meals under $10. We're working through office furniture dealers, and because of that, we're able to target a wide variety of verticals. Now, we've done some work and our total addressable market, we've narrowed down to the top 12 countries labeled open for business by the World Bank. In those verticals, there's about 311 million customers, and about 63% of them are lunch packers that pack it multiple times a week, which means our available market is around 196 million customers, and that represents a $148 billion opportunity. Now, we're just getting started. We have 11 locations. We had 200 signups in the first 8 hours of launching. We've partnered with some major players in the space. Most importantly, our Steelcase office furniture dealers. So these are dealer groups that have relationships with all of the biggest companies in the world, and they deal with all the distribution and installation and logistics. Now that's very important because we are not a hardware company. We don't make the fridges and we don't deal with all of the headaches with hardware, which is the distribution, installation, and the service. What we're doing is creating this very accretive software platform that takes fridges, which are typically very boring, and makes them very, very valuable. Now, that's very important because down the road, we very much anticipate to be partnering with a large mid-grade appliance manufacturer to produce fridges. Hey, you guys make fridges, you're very good at it. We'll make the software and make them very, very valuable. Our team is very small. We're just getting started, and that's what we're raising money to do. We're looking for $500,000. We have $200,000 committed, so there's $300,000 left on the table. The note will be a convertible debt instrument, 5% interest rate over 3 years, with a 30% discount to our price round and a $5 million valuation cap. This fits into our roadmap where we've now raised money and worked on the initial product development, and now we're looking for money to further expand and narrow down our product market fit with pricing. Once we nail that down, we're going to be in a prime position to really scale and help businesses return to work on a widespread application and really redefine what eating in the workplace looks like. Thank you very much.
Cool. Super clean pitch, Dawson. This is great.
Thank you.
So the pitch is the fridge is always essentially rented out to either the user or the institution. Are you essentially paying for it all up front, or how does that kind of work on your end?
So the question is how do we pay for the infrastructure?
Yeah.
Yeah, so actually we've validated it, but there's a company in Calgary, a leasing company, that we're able actually to lease the units from ourselves and through our partners. So we actually have zero infrastructure costs through this agreement that we've created with our capital partners.
That's awesome. Can you walk me through how? So you're making the sale of the fridge, and then you're making kind of the secondary sale or the associated sale of the food side of things. Why are you doing it all kind of in one shot as opposed to like getting a whole bunch of fridges out into the market and then secondly layering on the food side of things?
Very good question. The short answer is timing. So we initially launched this product actually for university students. It started because I was a university kid with no lunches on campus or no fridges on campus. We launched February 24th of last year. 2 weeks later, COVID shut us down. We then pivoted towards the workplace, hired Mike, who's our VP sales, 25 years of experience in the office furniture industry. He actually quit his job to join us. And we went on a sales tour. We met with Brookfield Property, Great West Life, some of the biggest property managers, and they all loved the product. But they told us that it's going to depend on the return to work. So businesses don't know if they have 80% of people back or 60. And until then, they're waiting to really pull the trigger on these large purchases. And because of that, we originally thought businesses were going to return in January. That became May. And now we're thinking anywhere between September to January, depending on our vaccine rollout. Because of that, we thought that this is the best time to focus on food delivery because of the opportunity cost. In a normal business, it would come at the cost of closing deals for fridges. But when that's not happening, this is the perfect time to work on the food delivery. Once we come back, we're going to be focusing on the fridges and then tell investors what works with this food delivery in Saskatoon. We'll be able to scale it through our different. It was a hugely long-winded answer, but that's our plan.
Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Not super busy, so it makes sense to tackle some things while we're kind of chilling.
Yeah.
How do you? Zach's asking about talking about CAC and how do you rapidly make sales to individual businesses? Enterprise sales is relatively hard. This seems like a relatively small dollar sale. How does that kind of shake out?
Yeah, very good question. And that actually comes through the really unique part of our product in that we are the perfect fit for office furniture dealers. So the way that the Herman Millers differentiate themselves from the Steelcase dealers is product differentiation. So these dealer groups, through our dealer network, we now have 34 reps selling for us. Each of them have about 100 clients. This is the product for them to call all their clients. Hey, I have a product for you if you're looking to have a functional kitchen in your return to work plan. So our customer acquisition costs are actually mitigated through the dealer strategy because this is the first product of its kind. I've read through all the 10Ks of the Whirlpools and all those other big fridge companies, and their distribution model is to residential consumers. So we've locked down the primary distribution channel to workplace customers, and that is really really what mitigates our customer acquisition strategy.
Cool. You seem to understand your customer economics and unit economics super well. What's sort of the payback timeline from customer acquisition through to recycling the cash all the way back through?
Yeah, very good question. And I just threw that in my appendice. And really what we want to do is we want to get as many fridges out in the market because the unit economics on these fridges are actually very, very strong. So through the 10-year life cycle of the product, there's 1,100% return through a $2,200 investment in the fridge. So the reason why I'm showing you this is because the unit economics on these fridges are very strong, and we have done a lot of the work to I guess work on the unit economics side of the business, because especially when you have a modular piece of infrastructure like our fridges, unit economics are extremely important.
Yeah, that's super tight. Ade's asking, your serviceable TAM, does it only address the food delivery service or also people that bring their food from home?
No, it's mostly the food people that bring their food from home. And even when we were calculating TAM, the actual market calculation is if they order one meal a week. So there is a potential to increase that, especially if the meals are under $10. But our TAM right now is just the subscription fee multiplied by one meal per user per week. And one thing too that I left out, but we didn't even include blue collar workers, which are they are lunch packers. They have multiple shifts per day, 8 hours. They can't leave. And so we actually have been getting quite a bit of traction from manufacturing plants. We just installed at Redicop last week, but that wasn't included in the TAM. So there's really, the fridges, we're super nerdy about fridges, but it's super undervalued. And we think that, there's a huge opportunity here.
I love it. This is super exciting. Clean deck. You know your numbers. It's a way to get to my heart is with strong numbers. So good work.
Thanks, Tim.
Evelyn, what do we have? Who's on deck?
Great job, Dawson. Speaking of pitches, like rewatching the previous pitches and watching the new ones, I'm just gonna say Dawson's was like really different. So good job, Dawson, polishing your pitch as you go. Okay, next we have board checkup with Yvonne.
I can't hear Yvonne. Can anybody hear Yvonne?
Hi, I'm Yvonne Catholic, founder and president of Board Checkup. We provide board performance self-assessment services, and we're a women's-owned business located in Regina, Saskatchewan. I'm also a social scientist, and for most of my career have been studying corporate governance and a growing number of corporate governance failures in both the not-for-profit and the for-profit sectors. These failures result in trillions of dollars of lost corporate value, billions of dollars in lost philanthropy, and public interest concerns amongst regulators, funders, and investors like yourselves. In studying these failures, what surfaces is that most of these boards were unaware of a problem. They were either unaware of the issues facing the corporation, the governance issues, or they were challenged within the governance function itself, and that is the performance of the board. And here are some examples of that. This is how I like to liken what our company does. Well, Apple makes products people didn't know they wanted. We developed a software intervention to help boards solve problems they may not know they have. We've developed a theory about this problem and tested this intervention, and it's been used by over 1,300 organizations in 80 countries, primarily boards of directors of not-for-profit corporations. Hundreds of these boards have involved thousands of individuals in these assessments, and upon follow-up assessment, we see significant improvements in not only board effectiveness, but the effectiveness of the corporation and the individuals who either serve on those boards or who interact with them in some capacity. Here's a testimonial that we have from one of our boards, that the board checkup objectively helped them discover areas of disagreement and provided them an opportunity to deal with the issues facing that board. We've transformed this software application, this intervention, into a software as a service company. And in January, we launched a subscription model with a free 90-day trial and a membership that would provide unlimited access to these performance assessments, reports, procedures, all the gaps and capacities that boards are missing, and an ability to benchmark results over time and to other boards. We are planning the next tier, a premium tier, to provide access to those impact assessments, to program a salient factor in board change, and that is a governance effectiveness assessment. We are going to build in a business-to-business marketplace to match boards and consultants and local development networks. You can see on the bottom, just with our existing registrants, that we could potentially result in $1 million of annual recurring revenue. Yes, there's competition in this space, and this slide points to several of our competitors who provide one-time assessments of board performance. The price of these assessments varies from $100 or just under to $1,000. Our competitive advantage is that we are the only software as a service company providing on-demand, automated assessments that provide pre and post tests that allow that benchmarking and provide efficiency of scale. This is a huge market. We believe just in North America and in populations that are economically active in the nonprofit sector alone, that this is $1 billion industry. And that's both charitable and non-charitable corporate boards. We're seeking investment of up to $250,000, either in a safe or convertible notes, to program that premium tier, to rebrand and market our product, and to develop industry partnerships, particularly with intermediaries who can market our products to within their local networks. We will test, adapt, and white label our software and apply it in other markets and grow our business and value proposition for boards. We will eventually leverage our software services in other sectors and board governance contexts. So it won't be long before you see a board checkup for nonprofits, a board checkup for businesses, a board checkup for government agency boards and commissions, and a board checkup for intermediaries like associations that work on behalf of corporations and those consultants that work with them to help them improve their performance. I just like to thank everybody involved in this summit in Saskatchewan. I've really enjoyed it. Valhalla Angels, I'm going to miss those weekly meetings. Thank you, TNT, for bringing us all together, and congratulations to the other founders for being involved in the competition.
Cool, great work, Yvonne. I love it, super concise. What sort of alpha or beta or what sort of testing have you been doing with this in order to get it across the line? Where are you at with the product?
Well, we're fully launched and we're fully automated. We're not in beta. We've established product market fit, so we're ready to program. We're basically a lean startup, and we've used our data analytics to make a business case for our premium tier, and we're ready to program it. So if that investment comes to us at 6 o'clock, we'll be ready to start tomorrow morning.
Love it, super ambitious. Can you describe what the ideal customer is? So I recognize that it's boards, but a board of what type, with how many members, like how sophisticated are they? Like, what does that ideal customer look like?
We have a wide range. Most of our boards have budget sizes over $1 million, and some of them $100 million. So we've got boards, the working board to the fully policy governance model. We have hospitals, universities, all the way to the food banks and the associations. So we just have a whole diversity. So we believe that that kind of diversity lends itself to leveraging it in other sectors.
Of course. And so do you have, like, are the questionnaires or the tests, are they different depending on the industry or the size, or governance versus a working board, or how does that kind of?
Well, we actually track that, and we study the board performance assessments across those. Those are variables within our post tests. And so we see recurring issues across board types, governance models, across jurisdictions. So a board in Afghanistan is not that unlike a board in Regina, where you have people sitting around a table governing. They have similar challenges. We have our software in different languages and have tested it. And as I said, it's been used in 80 countries and without any issues.
Cool. Can you describe who's just thinking about customer acquisition? Can you describe who sort of the decision maker is for, like, who's the one that decides to get board checkup to be used within the board? What does that person look like, and how do you find them?
Right. So we've developed a procedure to help boards think about that. And of course, the organization is our customer, and the board And we are established around a coordinator. So these are self-assessments. So the board really needs to own its own performance. These are confidential, safe, private spaces. And that's why we have such a success rate. So 80% of our boards that use our software make significant changes in their performance. In all of the dimensions assessed. But so the board, typically either it's the board chair or the chair of the governance committee. Sometimes it's the ED, but someone has to coordinate it. And we study actually who coordinates it and the effectiveness of the process that those boards implement. And that is significant to board change. So we're developing a lot of insights that we're feeding back to boards in forms of tips for to optimize your performance assessment. Here are some things that boards have done that have lent itself to higher levels of board performance and governance effectiveness. So it does have to happen within the board in cooperation with the organization, and we track all of that and lay out a procedure for those boards to follow. So what we're seeing upon using our software is that leadership is developing through the use of our tool within that board. We are just building their capacity, filling a gap in their capacity to enable that to happen. So leadership is actually developing through this software application.
Super cool. One last question real quick. Do you have any liability issues if you're giving advice to boards?
No, because it's their own advice. We just facilitate that process for that to happen to surface. We provide them with the data, it's their own data, right? And a framework to talk about it and to make those decisions. We don't actually tell them what to do. We analyze the most effective assessment practices and built them into this application, and then study what happens. So no, we don't have any liability, and we do have privacy. So we don't collect, cannot tell who completed what assessment. It's all anonymous, and so that makes it safe, and that lends itself to.
I can't hear you anymore, but I think I got the gist of the answer, and great work. Super exciting, and definitely a huge need and a lot of traction. So this is great. Evelyn, who's up next?
Up next is already lined up. Good job, Neil. So we have Skillshare. Neil, go ahead.
Right. I wanted to start off just thanking Valhalla for this opportunity and helping the tech community in Saskatchewan keep prospering and keep growing the way that we know we can. So very appreciated. My name is Neil Anderson. I'm founder of Skillshare, where we make youth athlete evaluations easy. As an engineer, I've spent 30 years focused on optimizing industrial processes in Saskatchewan, like mines or manufacturing facilities. And when you combine that with my love of playing or coaching competitive softball the majority of my life, that's where I saw the need for Skillshare. So picture taking your child out for tryouts where pen and paper is being used to gather data. Skillshare solves the three biggest problems that happen with youth evaluations of any sport. Some unfortunate person from the organization has to do, on average, about 50 hours of data entry into spreadsheets to make sense of the data. From the athlete's perspective, they finally receive a report card stating what they did well and what they need to improve on, rather than simply being told 3 weeks later, hey kid, you're on team 8 of 20 and have a good season, with no explanation why they didn't make the top team. And lastly, the parents. Every parent wants the very best for their child, right? They don't know the sport as well as the coaches most times, but they just are looking for direction, for just tell me what I want to work, what I should be working on with my child on the weekend to help their chances to get better at the sport. So our solution to all these problems and a bit more is Skillshare. Evaluators are now going to use their mobile device or tablet to gather the data instead of pen and paper. So reports can be provided to the athletes immediately after the evaluation if desired, before they even have their cleats off. And they can include comments from the evaluators, advice, tips on how to get better, as well as videos of how they did in the evaluation. Skillshark is a B2B SaaS model company selling annual athlete license subscriptions. Future revenue streams are going to include selling data analytics back to the national sports organizations, as well as branching into other markets. Our marketing focus right now is aimed towards the education of the coaches and organizations in the sports market. We do this primarily through podcasts, webinars, and social media. Our primary competitor still remains to be pen and paper, used by 99% of the organizations out there. Like any technology adoption curve, it takes a little time to ramp up, but once it goes vertical, those people are going to start following the innovators and early adopters of the technology. And being a SaaS model company, we can quickly handle this bandwidth on our servers through AWS. The growing market is spread out over a number of sports, and Skillshark is fully customizable to handle each and every one of these sports. The global sports analytics market is expected to keep rising by 30% year over year and expected to reach 25 billion by 2025. And for us, this is really a blue ocean market, quite honestly. So we have very few competitors in the space. We have got a head start on everybody out there. And we've spent a significant amount of time and effort focused on our interface, which is why when we're compared head to head against our competition, we're winning the vast majority of those accounts. We have a strong funnel success conversion rate at nearly double the industry standard. So we constantly we're working to improve that onboarding process. The number of athletes being added to our system continues to grow at a very steep curve. In the last 30 days alone, we've had out of everybody that's visited our site, 10% of those people have either created an account, booked a demo, or contacted us by phone. We're currently at over 100K ARR and expect very strong growth as people move away from paper-based solutions. Prior to COVID, we were on track. We were tracking at 500% year-over-year growth. And despite COVID, we still finished at 200% year-over-year. All of our major contracts have been signed during COVID, oddly enough, including some of the most notable ones would be the French National Sports Council in Paris, who use us for baseball, softball, alpine skiing, as well as for their Olympians that are preparing for the 2024 Olympics. We also have the largest sports organization in the world, which has approximately 4 million athletes. That's the USSSA. They cover approximately 15 sports across all 50 states. And we're doing the North American rollout with their committee members. Our next meeting with them is on March 31st. In the past week and a half, we've also had several demos for sports like cricket, tennis, lacrosse, hockey, baseball, wrestling, and others. But out of those, most notably, we signed the Czech national softball team, and we also started very positive discussions with the Kenyan Swimming Federation, the American Ultimate Disc League, and Water Polo Canada. Those last two want to talk about rolling this out on a national level as well. We have a dev team of 7, and our office is here in Saskatoon, and we're proud to be Canadian owned and Saskatchewan based. Go Riders. We launched our seed round in November of 2020 and are offering very investor-friendly terms through the form of a convertible note. The raised money will primarily be used towards development and marketing costs, with smaller portions used for support and assistance doing demos. We'd love to have you join our team and help us empower technology in youth sports. Thank you.
It's awesome. Good work, Neil. You say go Riders, I say go whatever the Edmonton team is called now.
Yeah.
Okay, so your competitors, you listed out their pricing. Why are you looking at pricing kind of lower than your competitors there? What's kind of the game plan on pricing?
We're actually not lower. Well, we're just about to add another tier. So we're going to have 4 levels of pricing, one that will be lower than our competition and one that's going to be higher than our competition. So we offer, honestly, our product next to anybody else just can't be touched. This is why we're winning the majority of these head-to-head battles. We just have certain things that in ours that they haven't developed yet.
That's awesome. And what are the key things if you had to pick 1 or 2?
Yeah, those are pretty easy. I'd say the top 2 that come to mind would be for athletes. We were originally, just like all our competition, when we were sending out report cards, we were sending out in the form of a PDF document. And when we looked at the data, we saw that the vast majority of these kids are trying to view the PDF on their little, iPhone, doing the 2-finger squeeze. So we launched about 8 weeks ago now, mobile report cards. So when the report cards get sent out, the athletes get an email saying, hey, enter this 5-character unique code, download the Skillshark app, put this code in, and and then they can view a mobile-friendly report card, which also gives us a lot of other avenues. So one of the other contracts that I didn't talk about on there was with the NCSA. They handled the majority of American college recruitments and scholarships for athletes. So they saw our product back in September, and the president contacted me and said, let's do a partnership. And 3 weeks later, we had a multi-year contract signed. So very soon, those athletes who get their report card are going to have a prompt saying, are you between the ages of 13 and 18? If yes, then how would you like to be contacted by a college level scout or coach in regards to college recruitment? What parent and what kid wouldn't say yes to that?
Yeah, that's amazing. That was going to be one of my follow-ups, is how to use this for scouting and for recruiting.
Yeah.
And the massive data applications that are available for this are pretty awesome. Cool. To that point, I got a follow-up. So why specifically not do premium pricing if you have something that blows your competition out of the water?
We had to walk before we ran. So a lot of these other, the other main feature that I was mentioning, mobile report cards, another one is leaderboards for camps and combines. So we can very easily, within 10 seconds, take combine results and make a URL that anyone can publish on their own website and launch that. But our intention is not, it's to have that spectrum of pricing that would appeal to anybody who's price sensitive versus somebody who wants to pay the upper end. We're going to have that full spectrum, but our main intent is to capture the market and then really control the pricing by offering higher price tiers that have better and new and better features.
Awesome. And last question. I've heard the mention of other industries beyond sport. How in your target range are those, and what's kind of the timeline, or are they a distraction? How does that work for you?
So one of the contracts that we have signed is by the government of Saskatchewan, who are using us for their employee evaluations. So the evaluation process is pretty horrendous in a lot of companies. So many companies are doing evaluations these days of their employees with pen, paper. They give somebody a Word document, they fill it out, the manager does theirs, and then they staple it together, goes into a filing cabinet, and everybody knows how often that gets looked at. So the government of Saskatchewan, despite that we have athlete and sport terminology throughout our product, they are loving it. So we just recently signed a 2-year contract. But long-term, once we get further investment, there's nothing stopping us. We've already got a new website picked, and we can launch our HR product under a different name.
Cool. Love it. Good work, Neil. Super excited. Evelyn, we're at pitch number 5. Who's up last but not least?
Good job, Neil. You know what? I'm kind of sad. I've been enjoying this day so much. I'm like, oh, I don't want it to end, but I know that we still have actually lots really good stuff coming up. So let's get to the last pitch, and then we have some even like more good stuff. So yeah, our next company is Omni with Dave. There you go.
Okay, thank you. So this past weekend, we were finally able to have a limited number of guests over for a nice meal. During our frantic house cleaning beforehand, my wife stopped and said, I really wish we wouldn't have to keep making excuses to our friends about the unfinished jobs around the house. See, even as the owner of 2 very successful construction businesses over the past 16 years, I still have a lingering home to-do list. Do I know how to do the work? Yes. Do I want to do the work? No. Does it cause relationship tension? I think you know the answer to that. My wife and I are one of millions of North American homeowners struggling with our to-do lists. So what's stopping us from maintaining and improving our homes? Well, there's life, but for many of us, there's still the option of hiring someone to do the work for us. So let's take a look at the typical process for a small bathroom reno. First off, you might not really know where to start, which is a very common barrier. So you read a few blogs about it, but they all suggest a different approach, leaving you a bit more confused. You discover or you decide that you're going to post on social media. So you ask everyone you know, do they know a good contractor? And you get 8 names. You Google these names and only 2 of them show up with reviews written by the contractor's old high school buddies. So you phone them anyway. One's too busy and the other can't come till next week during work hours. So you meet them over a lunch break, and another week later, they send you a quote for 26 grand. You weren't asking for a golden toilet, so it seems a bit outrageous, but you really have no idea what the price should be. Now, I could walk you through the rest of the barriers once the job actually starts, but I think you see why so many of our to-do lists don't get done. The whole process is overwhelming. And here's what the same process looks like with Omni. You download the app, you take some photos, you describe your job, and then you sit back and relax. Omni helps homeowners turn your home to-do lists into totally done lists. We show you how and when to maintain your properties, how to save money on materials and labor, and we provide the technology to make even the largest jobs feel easy. Not only will you get automatic quotes for all of your to-do list items, but you can find out if those quotes are fair. You'll be matched with reputable contractors based on the service qualities you care about most, and you'll know their strengths and weaknesses before you hire them. You can track their time and location when they're on the job, and you have all the tools you need to stay in control, organized, and confident at every step. If you have questions about something in your home, you can ask an expert through the app. If you have a revenue property, you can invite your tenants to be involved. So with all of that value, you'd think that this would cost at least one of your arms or legs. But aside from a few upgrade features, the app is actually free. We currently are developing a subscription plan to help homeowners with routine maintenance, but our primary source of revenue comes from the service providers. See, we also provide tremendous value to them through their very own Omni Pro platform. And when you hire them, they pay us a small percentage of that job's value in exchange. They earn these opportunities by using the platform with their existing customers for free. And as they build up their Omni score, they start to get noticed by homeowners. They never pay out of pocket, which is why from several hundred contractors so far, we've had an over 90% opt-in rate. If any of you wonder why in 2021 we don't all have home improvement apps on our phone already, I certainly don't blame you. The top 10 home improvement tech companies in North America have been in business for an average of 14.5 years and collectively hold only 0.24% of the annual market in Canada and the US. This sounds like a market ripe for disruption. The thing that stood out most about them is that their marketing and product is focused on incremental improvements to the process, such as verified reviews or a background check on contractors. But to get consumer behavior to change, it takes a lot more than that. You may have heard of these guys. They didn't make incremental improvements. They were game changers that pushed boundaries and created new market segments. So while our competitors have been busy for years trying to help homeowners climb a step or two towards their home goals, Omni's been inventing an elevator. When the largest of our competitors start noticing what we're up to, we won't be surprised if they offer to buy us out, and that's what we're building towards. Fortunately, with a market as big as ours, there are many ways that we can grow quickly. Of course, digital marketing will remain a constant foundation throughout, but we've found that the most effective time to enter a homeowner's life is right when they transition to a new home. And we currently have an opportunity to become the preferred home service partner for the fastest growing real estate agency in the world. Last year alone, they closed 240,000 deals and are growing at a rate of 85% year over year. Once that ball's rolling, we'll pursue similar partnerships with home improvement retailers, insurance providers, and other related affiliates as a scalable, low-cost user acquisition strategy. So you can call us crazy, but we know we have what it takes to be the disruptor our industry's been waiting for. Our work is about so much more than surface problems. Every homeowner and contractor who will ever use Omni has progress that they desire to make in their lives that goes so much deeper than home improvement. For me personally, it's not so much getting things done in my house as it is about wanting to be a better husband. And my wife wants to have guests over and feel proud of our home and how it represents who we are. We want to spend our limited time with the people who matter most to us. These are the real problems Omni is solving. And it's what motivates consumers to change behavior. It's also why my family can't wait until April 5th when the full app officially launches and we can burn our to-do list. So with a clear problem, strong founder market fit and a talented team to solve it, and with the size of the market and the viable routes to capture it, Omni offers a tremendous opportunity for early stage investors. We've only begun to scratch the surface and we're so excited to invite you to be a part of it. Thank you.
Man, this is super cool. I love it. The real estate agent that you have as a potential partner, can you walk me through how exactly that works? I understand sort of the to-do list at home. You know,
so we've created a semi white label system. So when that real estate agent has a customer, whether they're a seller who's looking to do some sort of final, you know, to-do list completion or upgrades to their home to try and make it more valuable before selling, or if it's a new homeowner that gets a home inspection report that's got a whole bunch of recommendations for repairs to be done. So now this realtor network has been looking for a solution like ours, and when a champion that we've found inside the organization brought us to the upper, people within the corporate ladder there, they jumped on the opportunity. And so how it benefits the realtor is they actually get to have their customer sign up through a referral code. And in the app, every time that customer logs in, they'll actually see that realtor's name, information, photo, across the top of the app. And every time that customer refers one of their friends to the app, their friend will also see that realtor's information. So it becomes a little bit of a referral engine as well as a sign of goodwill towards their customers, that they don't just care about the transaction where they get their commissions, they actually care about their customer's journey after the sale. So that's part of the motivation for the realtors to actually introduce their customers to the platform.
And is the intent for the people to use it to be able to like bang off a whole bunch of things on the list before taking it to market, or to like give a potential purchaser understanding of how much it all costs, or to like give them a list to be able to make it easy for them to be able to take it all on, or what's?
Well, those would be the realtors' motivations. Our motivation is to build a long-term relationship with a homeowner. Everything we've created, that's the name Omni really says it all. Like we've built a platform to walk you through every single to-do list item from the very beginning to the end, and to make it almost effortless for you as a homeowner. So whether you know a lot and just don't want to do anything like me, or you don't know anything and you don't know where to start, we've really designed it around that customer experience. And our goal is to form that long-term value add relationship with the customer, so that when they do have a bigger project, like we wanted to redo our kitchen in 5 years, who do they think of? They think of Omni, and it's on their phone.
Cool. I love it. And Would you consider this like a two-sided marketplace? Do you have to have the contractors opt in as well as the?
So we do have the foundation of it is the marketplace as far as the supply side for the service providers. When we go into a new city, so we have a bit of a scaling strategy we've been working on just because this partnership kind of has come up and really like accelerated our plans quite a bit. So we go into a new city and we actually form a bit of like an exclusive partnership with a select number of local general contractors who the realtors actually help us with to get connected with. And then we use those generals networks because they're usually the best connected in the industry to find the electricians and the plumbers and the core services that we provide. And then we've got a component actually where, so that's the 5%, the larger jobs go to our marketplace. The smaller jobs, actually, we quote them in-house from photos and from descriptions of items. And if we need more description, we just phone the customer and talk to them directly. But we actually have, the training and the ability to do that. And we actually have access to a pricing database for all of North America. Every single city, we have the pricing of materials and the pricing of labor for various trades. So we're able to actually estimate those in-house and be a little bit more involved. And we subcontract those out through our system automatically to local handyman and jack of all trades types to do those smaller jobs. And that's why we take a larger margin on that.
Cool. That's awesome. I love it. You guys have, it's an exciting path ahead. I love it.
Thanks, man.
Evelyn, I think is that it? Is that all the pitches?
Yes, boo. Yeah, that seems to be all of them. How great did they do though? Like those were amazing. Good job, guys, everybody. Good, you're happy? Thanks.
Yeah.
I can't see anybody else, so good. Awesome. Well, yeah, that basically wraps it up for the top 5 companies and also our companies to watch pitches. So I guess the next steps is that our investors we're gonna go into a breakout room to do their final deliberation. And so while we do that, we're actually gonna hear from our keynote speaker. Before I get into this, Tim, do you wanna say a little bit more about what happens in the secret breakout room we're going into?
Yeah, for sure. So like Evelyn alluded to, and we mentioned earlier, the investors have a decision to make between the top 5 here. And there's $100,000 that's sitting in a vehicle to be allocated to one of them. That decision will be made over the next half hour or so. And then the following half hour will be investors being upset about the decision and then deciding that they want to put money into another company or they really like the decision and they want to put more into that one. And we'll see what happens over the course of the next hour here. And at 6 o'clock-ish, we'll come back with a decision and an announcement. And hopefully we'll be able to get Rod his beer. But yeah, that's the plan over the next hour. And with that, we'll leave you with Paul, with hopefully some really awesome stories. Definitely has a wealth of experience and a bit of a different way of looking at things given his background. I'm sad that I have to miss it, but I'll definitely be checking it out over on YouTube once it's all said and done.
Yes, absolutely. Well, then I think we're gonna send you guys to the breakout room, and then I'm gonna go ahead and introduce our keynote.
Sounds great. See you guys in an hour. Don't leave.
Yeah, don't leave, people. Cool. Okay, well, thanks so much, everybody, for sticking around and supporting our companies today. I was nervous for doing like a half-day event, and I know people are pretty zoomed out and stuff, but I think this has been great. We have a very consistent audience, and I hope you all have enjoyed it as much as we have. It's actually gone pretty fast, actually. So, yeah. With that being said, I am super stoked to introduce our keynote speaker. So I'm going to introduce him, and then also the moderator that's going to be doing the fireside chat with him after. So our keynote today is Paul Allen, who he actually is the CEO of Soar.com and Ancestry. He is a founder of Ancestry.com. I don't know how I got so lucky to have him here today. Honestly, I am super excited. So a little bit about Paul, and obviously one of these bios, they don't make really like justice to what you're gonna hear from him. But Paul actually, he's actually an accidental entrepreneur, and he started his way into like the entrepreneurship world when he was in university, and he built a product with his best friend. He actually wanted to be a college professor, believe it or not, but I guess destiny didn't have that for him in store. So since 1996, he actually made it into the exclusive Inc. 500 list, and then he started learning more about entrepreneurship, about building businesses. He decided basically to learn anything he could about the art and science of building businesses. Since then, he has founded 8 companies, including Soar and Ancestry.com, as I mentioned. And then these companies have employed thousands, served tens of millions of customers, and generated billions of dollars in revenue. And personally, I have to say, Paul is like the most humble like mentor and entrepreneur that I've talked to. And, he's very passionate about supporting other entrepreneurs and particular interest into social entrepreneurs. So that's our keynote. Hi, Paul. Really excited to have you here today.
Hi, Evelyn. You guys, this is such a cool day. What you guys are doing to build a founder community, to do the investment pitch, and to build an angel community in Saskatchewan is awesome. I love it. I think so many people starting their journey or taking steps in their journey. I've never been positioned as a keynote speaker between a pitch competition and a $100,000 prize being awarded. So it's a little bit challenging, but obviously the investors are going off and deliberating. So I hope that I can share some stories and some lessons learned that will be of value, that this will be interesting. And I think we'll probably just do 20-25 minutes of my presentation and then a chat with Alicia as well. So
yeah, awesome. Well, I was going to say, I'm very sad I'm actually going to miss it because I'm going to head into the room with the investors. But obviously, I'm going to leave you in super good hands with Alicia Sulier, who's a Saskatchewan entrepreneur and basically like a firecracker. She's awesome. And so she'll take it over after you're done with your keynote to moderate the fireside chat. So with that, I'll leave you guys to it, and I'll see you for the big announcement. Thank you so much, Paul, for being here today.
Oh, my pleasure. Should I just start, Alicia?
I think that's best. I think it's all your floor. Go for it, Paul.
Okay, and then just raise your hand, interrupt me at the end. We'll do our chat. Okay, everyone. As I said, it's a pleasure to be here with you. I do love entrepreneurship, and as I was introduced, I am a totally accidental entrepreneur. My mother was a school teacher before she started having kids. My dad was a university professor for 35 years. And I just grew up thinking that academia and teaching was the highest calling, that education was the way to build people and to make the world better. And so I just never once thought about doing business. In fact, I think my father was fairly anti-business. He consulted with and worked for lots of huge corporations, and he didn't necessarily like how they were run or managed or what their values were, and potentially about profits at the expense of people. And so I think I kind of grew up with a little negative vibe about business people. So it was hard for me in the first 5 years of running my own company to ever admit to anyone that I was a business person or that I was an entrepreneur. So I'll just walk through my story just a little bit here. I've just got a few slides. So yeah, Paul Allen, founder of Microsoft, owner of the Portland Trailblazers basketball team, largest yacht in the world. He was the famous Paul Allen, co-founded Microsoft with Bill Gates. And I've been nicknamed Paul Allen the Lesser. And sadly, when Paul Allen died a couple of years ago, I actually had always wanted to meet him. It was on my bucket list. I've read his autobiography, Paul Allen, Idea Man. He was a nerd in the 60s or 70s and kind of helped Bill Gates invent Microsoft. But he was such a good visionary. His mantra was asking the question, what should exist? And then bringing into existence what he thought should exist. So when the venture capital community dubbed me Paul Allen the Lesser, to keep track of which Paul Allen are we speaking about, I proudly accepted that and blogged under the name Paul Allen the Lesser for about 10 years. So I did have the good fortune of being at the right place at the right time and started Ancestry.com. In 2012, I went to work for Gallup in Washington, D.C. for 5 years. And this was the first time I'd ever really worked for a large company that I hadn't started. And I gained a tremendous education, learned from a lot of brilliant people, a lot of PhDs. And so I'm really grateful that I was able to work for such a good company that's trying to understand the will of the people in every democratic nation worldwide. And then SOAR is my latest company. Here's a photo of me. I'm on the far right. I'm the little kid with his head to the back, looking backwards. My dad wore a bow tie for decades at the university. And he was world renowned as a classification engineer. He actually wrote a textbook on materials that were used in engineering, in manufacturing. And that textbook was a bestseller for 30 years in colleges and universities around the world. So my dad understood all the properties of material that could go into creating higher value products through hundreds of manufacturing processes. And his classification software and his decision tree software in the 70s and 80s was used by hundreds of the largest manufacturers in the world. So even though he was an academic, turns out he was an entrepreneur on the side and brought millions of dollars of funding to the university. And that leads to my first story. When my father was honored by the university with an amazing award, it was called the Carl G. Mazur Research Award. And he was acknowledged by the university president for having brought millions of dollars to the university, funded the Computer-Aided Manufacturing Research Center, had spawned dozens of software companies out of his laboratory. And he actually had robotics in the 70s for inventory processing and manufacturing movement of materials through a shop floor. And when Amazon came out with all their robots, there are tens of thousands of robots that pick and pack and ship. I sent the video to Dad and I said, hey, Dad, it's kind of cool that 30 years later, Amazon caught up with what you were doing in the Computer-Aided Manufacturing Center in the 70s. But I remember as a kid, I had a teletype machine at home because there was a VAX mainframe computer on the campus. And my siblings and I used to use an acoustic coupler modem, and we would make a phone call, plug the phone handset onto the acoustic coupler modem, and it was running at probably 1200 baud or 300 baud. And we could connect to the mainframe computer, and on a little printer, a teletype machine, we could simulate lunar landings using software that was hosted at the university. So to have a dad like I had, with great engineering, great entrepreneurial skills, and access to technology, gave me a little bit of experience early on with tech. And I unfortunately got addicted to something quite severe when I was 13. It was called Dungeons and Dragons. And I played Dungeons and Dragons for 12 to 18 hours a day for like a year and a half. Like that was my life. If you've watched Stranger Things, I never had binge watched any television program until Stranger Things came out. And my wife is like, hey, why don't you just watch one episode? I watched it and I was totally hooked. Those kids were me and my friends. And thankfully, there was not the underground or the disastrous, scary things that they experienced. But my creativity exploded. But my dad was worried that I was neglecting school and sports, and I was literally living Dungeons and Dragons around the clock. And so my dad bought me an Apple II computer, and I learned how to do programming in BASIC. And so when I was 13 or 14, I wrote a few computer programs. My most successful one was a 2,800 line BASIC program simulating Dungeons and Dragons. The other one was a football simulation program where I could call the plays and randomly figure out the outcome of a football game. So thankfully, my dad was doing that for me. My mom is the one who I thanked 100 times for naming me Paul Allen, because when I was in Silicon Valley trying to raise money for Ancestry.com, literally everyone would return my calls. It's a cheat code if you have a famous name or a memorable name. But I do really thank my mom for everything she did for me, my dad for everything he did for me. My mom filled me with a love of reading and good books. And she taught me how to write in a journal. I think writing in a journal for decades really helped me pay attention to what was going on in my life and all my ideas and relationships. And so she passed away a few years ago, but I was there when she passed. And I just wanted to say that if you have a chance to be close to family members in their final days, I felt very fortunate. We gathered around her bedside, had a family prayer and a song, and then everyone left because we didn't know how many more hours or days she would hang on. And the moment that my niece came into the room with 8 months pregnant, so my mom's son was there, one of her granddaughters was there, and a soon-to-be-born great-grandson was there. As soon as my niece took my mom's hand and I was holding her other hand, she took her last breath. And so it was a beautiful lesson to me that what really matters most at the end of the day is our family. And so I think that sometimes business success can actually get in the way of family relationships. And so I'm hopeful that all of you who are pursuing your dreams, the Skill Shark team, the Omni team, the Memory Keeper team, the Board Checkup team, the Arctic Shelf team, and all the others, that you'll always keep in perspective the things that matter most. Business is awesome, and it provides for families, and it provides learning experiences for life, and I love it. I think entrepreneurship is one of the greatest callings in the world, and so I've changed my mind about academia being the only good path. Here's a picture of my wife and me and our 8 kids, a couple son-in-laws, and 2 of our grandkids. We now have 5 grandkids. So life is exciting. We're building a homestead out in Missouri with 22 acres and a fishing pond so that our kids and grandkids can come and fish and maybe garden and hunt and enjoy life together. So 2 of my favorite quotes in all the decades I've been doing entrepreneurship. One is this: the future is already here. It's just not very evenly distributed. I love the fact that there are scientists, researchers, entrepreneurs innovating all the time. And when something is imagined and built for the very first time, the future is here. But then the question is, how does the world find out about it? How does the world benefit from it? And so the distribution of futuristic, life-changing, life-improving technologies, products, or services is really a fun part of business. I like the inventing part, but I love the marketing part as well. My other favorite quote, as all of you would know, the great one, Wayne Gretzky: skate to where the puck is going, not to where it has been. I think that's been my mantra for decades, ever since I heard that quote. I do think that if you anticipate where things are going and kind of get ahead of the curve, you have a much better chance to succeed in certain types of business. Now, everything I say tonight, take with a grain of salt, because not all of you are building tech, scalable, internet-based businesses. There are manufacturing businesses, there are franchises, there are service businesses. There are all kinds of businesses where my advice probably isn't that relevant. And so one of the things that I think is wonderful about entrepreneurship is there are so many thousands or tens of thousands of examples of success and pathways to success that what you really need to do is study the pathways and the best practices that are relevant to you based on who you are, based on your business model, and so forth. So it's a fun journey. I do have one mentor who told me one time, he said, Paul, success is overrated and failure is overrated. He said, if you're wildly successful in business, it doesn't necessarily make you happy in life. But if you fail in business, it doesn't necessarily make you unhappy in life. And I think that's a really cool way of looking at things. It's not like an all or nothing. It has to go, great guns or nothing. Success can be overrated and failure can be overrated. Okay, my first product was in 1990.
when a friend and I had taken that university professors, university president's idea of putting all the truth in the world in one place. He was talking about universities and libraries, but the way he described his vision was, hey, what if all the world's knowledge could be available in a single place? And so floppy disks were around, CD-ROMs were just being invented or becoming popular. And so my first company, called Infobases, was designed to digitize all the world's most important books in every field of human knowledge and put them on CD-ROM. Now, we started with floppy disks of public domain books with a powerful search engine. And later, we created CD-ROMs filled with thousands of books. We would sell them for $59 or $100. The cost of manufacturing a CD was like $1.50. So you have a really good gross profit margin. And we grew to several $1 million in revenue in a few years. The problem was, though, even though we made the Inc. 500 list, because I had been embarrassed and ashamed about being in business, and I really didn't study it, I didn't really think of myself as, doing that. I was just building a product that I loved. And so even though we made number 454 in the Inc. 5000, and I went to Philadelphia to accept the award, people didn't realize that we had been unprofitable most of those 5 years. Our profitability score was like a D-. And every year we laid off most of our employees. I didn't understand product life cycles. We would ship a new product, make $1 million, hire 10 people, and then the life cycle of the product, especially going into distribution, it would slow down. And all of a sudden we'd get near Christmas time and we had to let go of most of our people. And the joke was, and it was really sad, but it was true, was that the only 2 people ever attending the Christmas party were the 2 founders and whoever we had hired that year. So I was a mess. I was a disastrous CEO. And what changed my life was going to Philadelphia in 1996, sitting in a room with hundreds of fast-growing entrepreneurs, founders, visionaries, great leaders, and realizing these are the coolest people I've ever met. Why did I judge them harshly? Why did I think business was bad? These are people that are pursuing their dreams. They're creating jobs. They're growing the economy. They're contributing so much to people's lives. And so I changed my attitude. And from that point on, I decided I'm going to read as many books as I can, go to as many conferences, learn from the best people in the industry. And so I started attending conferences. I went to San Francisco in 1995 at the end of the year and realized that CD-ROM is going to disappear because the internet was here. And all of a sudden, all the world's content could be stored on the internet, not on CD-ROM or floppy disks. So I want to show everybody this image. This is 1996, after I had decided to change my company's mission to digitizing all the world's genealogy records and putting them on CD-ROM. And I designed this logo and this website. Now, I challenge any of you to find a logo that is uglier and a website that is more pathetic than this. And yet this is how we started. We put up a web page. We started putting up databases. We had a great engineer who built a great search engine. And then for 20 years, we posted new databases every single day. And within a few years, Ancestry was worth about $1 billion. So I think one of my lessons learned is it doesn't matter where you start. It's going to be ugly and incomplete at the beginning. But over time, you can actually turn this idea of yours into something amazing just through continuous improvement and just getting a 1% better every day. And within a few years, you're on top of the world. The most interesting unknown story about Ancestry.com is, number one, nobody was interested in investing in a genealogy research company. As you know, venture capitalists and even angels tend to invest in things that they know something about or that they care about. And of all the hundreds of venture capitalists I've met in my lifetime, I've only met one who's an avid genealogist, and he's about 70 years old right now. So what we did was we started building this company. We knew it's going to take hundreds of millions of dollars to put all the world's genealogy records on the internet. How are we going to raise that money? Nobody cared what we were doing. And I had a really interesting experience. I actually had a dream that we pivoted and built a website for every family in the world to connect people to their living relatives. And I woke up and I told my board member, I talked to my co-founder, we started looking at domain names. We looked at heyfamily.com, dearfamily.com. And then my partner found that we could buy myfamily.com for $18,000 from a domain holder. We bought that domain, put 4 engineers on building this site, myfamily.com, and we made it free. So anyone in the world could set up a free website. This was 1998. And as soon as investors heard about photo sharing in private family websites, chat, calendar, polls, family trees, recipes, you could see who just logged in. You could live chat with anybody. You could do voice over IP chat with your relatives around the world, like a phone conversation, 6 years before Skype was invented. We did that through a partnership with a Silicon Valley company called Lipstream. And so myfamily.com attracted 13 million, then 30 million, then 35 million in 3 consecutive years. Nothing to do with ancestry.com. All of our fundraising came from this idea. Sadly, when the internet bubble burst, we were massively popular. Ancestry.com and myfamily.com combined were the 10th most popular web property in the United States for people using the internet at home. We had more page views than Microsoft, Amazon. We were almost up there with Disney, and we were massive. Mary Meeker from Morgan Stanley said, "I can see it now. eBay and Amazon define commerce on the internet. Myfamily.com defines community on the internet." And then the bubble burst. Funding completely dried up. We weren't profitable yet. And our investors panicked, and they literally pulled the plug in slow motion. They started charging for myfamily.com, killed the viral growth. Before, every time someone would sign up, they would invite 4.5 more other people to come join. So it was massively growing and popular and viral. And they charged $30 a year for it, and it killed the growth. And 15 years later, they shut it down. And so one of the saddest chapters of my life was Ancestry.com losing control of our leadership and having myfamily.com sidelined and then killed. One of the greatest experiences of my life is seeing Ancestry.com grow into a multi-billion-dollar company, but at what cost? Okay, so years later, after leaving Ancestry.com in great shape, it was highly profitable, it was doing tens of millions of dollars in revenue, I started another company finally in 2007 called Family Link. And I decided 5 years after I left Ancestry to launch a myfamily.com type site, make it free, make it go viral, and see what would happen. So it was chance number 2 to build the world's largest social network for families. And I was an investor in a company started by BJ Fogg, who's a famous Stanford psychologist. He's just published a best-selling book called Tiny Habits. I had invested a little bit of money in BJ's company called Yak Pack. And BJ called me one day and says, "Hey, we're launching Yak Pack on Facebook at a private event tomorrow. You should come." And I'm like, I'm kind of busy with my own startup. But then I decided to go. And I went to the first F8, the Facebook Platform Developer Conference, May of 2007. And I met Mark Zuckerberg, shook his hand. I heard him announce that Facebook would support third-party applications, that they would make a level playing field, that they would allow any photo sharing app, any video app, any game app, anything to be launched inside of Facebook, which, by the way, only had 24 million users at the time. But as an early user, I knew that Facebook was super popular with college students, was growing into other populations, and I was an active user. So I called my engineering team and my product team after Zuckerberg spoke, and I said, we're changing our strategy away from destination websites for families. That's old. We'll build apps for families right on top of the Facebook platform. By October, we launched our app. Within a year or two, we had 20 million monthly visitors. We had 120 million users. We were growing by 1 million a week. And Disney came to us and said, "You're the family-friendly app on Facebook. We want to sell all of your ad inventory to our premium buyers." Oh my goodness. We started making $600,000-$700,000 a month in ad sales. And we had $100 million, $1 billion potential business here. And then sadly, very sadly, for not just us, but for hundreds of thousands of other developers who believed Mark Zuckerberg would keep his promises about a level playing field and revenue for us, I don't have the other chart. Over 6 months, he cut off all of the access from us and all the other developers to their customers, shut down all the viral loops. And over 6 months, we lost 97% of our traffic and lost contact with all 120 million users. We lost all of our ad revenue. I had to lay off 40 people. So one of the lessons I learned from that experience is if you live by the platform, you die by the platform. The silver lining in all of that experience was that Gallup has a beautiful assessment for humans to discover what their talents and strengths are called StrengthsFinder. And my friend Clint worked at Gallup and recruited me and said, hey, they want to hire you as a consultant to see if you can make StrengthsFinder go viral, because we've seen what you did on Facebook. We saw what you did with myfamily.com. So I fell in love with Gallup and StrengthsFinder, and I ended up working full-time for Gallup in Washington, D.C. for 5 years. We took StrengthsFinder from 7 million customers to 17, and I got a really big education around people, talent, potential, leadership, culture, all the things about business that I never paid attention to as a fast-growing tech entrepreneur. And all of a sudden, I am now surrounded by great people studying great cultures and great companies. So the silver lining for me was that I got to get to know Gallup and understand what they know about the world and what they know about people. Strengths-Based Leadership is one of my favorite books that I highly recommend to every entrepreneur, every investor. It's created by Don Clifton, the father of strength psychology, and it helps leaders lead teams and really play to everyone's strengths. I had a great diverse team in Washington, D.C. We were building cool products for Gallup that could really go viral, and I left there on really good terms to build SOAR. Now, SOAR has a big mission, and I'm done. This is my last or second to last slide. And then Alicia and I will talk. But SOAR has an ancestry scale business idea. What if we could index billions of hours of audio and video content, school lectures, content like TED Talks, all the podcasts, all the great audio and video content that's being created? What if we could index it and make it available on smartphones and voice devices like Alexa and Google and Samsung's Bixby and Siri? What if we could use AI to guide each person to the content that will help them the most to achieve their goals in life? And what if we could provide humans near perfect recall of all the content that matters most? Basically, think of a Jarvis-like AI that Iron Man has, or Janet in The Good Place, these kind of omniscient AI beings that know everything, and they show up when you need them and answer whatever questions you have. So if you're an entrepreneur, 10 steps into a 400-step journey, what content has been recorded by lectures at universities around the world, or startup grind events, or this event where people share a key to success that is just what you need right now? That an AI determines that what Alicia needs right now out of the million podcasts is this 3 minutes from this podcast and this 5 minutes from this podcast. And she needs to talk to this coach or this internet marketing expert. I think AI can get to the point where it actually knows her well enough and knows the data sets well enough to guide her to the records and the people that will help her most. So even though Ancestry has billions and billions of records, when you go into it, it just looks like it mostly has records about your family. We hope that SOAR can become a platform for personal and human development that will guide you to the content, the knowledge, and the people who will unlock your greatest potential and allow you to succeed at work and in life. And that is the end. Lessons learned: it's okay to start small, or in my case, very ugly with my logo. Get on a plane, go to conferences. Most of the pivotal moments in my life were at conferences. I think now it's Zoom, but soon it will be conferences again. I love using new platforms, but if you live by the platform, you die by the platform. I really hope that people can find founder-friendly capital so that the investors don't end up quickly taking control of your idea, your company, just because you don't know as much as they do about the term sheets. Play to your strengths, 90% of the advice you hear is probably not right for you. So you need to be very discerning about the ideas and advice that is right for you, that actually matches your strengths. And then final lesson, people matter most, far more than anything else. It's about the people.
Unreal. Absolutely amazing, Paul. I hope everyone can hear me as I chat with you. It's great to see you again. It's even wonderful to hear your story even more in depth. And I know that when we spoke last, I got so much out of you. So I know that everybody that got that just got a lot. So thank you so much for your life experience and everything that you've been through. I think that's just so wonderful.
Thanks, Alicia.
Okay, so I want to kind of kick this off and I have stuff to ask you. I feel like a lot of people are going to ask you these kinds of things, but I think the first thing is obviously you've been in the right place at the right time for many areas of your life. And it's so fascinating how many big moments you've had and how many big losses you've kind of had. And so, it comes down to that is did every step in every venture you've stepped into, did it get exponentially easier? Did it get better? Did you take those learnings from those and then add it to the next ones? Talk through how you took that experience into the next one.
Well, the first 5 or 6 years, as I was saying, we just made mistake after mistake after mistake. And I wasn't even trying to learn about it because I wasn't proud of being an entrepreneur. So it was really 1996 that was a turning point for me. But I actually had a phone call with the dean of the Harvard Business School. I had a friend who connected me to him because I was thinking, look, I'm so bad at being an entrepreneur. I probably need to go to business school and actually learn from people who know what they're talking about. And he actually interviewed me for half an hour. He asked me how patient I was. And I said, not very patient. I love to get going and get started. He said, you will hate your first year at Harvard Business School. It's all required courses. You've been a CEO for 5 or 6 years. We're trying to teach our Harvard Business School graduates to become CEOs. You've been one for 6 years. You will hate year one. But if you get through year one, year two is 100% electives. You'll be able to pick all the case studies and courses and professors you want. You will absolutely love it. And at the end of the day, I just decided not to go to Harvard, and I started Ancestry.com instead, which turned out to be a good thing. But I think my big mistakes with Ancestry's fundraising, our cap table, our governance, loss of control stemmed from my lack of intelligence about business, term sheets. So, I mean, what if I had gone to Harvard, then I would have learned how not to make mistakes, but I also wouldn't have started Ancestry. So it's hard to look back, but you do hope that the lessons you learn will help you avoid the next mistakes. But there's always new mistakes to be made. So I just don't think there's any way to avoid. You're in new circumstances. Lessons you've learned don't always apply perfectly, but you just do the best you can. I think no one ever really figures it out.
Yeah, I think how can you, if you're speaking towards your risk factor, did you get more risky as you had these more ventures? Because I can't imagine even for myself, it's because I don't understand these things. I didn't go to Harvard too, of course. But because I didn't understand them, my risk factor is really high. I could jump in. I didn't, I was able to kind of jump into those things a lot quicker. Did your risk factor increase with them, or what was that like for you as you continued to grow?
I think the stakes got bigger. Obviously, when a company starts becoming really valuable, then more people pay attention to it and probably want to get a piece of it. But for me, I actually never took a risk. The first time I started a company, and I've told this story several times, my best friend and I started putting the floppy disk books and selling them out of our car, driving around to computer stores and bookstores. And we started making a few thousand. Our goal was to make a few $1,000s a month and pay off some student loans. But we both had full-time jobs. And he took a 286 computer up to a huge bookstore, and he got a $28,000 order for a bunch of floppy disk products. And that was enough to pay our salaries that we were making and even more. So when I started my first company full time as CEO, we flipped a coin who's going to be president, who's going to be CEO, and but we kept the same salary we had in our previous job. So how risky was that? I mean, that was kind of a side gig that turned into a full time gig that paid us as much as our other one. So I don't think I've taken more risks, but I think we've aimed higher and created a bigger target for ourselves. And because I didn't understand how to raise founder-friendly capital, we ended up with some investors who were quite willing to wrestle away all that they could get out of it. I mean, there are people at Ancestry.com who made hundreds of millions of dollars with their investment, taking no risk. I mean, after the company was profitable, but they had rights, they had liquidation preferences, they could negotiate. A lot of the founders and early investors didn't do very well. So I learned a lot of hard lessons that way. Mainly have founder-friendly investors who actually support you and are loyal to you, not that are going to do a palace coup or a mutiny and take over and replace you with their own team, which a lot of venture capitalists tend to do.
Yeah, I think that's, well, first of all, for those who are watching, if you do have any questions, we're going to open it up at the end to ask Paul any questions that you have. I'm sure you have many like myself. And I'd love to talk about that founder and, investor relationship. And I think something really powerful you kind of taught me was about the pace. And sometimes I think when you start a company, you're on this like fast pace that like, I need to raise this money, I need to get these things. And you kind of set yourself up into having these tough conversations. So I'd love for people to like hear when you kind of taught me through that about pace, some kind of some thoughts around that.
Yeah. So in 97, 98, when Ancestry started growing and myfamily.com took off, people were throwing money at us, 13 million, 30 million, 35 million, and telling us to spend it all as fast as we could to get eyeballs. Okay. The venture capital thesis is you invest in lots of companies, and if one or two of them out of 10 end up being a unicorn, then you return all the fund, all the investment, plus a huge return. So they're not really eager to have 10 singles, in baseball terms, or 8 singles and 2 doubles. They're gunning for, go big or go home. Well, at the risk of the founder and the founding team and the employees, losing their business because you're taking bad advice to to pour fuel on a fire. So I think pacing is important. You asked me yesterday about fundraising. Is it easier to raise funds right now? I've made it more difficult for SOAR to raise money because we've started doing something that several Silicon Valley companies, including Google and Facebook, did, which is we have a Class B set of shares that have super voting rights. The founders at SOAR have super voting rights. That means we get 10 votes for every share. And that means investors coming in get 1 vote per share. They can't outvote us. I mean, we'd have to go raise $50 million to be outvotable. But it's harder to raise money on those terms than it is to have a VC who knows the end game for them and their limited partners. And they say, oh, we just want you to take our terms, take our money, spend it as fast as you can. Maybe you'll die. That's fine. One of our other portfolio companies will be a unicorn. And so I think patience is the key if you actually care about being in charge of your company and growing it to its full potential. Now, not every business owner really has a feeling of attachment to their business. I know a lot of business owners who build a company because they want to make money and sell it. And so, maybe you follow the VC formula in that case. But for me, some of my companies have been very mission driven. It's about family. It's about connecting people to relatives. It's about knowledge and learning. And so those are important things to me. And so I didn't really want to have people come in and take over. But we're now getting to the point where our Series A should come through, but it'll be on our terms. But it's 3 years after we started the company, not 6 months after we started the company.
That's amazing. Like, I think that's one thing I learned really much talking to you about that. And one thing I want to thank you for giving that back to our community, because I think sometimes it takes someone who's gone through it to listen to that guidance to be able to understand what to do when we are in these positions as we grow and start our businesses. And I think for our community in the province, we have such innovation and such passion and purpose. And that's, looking at a founder and someone like yourself, an accidental entrepreneur, which I love, by the way. It's very awesome to see how you do live with that passion and that perfect purpose. And I think one of the things I love that our community is growing is this transparency and this trust with each other. And that's something we kind of talked about yesterday is how like, what are some things to build trust between each other, from founder to investor to founder? What are some things that you did early on to build that trust?
So I didn't think we had the right investors. Looking back, we had investors that were making really big bets on the internet, but they had that portfolio theory, and the relationship between us and them was not always warm and friendly. I had them making promises to me that they didn't keep later. They said, if you're a founder and you go along with this and do this, then we'll take care of you down the road, which they didn't do. I think Canadians have a big advantage. I think there's actually a culture of kindness and goodness in your country that is fairly unusual in certain geographies in the US. The favorite angels I've ever worked with in my life are the Valhalla Angels. Randy is an incredible individual. And so I think you have an advantage. I think transparency, accurate reporting, frequent communication will go a long ways towards building trust. My favorite way to build trust is actually spending time in person with investors or partners or team members. Zoom has been a challenge for me. I've done hundreds and hundreds of Zoom calls like most of you have, and I miss so much the FaceTime where you have a pre-meeting conversation, a post-meeting conversation. I don't drink beer, but maybe you go have a beer with people and you just connect on a different level. And so trust is really about relationships, and that takes lots of time and communication. But you're right, it's really super important. If there's no trust, my friend Stephen M. R. Covey wrote the book, The Speed of Trust, and everything slows down and clogs up when trust is missing. And everything goes faster and better when trust is present. So it's a very big deal. And I think you guys have a wonderful community and a chance to build that and expand upon it.
It's, what, I love our industry. I love our community because it is a little bit more tight knit, but we do have a lot of real conversations. So it's nice to, have each other to go through this process. And a lot of us are learning a lot of new things. So I'm going to open it up for some questions. If anyone has questions, feel free to put it in the chat. I will go ahead and ask Paul. I'm going to ask you one question while people are getting prepared to ask you all the things. And the one thing is, we talked yesterday, at one point you talked about your CTO, about the financial realist, that he was a financial realist. And I thought that was a super powerful piece. So if you can tell them about that side of our conversation while people get ready to ask you all the questions.
Well, obviously I'm enthusiastic and I love tech and I love, aiming high and thinking big. My CTO, who's also the acting COO, is very realistic and very organized, disciplined, very guarded in everything he says. It's kind of like a yin and a yang. If you're like super enthusiastic, you probably need a realist to help you out. But he's been telling me that some of the investors that you can get are financial realists, or that they're driven only by financial returns. And so I think the realist thing is a benefit internally with Venu Bohini helping balance me out. But from an external standpoint, if you have hardcore financial investors who don't care at all about your product or your service, they only care about the return on investment, there are hundreds of places, thousands of places they can put their money. And to put pressure on you early on, I know Peter Drucker used to say this, the reason large corporations never innovate is because the nursery that is incubating this little baby idea gets hammered with G&A expenses from the parent company, who treat this new little division as it should be mature like all the other mature divisions. And so they load it up with G&A expenses and requirements. And that's like putting an 80-pound backpack on a 3-year-old child, expecting them to walk to school. So Peter Drucker basically said, look, startups need a little bit of like lightness and freedom. And so if you have too many realistic investors that are wanting an ROI in 6 months or a year, they're going to be slowing you down and dragging you down instead of empowering you to grow and soar the way that you want to. So you got to be really careful who the investors are. And there's so many ways to raise money today: crowdfunding, crypto did ICOs. There's all these different mechanisms for getting capital. I love what you guys are doing to build the angel ecosystem so that more people could invest. But yeah, I think getting the wrong investors can be deadly. Getting the right investors can be super empowering.
That's amazing. I'm sure whatever founders that are on this call is definitely getting a lot out of you. And I'm sure future angels are getting a lot out of that as well. I think we do have a few questions here. One being that, I get some investors that think we won't be as profitable because it is a feelings type of product.
I mean, some people might think it won't be. And so what you have to do is over time prove them wrong by showing that your cost of acquiring a customer is low. You might get more word of mouth spreading of a good thing from family to family. So your cost of acquisition can be lower. And then your lifetime value can be higher. I'm telling you, in the family memory space, when somebody starts putting hundreds or thousands of photos or stories or videos into a repository, guess what? They're going to be subscribers for a very long time. At Ancestry, we found if someone subscribed past the first year, our retention rate was like 92% in year 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In other words, they were like genealogists for life. So what matters more to humans than anything else in the world? Family. You're born into it. You're cared for by parents. You love your grandparents. At the end of the life, you're gathered with your family. Now, teenagers don't necessarily want to spend all their time with their family, and neither do people in their 20s. But when people start having children, then their friend time goes way down scientifically, statistically, and their family time starts going way up. And so I think that you can argue that being a soft, good, fuzzy, warm thing can actually be a long-term advantage in terms of lower cost of acquisition, more viral spread, and a better lifetime value. Think about Google doing Google Photos advertisements during the Super Bowl. That was all about family and memory of elderly people. I mean, it was the most touching TV ads that Google's ever done. And that's warm and fuzzy. And so they're using that obviously to get a lot of users. But yeah, I'm super excited about the family memory company on the list.
Nice. Looks like we have another one here is how do you get over investors who think, because it's kind of similar kind of concept, soft-hearted, like the numbers are still super promising. So I think we can kind of morph this into like kind of that same question is like, when do you keep pitching where you're going to be, and really like where's that correlation from here where we at today and here's where we want to be? Like, what is something that you can talk to around that?
I mean, SOAR is so early. Our mobile apps just came out, but our content acquisition, we don't have millions of hours of audio and video yet. When Ancestry started, we just had 55 million records the first day. And within 10 months, we had 110 million records. But then we started running that play of publishing new data sets every single day. So every single day, our value proposition got better. And we had a whole team acquiring content, prepping the content, indexing the content, publishing the content, and then telling the world about the content. We made it free for 10 days for every new database that we launched. So if you have a big idea and a big market, what you really need to do is make sure that what you're doing on a daily basis is incrementally improving the company a little bit at a time. So your value proposition improves, your marketing channels improve, your A/B testing, lots and lots of things, your conversion rate, your funnels are getting better. And so SOAR doesn't have the data yet that we had at Ancestry after our first year. I'm eager to start getting how many downloads, how many uploads, how many new podcasts go on every day. What's the time usage? How many searches are being done? How many voice commands are being done? Because without data, you can't make a believable forecast. You can't just say it's $1 billion market, we're going to get 10% of it. You can't use a pie chart like that and say we're going to get 1 or 10% of the total addressable market. You have to do what Guy Kawasaki called in Art of the Start. I highly recommend the book Art of the Start, although it's 17 years old now. But he said, do a bottoms-up forecast that actually shows daily usage, conversion rates. It's a bottoms-up forecast. It's not a percentage of the pie forecast. And that can become believable to people over time. When they see steady improvement month after month, they'll start saying, hey, you guys know what you're doing. This is going to grow, and you can forecast a year or two ahead with a little bit of confidence.
Was it like was it hard to let go? Like, I mean, someone that lives with so much passion and purpose, was it hard to let go some of the things that you wanted to accomplish from company to company?
I think I've been in the fetal position several times when I realized that the sky had fallen and that I had lost this or that. I mean, it's been really, really challenging. Even when I was at Gallup, I had an internal project that had a few $1 million of internal funding. And when the technology team decided to shut it down, I mean, I was going to retire at Gallup. I was going to build everything I'm doing at SOAR. I was going to build inside of Gallup, which would automatically spread it to all over the world because Gallup has a big footprint. And then I had to start over from scratch, from a standing position with no brand and with no capital to build SOAR into what it's hoping to become. But there's, again, silver lining in that. So yeah, it's body blows a lot of the time when your hopes and dreams are dashed. But as Rick Farr taught me, failure's overrated. You know, my theme song is Tub Thumpers. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never going to keep me down. I mean, I've listened to that so many times, blasting in my car, you know, I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never going to keep me down. I mean, just shouting that at the top of my lungs, just for therapy.
I feel like there's like a few things. I've had many takeaways, but number one, I'm thinking of maybe changing my name to someone that will get their number, be able to take the calls a little bit quicker. I thought that was really funny, but I'm going to be real with you here. And I think, you know, one of the touching points was you talking about your father and how your dad was very much someone you looked up to and he really helped you get there. And I just think like, I hope, and everyone probably feels the same with me, I hope you realize that you're that father to your children, you know, and I think everything you've went through in your life, you can see that they're going to be incredible people just because of everything that you've gone through. So all those gut punches and everything you've gone through, you can tell that, you know, you're raising an incredible crew of family members that are going to go on and make you proud.
Thank you. That means a lot, Alicia. I appreciate that so much.
Oh, it just like all of us are probably feeling this way. It just comes right off of you. You've just got this energy that's so amazing. And after we have our conversation, it stays with the person and it wants that person to be a bigger, stronger, better version. So I think that, you know, all of us, like, that's the whole point of having conversations like this is how do you not only learn from a mentor, but from storytelling and how important it is to connect with people and being transparent and vulnerable and opening that up. You really truly can receive so much more. And I'm sure you are all who are watching and hearing this right now, you're feeling so much from Paul because he's really giving that to everybody else. So honestly, thank you so much for your story and everything. I know there's a lot of people that got a lot out of it. And I have one more question that came through, which was, in your opinion, what are the 2 attributes that a founder should have?
Okay, that's a tough one. I actually think self-awareness is probably the first one, because you have to be aware that you have unique gifts that are different than everybody else's. You have gifts and talents that are different. And a lot of people grow up thinking I'm not special because they think anyone can do what I do. Anyone thinks this way or they have this skill. And the fact is that you are unique. And only you think, act, and feel in exactly the same ways that you do. Only you have the same life experiences. So you have to be super, super aware of your gifts and play to those strengths. Don't try to be an entrepreneur like someone else is. Even if they're your role model or you look up to them, you can't be them. So be super, super self-aware of what you're good at and what you're not good at. And then I would say the second one is other aware. Who are the great people around me who have complementary talents and strengths that I don't have, that we can come together as a team and do amazing things that we could not do on our own. You can't expect to hire people just like you and succeed. People are not well-rounded. No one is well-rounded. Don Clifton, the father of strength psychology, says, if you ask someone to be well-rounded, you might as well ask them to be dull, because you have actually outstanding attributes that you should develop and use. And then you have areas of weakness that you'll never get over. You're just not wired that way. But then if you have other awareness, if you're super aware of the talents and strengths of others, and you form a team that has no weaknesses, the individuals on it have weaknesses, but together you kind of make up for it. I think those are the 2 greatest traits that a leader needs to really build something that can, you know, make the world a better place.
This is why you're so special. We have many people that are just like, that's my favorite answer. That makes so much sense. And I think sometimes you have to stop as a founder and being like, am I chasing what someone am I competing with where someone's been? So I'm trying to like encompass that and be that, or am I on a path of who I'm supposed to be, and trust that within yourself, that you're the person that's going to make that happen. And it takes a long time to have that self-belief. And something that I get when I talk to mentors like yourself is that you just get that sense of belief. You always get that out of that person, that they knew they were meant to do that thing in that exact moment. So I just love this. I think this is great. We've got lots of thank yous. I needed to hear this. I needed to hear this presentation. You know, again, I harp this all the time. Vulnerability is important, because this is where we get people opening up about a lot of things. And kind of going through that. I know that our team is almost done. I think I hear they're almost done with selecting the winner of this. So we still have quite a few people hanging out with us tonight. So I want to thank Valhalla and everyone for putting this on. I want to thank Paul again for really being a part of this, and everybody, all the presentations, all the people that pitched. I know some of them personally, just watching them grow their companies. It means so much to have all of us show up. And with that being said, Brandon, I'm not sure if you're ready for us to move over, but we can keep this going if you'd like, but I'm sure that we'll see where we're at with things on there.
Yeah, I think the investors are saying that they are not too far off. I think they're having a little bit too much fun in there. But I know that I think he wrapped that up very nicely. And honestly, I know that I could just kind of sit and soak in that for a couple of minutes. And I know a lot of folks here have been with us for, what has it been? 5 hours already. I don't know if anybody in the crowd has been here since the very beginning. So I am not completely opposed to maybe a 3-minute break, just while we wait for the rest of the investors to come back in, just to get a sip of water. But like Tim and Evelyn said, if you've come this far, don't go anywhere now. The investment decisions are coming momentarily. It is always one of the most exciting parts of the night. So I propose a short break. We'll just keep this meeting open, and welcome back the investors in just a few minutes.
Over You by Aj. A Magical Journey Through Space by Len L. Cassie.
Welcome back, everybody. I don't know if all the investors are here yet. Maybe, maybe not.
Slowly.
Who, yeah, I don't know. You want to like continue the break? You guys look pretty relaxed.
We want to be relaxed. We want to be pumped up.
Yeah. Woo!
An exciting day.
One, Tim.
I need another beer, actually. It's a good thing I have a mini fridge right next to me. Thanks, everybody, for watching, for pitching, for being a part of the community, for getting engaged in the chat, for just generally being awesome folks in the community. This is a super exciting day. First of its kind in Saskatchewan. We have 20 investors sitting around the table. Came down to an exceptionally tight draw as to who the winner was. We have never actually had this in the, what have we had now? This is the 5th investment summit. We've never had a tie in points before. We had to come down to who had more number 1 votes than the other. Wildly tight. The pitching today definitely swung the vote, which, I mean, happens a little bit, but it was huge today. It was awesome. Evelyn, how'd you feel coming out of that room? Or how's that conversation there?
It was pretty fun, actually. And then, yes, I agree with you. The final pitches definitely made a difference. And it was a very hard decision for the investors, and they've put in a lot of work actually through these 8 weeks. And so honestly, like a huge shout out to them, because it's not easy, right? So yeah, it was pretty fun, and they're good conversations, lots of questions, lots of interest. So
yeah, and the investors, having learned a whole bunch about angel investing, or having shared what they know with the other investors, learning a whole bunch, it was a super challenging decision. Lots of tight stuff here. What I'm hearing is, guys, shut up. We want to hear who won. And that's a totally valid thing to say. So with that, the winning investment from the Saskatchewan Valhalla Investment Summit, first ever, Memory Keeper.
Hey!
I'm not going to say anything. I'm too excited.
Jessica, congratulations.
Oh,
really
man,
excited.
that's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you guys so much.
Really excited to see where it is you're able to take this. Super excited to make a bet on you. The folks around the table are really excited to see where you're able to
I'm not crying. You guys are crying.
If you want to say anything, by all means. If you're at a loss for words, also totally cool.
No, honestly, we're just really excited. I wish you guys could have heard the speaker we just had, because we asked him a bit about Memory Keeper, and he talked about the stickiness of something that's heart driven. And yeah, I think we're going to be able to kick ass. So we're really excited to pop a beer and be a part of this. The experience was absolutely incredible. I learned so much, and so many other great partners here. So incredible.
Absolutely. And to that end, I mean, and absolutely, yeah. It's definitely not, like, to my point, it wasn't an easy selection for the investors. And to my earlier point about hopefully the investors get frustrated with each other and decide to toss money into side deals, that definitely happened. The investors around the table are pretty excited about a number of the companies. I've asked everybody around the table for what their minimum investment is, and there's a number of companies that are looking at getting investment that's above that minimum number. Recognizing that there's still some details to be worked out with regards to how exactly the structure will work and who exactly is committed for exactly how much. I'm going to unfortunately leave you in anticipation of that. There will be some conversations that'll be happening, but know that there's a little over, well into the 6 figures of additional money that is looking to be deployed. Assuming that all the stars line up and everything happens. So to my earlier point about hopefully being able to deploy a couple $1 million by the end of the quarter, that is assuming that everything happens, going to happen. So I'm super excited for the Saskatchewan community to be able to draw 20 investors here. deploy hopefully well over double what the initial commitment was to the folks around the table. You guys have awesome companies, and I'm really excited to see what we're able to do through the rest of the year here. This definitely isn't the end of. This isn't the last time you're going to be able to see me. Evelyn, do you have anything to say?
That's a thread right there. Thank you so much, Tim, and congratulations, Jessica. Honestly, we're very excited for this, and honestly, to all the companies that pitched today, we'll be talking to you after also, right? So, obviously, this is our main announcement, but numbers are still being worked out. So, yeah, this has been great. Tim, I do want to mention something before anything else, or before we continue. And that is that honestly, I'm not from Saskatchewan. I'm from Mexico, as a lot of people know already, because I talk about it all the time. But I'm actually I'm very proud of how our startup and our tech community has grown over the years. I've been working in this space since 2012 when I moved here, and it's just very heartwarming to see the entrepreneurs growing into actually developing their ideas and make it something out of it, and now they're growing, and now we get to actually provide them this investment. So it makes me very proud. And one thing I wanted to just kind of cheers to is that as some of you might have heard, Vendasta just filed for an IPO, and that's going to be our own Saskatchewan IPO, and we're very excited about it. And these success stories breed more success, and I want to cheers to Vendasta as well, because they're also a big part of our community. And I know Jackie Kurt, who's a bit of the face of Vendasta, I don't think she could make it today, but she said they were very excited and very busy right now with all the news and emails that they're getting about that. But yeah, today is about celebrating all our community, right? So I wanted to mention that and just give them a huge round of applause to everybody today. Yes, very happy. Thank you to Startup TNT for helping us facilitate this. You've been amazing partners. And I'm gonna shut up now, and I'll let you wrap it up.
Cool. Zach is much better at words than I am, and much better at excitement and everything really to do with hosting something. But he gave me the ability to rep this one, which was awesome. But I'm going to rip something off that he did last week, which was his parting words from the Clean Tech Summit that I really enjoyed. So verbatim from what Zach said. So this is Zach's voice, but read through my vocal cords. We ask a lot of our entrepreneurs. We ask them to work crazy hours for a little money. We ask them to take on a monumental stress. We ask them to keep going when most would have given up long ago. And we ask them to do all this so that we as a society can benefit from their ingenuity. We ask them to diversify our economy and produce future prosperity for all of us. And we frequently tell them, no, I won't invest. No, I won't take you into this program. No, I don't want to buy your product. No, I can't partner with you right now. So I ask all of us to think about how we can say no to one thing. What we can say yes to for these entrepreneurs. Yes, I can introduce you to a potential investor. Yes, I can introduce you to a potential customer. Yes, I can take your call in the middle of the night when you're stressed out. Yes, I can have a beer with you right now, and we can just talk and get to know each other. We all have to do our part. Money is but one thing a company needs. And so I encourage all of us to really consider how we can help in any way, big or small, any of the 9 amazing companies that presented today, and any of the 26 companies that applied. Thank you all so much, both for applying, for participating as an investor, for coming out to watch, for being a part of the Saskatchewan community, and just generally spending your time here and trying to build something cool and awesome for the Saskatchewan community. And frankly, Western Canada, and the world at large. We're here to change the world, and I'm excited to help make that happen. And with that, I want to tell you about Discord, because to the point of let's just have a beer and hang out, this is how we do it. Brandon, Braden, somebody, can you plunk the link to Discord in the chat? I will quickly, if y'all don't know how Discord works, I'm going to very quickly share my screen. And where is this? This one. We have Discord, which is, frankly, it's Slack from the perspective of how it looks like from text channels in the middle and a sidebar. But the interesting thing is we have what we call conversation tables. To my earlier point, we used to be a happy hour, and what we now have is Discord because we have COVID. You just click on conversation tables, and then you're able to join, and other folks will be here with you. There's a limit of 5 folks on the table. You can hop around, click through, and if you so choose, you can turn on your video. No idea if this is going to work, given that I'm sharing on Zoom. But the conversation tables, this is how this all works. We'll all be on here, and we're really excited to meet you in person. You've listened to me all day, so you probably want to be at tables with other people, but really excited for you guys to hang out with each other, especially those of you that are in different cities, and be able to connect the Saskatchewan ecosystem a little bit here. Really excited to be able to see any and all of you. And yeah, all that to say, I'm really excited for Saskatchewan and how this day turned out. This is wonderful. Great job, everybody.
That's amazing. Woo! Thanks, everybody. Wrap it up, Tim. We're gonna go drink.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm going to get a
Discord,
drink.
send
I'll
it.
see you guys in Discord.
You have the link. Just click on it. It works on.
I mean,